All right, and we're live, although I can't see it right now. How's it going, chat? Chat. Live. Say hello, Jelly.
Howdy. How's it going, folks? Well, I asked the question, but I don't have chat open, so I can't see. But I assume you're all well.
Okay. I'm setting up my windows.
All right.
Jelly, entertain the masses while I am setting up my windows.
How am I to entertain a crowd I can't see, Joe? How do you expect me to pull the feet off like that?
Figure it out.
What do you mean, figure it out? What do you mean, figure it out? Am I like banter or just rambling? I can do both, believe me.
The negging has started already. Jelly.
Oh, no, they're turning on me.
Jelly, more like smelly. Oh, you just got owned.
Way.
You just got owned.
No, we're losing them, Joe. We're losing them.
Audio's fine? All right, good.
All right, but, I prepped this one in advance. Howdy. Good to be on, Joe. Good to be on.
Good to be on?
Many time, long time chatter. Second time co-host, considering Jetsia.
Yeah.
Got one question for you.
All right, go for it.
Do you believe in magic? Start off strong.
I got a wand and a rabbit. I don't know if I don't believe in magic. No, I don't.
I don't believe in magic. Interesting.
No.
Elaborate.
I'm too much of a ex Reddit atheist to believe in magic anymore.
I see.
It's ingrained in my soul. I know people are surprised by that because I'm so the opposite of insufferable. Never obnoxious. Just a very very cool, chill guy. Yeah.
Very down to earth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, down to earth. That was not created in 7 days. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
That one got me.
Right. Anniversary stream.
Oh, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. So I gotta ask, how close to flooring it do you want my bullshit pedal to be, in terms of me being on my theorizing bullshit? How English major do we want to saturate this?
Definitely theorize. I think that might be fun. I think there's gonna be I don't know, maybe 10% of the audience that might be mad that there's someone else theorizing with me because they want me to figure it out 100% all on my own. But if they really felt that strongly about it, they wouldn't be smiling in chat all the time, now would they?
Fair enough. I suppose I should also establish my bona fides, as it were, right? I have not read all of Umineko. I am blind, and not just because I can't see chat.
That's true.
So I'm right at the same place Joe is. I've got no idea what's going on. But as far as my literary background, I was in AP English, which means, in much the same way that a bloodhound is trained to detect very specific scents, I have been trained to engage with literature purely by just looking for thematic bullshit and following that to the ends of the earth. I have been trained to take one paragraph and extrapolate entire essays from that bullshit.
Exactly. Bullshit being the opportune word, right?
Bullshit, absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Half of being an English major is just saying, but you can't prove I'm wrong, so...
Exactly.
If the text doesn't say you're wrong, then no one can say you aren't right.
Exactly. As long as you have a quote that, supports it, even 10%.
Exactly. So long 10%. As there's not textual basis disproving your argument, it cannot be unproven.
It's thematic for Umineko, actually, if you think about it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, on that topic... Oh, you first?
Someone in chat is asking, are they both under the same blanket? Let me tell you, chatter, not yet, but here comes the blanket right now. I'm putting it over. Here we go.
I am under the blanket for. Thank you, Joe, for joining me.
Okay. I am now under the blanket, chat. I can't see you anymore, unfortunately. So, all right, Jelly, just to reaffirm for chat, we are both completely straight, right? We're both
completely straight. We have a lot in common. The two of us are both streamers, both completely straight, both fathers of 4.
And we're both under the blanket.
Both under the blanket. Man, Jelly Jonah is really heating up.
First episode, Jelly Jonah. Okay, if I say 10, if I count down from 10, will you do all the other numbers for me?
You want to alternate?
Yeah, alternate. You ready? All right, ready? Okay. 10,
9,
8,
7,
6,
5,
4,
3,
2.
1. Take us home. They're all waiting. Bring it home, Joe.
Bring it home. Bring it home. I took the blanket off. Okay. All right.
Oh wow, it really is getting steamy.
It is. Okay. Do people want the blanket back?
Well, it is going to be a pure blanket stream on my side. So, oh shit, I forgot to send out my own little stream announcement so that all 20 of the people who all also watch you, so know there's a stream anyway, can see that it's happening.
Baldur is saying that you should turn your mic down by 3%. Very specific.
By 3. All right, I'll see if that's even possible. I don't think Discord 3%. Lists the numbers. Let's see.
I can turn you down by 3% on my end.
I have set it from 115 to 112.
Mel says, "Hi Joe, hi Jelly. I'll try not to die of FOMO. Have fun."
Oh no.
The streams are already more homoerotic than Greg Chun's streams were in its entirety. What are you talking about?
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, just two bros doing a co-stream, like one time zone apart because they're not gay.
Listen, you can't prove anything's happening under that blanket.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just wholesome voice acting.
Are we gonna read the fucking thing today, or is this just?
I did want to ask. I mean, we can start reading, but do we want to lay out some theories beforehand, or do we want to just let that come up diegetically?
So, someone is asking me to do something, and you're not gonna be able to hear it, unfortunately. But I need to do it.
No.
All right, one second.
No.
1 second. I will do it for you afterwards if you want.
Oh man, my own private show.
I am 100% straight. Okay, there you go. Do you want to do it again, Jelly? Do you want to say it too with the red truth?
I am 100% straight.
Oh! I messed it up.
No. I messed it up. Please, my sexuality.
I'm sorry.
All right. So it's gonna be like this.
It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that. Yeah, I'm actually gonna see if I can put the blanket over both screens, and then I can have under the blanket with also.
Oh man.
Let's see.
Un momento. Sitting up straight, so now it's real streaming hours.
Sitting up straight, huh?
That I am.
but when you're laying back, you're. All right. Okay, I'm under the blanket. Hi.
Joe under the blanket.
Okay.
So.
I don't think this is going to be sustainable, but I'm trying.
We will persist. Do we want to get some theories out off the bat, or just get a little insane later? What do you think?
I think first of all, what we should do is introduce you and tell the people who you are. This is Jelly, and you can introduce yourself a little bit after.
You're gonna make me
Jelly.
Talk about myself?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, Jelly. Jelly has been in the community for a long time. Jelly's also a streamer. If one of the mods can do a shout out to Jelly right now, we'll do that a couple times throughout the stream.
Make sure that last L is not an L. It is in fact an I.
Yes.
You shouted out. Not you. Every single time I raid someone, they shout out the wrong channel. It's my fault. In my defense, however, I wish that other channel didn't exist because they haven't been live for 3 years.
I thought the Jelly channel was a bot. What?
No.
I mean,
you thought I was a bot?
I mean, if you are, it's a very advanced one.
I mean, in their defense, perhaps I did stream the Talos Principle 2 at one point, so I did have a robot model.
That's true. I should stream Talos Principle 1.
You really should.
I should.
You really should. I mean, they have the remake coming out soon. I'm going to be streaming that launch day for sure. But those were some great streams. Those are some fantastic streams.
There you go. You have a shout out right there. I'm already following. I've unfollowed you now.
Boy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. There we go.
Where I go, you cannot follow, it seems.
We shouted out Jelly 3 minutes ago, so you have to wait half an hour. Why is it over there then? Why do I still see it? Is it still there from earlier?
Cooldown.
There's a cooldown. Mod shout out the wrong channel after being told specific. Oh no! Is it the wrong? That's the wrong jelly.
Oh man! See, I warned you and everything.
Oh man,
it's gonna happen.
That's the wrong jelly.
I mean, that's my fault for literally using the wrong letter to make it appear. The deception worked, except the deception is bad for me.
Okay, all right. So last stream, I was very annoyed by the not a game because of all of the magic bullshit that was going on, and I was very in line with Battler's reaction to that, which was a really cool stream moment. However, I must admit, and I will use the red truth if I have to, although someone said it was really loud, that I was hamming it up a little bit because I feel like the Umineko chads on Jads have had it too good for too long. Would you agree, Jelly? I think they've had too many wins. I think they need to have.
They just can't stop winning.
Mm-hmm.
They can't stop winning.
Yep. They've had a lot of emotes, have a lot of good streams, right? We've gotten through a lot of cliffs. I feel like they feel like they're untouchable, and they needed to be taken down maybe a couple pegs. Would you agree?
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
I mean, they're Umineko fans, so they might enjoy a little pegging, but, you know.
Anyway, my opinion on what happened last stream is that that Beatrice went too far and showed her hand too much, and there is no way that it's ever going to justify that actually happened. And I don't know if she's doing that because she went too hard in episode 2. I don't know what the plan is there, or if she's just kind of flaunting and thinks that she can get Battler in a bad place, or it's just like playing on his anime tendencies that, look, the magic can be real if you believe it, and look what kind of anime fun that we can have at the same time. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about last stream?
I have a couple opinions. I'm of the same mind in that I think she has overplayed her hand. I don't think there's any way that it could be real in the way that it was depicted. I'm going to get some fucking lawyer language in here. I don't think as it is depicted is how it actually occurred. I think that rather than her just getting full of herself, I think maybe that is a retaliation to Battler sort of gaming his way around the red truth in an earlier scene, where he forced her to not be able to say something with the red truth and sort of put her in a bind due to something that Renove did. So maybe that's her way of getting back at him for that.
Okay.
But
okay.
Either way, I think we are in agreement that as depicted, it did not happen. I have some theories.
Absolutely.
Or I have a theory as to what may have happened there. But I do not have any textual evidence. Well, some textual evidence, perhaps, of what that may be.
Okay, final question before I read some bits and subs. Would you chanify the Twin Towers?
See, I'm very selective about my chanification process, you see. It's partially to do with my lack of confidence in my character design, but it also has to do with the fact that I consider every one of them to be my sacred beloved daughters. And I don't know if I could live with myself if one of my daughters was the Twin Towers.
What a sentence. What a sentence. Anyway, Baldur is saying to check mod chat for some audio tweaks while I go through and say
oh boy.
Under the blanket thank yous to the following people. Do we want the blanket to stay, chat? Does it sound different, or do some people don't even know that we're under the blanket right now, and maybe it's maybe they won't know until it goes away? PHP trash watch along. Oh, is PHP trash here, or is something else going? I'm not sure. It's not that different. Are you sure? Thank you to I am the Twitch ghost for the new sub. I'm the ghost right now because I have a blanket over my head. Thank you to Papa John's Napkins for the resub. Very hot take. Ava best waifu, even over Beatrice. Can't wait for the game to eventually prove me wrong. That is a molten hot take. I cannot agree with that. Whatsoever. Thank you, Boat Goes Binted for the resub. I think that's it. Saffirpo for resub, a Pepsi Addict for gifting us sub to Rogue Mod, Rouge of Mod, Rodney for resubscribing, 4 months of this shit. It's been a lot more than 4 months for you, Rodney. You're hiding your power level with tier 2. Thank you very much, Rodney. Thank you, Biasum for the resub. Stream start bet. What was that one? Thank you, Cyberfire for the resub. Garbanzos and Dad's Toes for the resub. Dalmek gives you some bits to say. Being real for a moment. I'm really glad chat gets to experience streamer jelly. I'm fully expecting the stream to be cream. I will be raving about jelly until the cows come home. We may not talk often, but the brief conversations I have with jelly and the streams I've seen have bred a deep, deep respect down to my very core. I may be gushing, but I have so many more compliments inside me that I'm holding back, begging to be released. So I will restrain myself from continuing. I'm so grateful that I'm under the blanket for reading that message from Dalmek to you, Jelly. Yeah.
Thank you, Dalmek. Thank you very much.
There's no subtext in that message whatsoever, right? No subtext whatsoever.
And I'm an English major.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can detect that stuff.
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Thank you, Meza Lunatic, for the resub. Who's Joms? Joms. Thank you, Aver Chrysius? Umineko blanket fort time. Yes.
Should I give a Joms as well?
Sure, go for it.
Let me go. Joms.
Ooh, Joms calibration. Thank you, address 5 for the resub. Yippee, 3 months. Bloopsies for the resub 2. Very interested to see where this intentional story suicide goes. Thank you for all the fun. I think we just discussed that a little bit. I don't think it was quite that bad, but I am curious how it reads on a second time through. Yeah, I don't know. Are we gonna have to stream Umineko twice to get the full experience? I don't know if we can handle that. Thank you, Drinking Anxiety, for the resub. Aperture City, also for the resub. Jawsin457 and Lorder, would you believe it, for the resubs? Graf Franzula, hi Joe, how's it going?
Howdy, Graf.
Ooh. Double thank yous. Thank you, Nessoberry, Sphinx PhD. The Jelly Jonut podcast exists. Do we want to discuss what should the first book be?
That's true. Okay, yeah. So Jelly Jonut, I believe we can formally announce.
Yes.
Possibly exists.
It possibly exists, yes.
Possibly exists. There have been talks, plural.
Plural, yes.
And we are currently trying to decide what the first book will be. We've gotten a couple suggestions.
Yep.
But the first one that started it off, which I suggested, was a personal favorite of mine, specifically because I haven't read it. Wuthering Heights.
Yep. And now, I've read part of it, but I haven't read the whole thing.
So I think, we've both got a similar grounding there in terms of level of experience, right? It feels like a touchstone of my personal life. If you don't know the Jelly lore, which, that's probably about 2,700 of you if I had to guess, just a general estimate. Whenever you take the AP classes, right, usually you'll read a book, and then you'll have to write an essay on that book. And then sometimes the books that you read in the AP classes end up being on the AP exam, which is this really official school exam and all that jazz, right? And sometimes you'll have to write an essay on those books that you read in the exam. Now, the problem is I did not read Wuthering Heights because I remember it being very boring, and I did not like the prose. However,
amazing pitch so far for Jelly Jonut. Amazing.
I did pay attention during class discussions, which means, though I did not engage with any of the content, I picked up on all of the subtext and the connective tissue between, which means that when it came time for the AP exams to roll around, I was able to write about Wuthering Heights. A book that, excuse me, it caught in my throat. A book that I had never read, and I got a 4 out of 5 on that.
Really, a 4 out of 5? That's really
4 out of 5.
That's really good. That's even better than Odyssey. That's good.
I know.
Well done. I just want to point out that, because you can't see chat, that a bunch of the weebs think that Wuthering Heights is the book that the gacha game is based on, and they are just going crazy about
Wuthering Waves.
Wuthering Waves, yes, yeah.
Gotcha. I was wondering if those two are related, if only because I've never seen another deployment of the word wuthering in my life. I've seen withering, but not so much wuthering. That said, Mouse is staunchly opposed to Wuthering Heights and has instead suggested Jane Eyre, saying that they are similar vibes, but Jane Eyre is more insane and therefore superior.
Why can't Jelly see the chat? Jelly can see the chat if he wants to. It's just
I can see the chat. Yeah. I just have it. It's a big moment for me. It's
we're filtering it a little bit.
Nerves are a little high. Shall we say? And I feel like I would have a hard time concentrating.
I think we're at a crossroads. with
maybe halftime I might be able to pull up chat.
Maybe. Do we want to do a classical lit book, or do we want to do a new contemporary book? I think that's what we have to decide, and then we'll go through it. Anyway, let me say thank you to a couple more people, and then we'll get started. Thank you, Elsa Hart, for the resub. Sound of Rain for the resub. Hey Joe, today is my birthday. Happy birthday, Sound of Rain. Glad to see someone whose opinion I really respect reading my favorite story. I feel like most people would just request a marble here, but I think those people aren't valuing their birthdays highly enough. Thus, I'd like to instead request 75% of this stream's revenue, a guaranteed spot reading on a future Umineko stream, and also a marble on top of all that as your gift to me. I'm open to some negotiation, though. You can hash out the details, whatever you like.
Really taking a page from Quote Chan's book there.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Julie Gordot, for the bits. Love to see Jelly here. Question for him: if you were a Blizzard writer and had to write the coming bit of Umineko, how would you add a corruption plot onto it?
Well, I mean, with the Ushiromiya family slowly believing in Beatrice, I think the stage is already set for a corruption arc. You know, just throughout the chapter, her influence will spread. And then, I don't know, Frostmourne will show up at some point.
Most important thing, though, what color will the corruption be? You gotta color coordinate.
I mean, it's gotta be purple. We've all seen the Rasputin video.
Yep, we have. Yep.
Very proud of that one. I did a great job with it.
That is an old draw there. That's an old draw. Oh my god. Thank you to Dalmek for the sub to Flora Candy. Thank you to Piplup15 for the new sub. Welcome. Zeph.
If you don't know, by the way, sorry to interrupt. Flora is my resident fan artist. She just appeared one day and has been dropping bangers ever since. Good to see you here, Flora.
That's sweet. Thank you, Zephyr Morality for the resub. Happy Umipiko Day. We might actually read it at some point today. Thank you to Terraflop for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much, Terraflop. Zeltruck for the resub. Longtime VOD watcher, and this stream was the last thing I ever expected. I had issues with the game when I read half a decade ago, but it's cool to see someone experiencing for the first time live. It's been a pretty good experience so far, yes. Yeah, for sure. Lots of fun.
So far.
Cliff's approaching. Cliff sign. Thank you, Jukebox Weirdo, for the resub. Solid Sora for the resub as well. Wishing you and Jelly a lot of fun. Oh, I'm already having fun. You having fun, Jelly?
It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Thank you, Uriology, for the resub. Hi, Joe. Your streams and videos, really cheer me up, and they help me get through the days at work. Thank you so much, and I hope you're doing good. Thank you, Uriology. Thank you, Mirot, as well, for the resub. You say Umineko is in a game, yet you lost utterly to the Golden Witch last week. Curious. I did lose. That's true. Ironwrath just gifted you a sub, Jelly.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Little old me?
Little old you.
Thank you very much, Ironwrath.
And the last stretch on my list are Puka Boy with a resub. A comfort streamer. I'm your comfort streamer. Oh, thank you. And hype for a Jelly Joe stream. Thank you to Krootler for gifting out 5 gift subs as well. Clover Chanwa for the resub. Inlib for the resub. Hey Joe, can you tell us the 69th word of the Witcher 3 video? Not off the top of my head, but if you go back to the stream from 1 year ago, you can figure that out yourself if you just count them.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think there was more than 69 words in the first minute that I showed.
You didn't count?
I didn't count.
Shame.
I know. I'm sorry. Thank you, Krusty Bagel, for the new sub. Welcome, Krusty Bagel. Thank you, Babo Yout, for the resub. We have a community of degenerates in 2024 apparently, and they were missed. Thank you, Hazy for the resub. Rooting for Bitchy Witchy Bitorichi. Nice
I'll
title.
Do what I can.
Nice title. Thank you, Sounds Mad, for the resub. Captain Minette for the resub as well. My friend Rain feels terrible for being so selfish in the request, starting to ask so much for their own gain just because it's their birthday. They would like to instead have me gain the stream revenue, Umineko reading spot and marble, or maybe just give them a marble. I wouldn't be watching you stream again if it weren't for them. Jelly, would you like to have a marble to give out to someone at your leisure throughout the stream today? Would that be a fun dynamic?
Marble for me? To give out to someone?
Yeah.
You know, it'll take some time to deliberate, but I think I can make a choice.
Okay. All right. Okay.
We shall see.
Okay.
We shall see.
Right. Thank you,
I'll hold on to that one.
Okay.
Surprise treat for later.
The furtive marble, so easily forgotten.
I
thank you.
Won't forget it by halftime.
Yeah. Thank you, Shaq Spieler, for the resub. Chat won't let you forget. Thank you, the last curry rice for the resub. Cotton Candy Dev for the new sub. Welcome. Julie Gardot for another round of bits. It's been brought to my attention I did not mention One Piece on my last bit message. Enjoy the extra revenue. One Piece. Nath Balanza, a tiny rat, another rodent. Axolotl Atlatal. There we go. I got it. All for the resubs. Sangi 53, the Sony bro. Can you also call him the Sony Bro? I think he would enjoy that if you got called Sony Bro from someone else.
The Sony Bro?
Yep, Sangi53, resident Sony Bro. His name has been burned into my mind whenever I see him. Oh. And thank you, Drew Babe, for the resub. Hey, Joe, it's me, Jacksepticeye. Give me a marble. All right. Sure. If you can prove it, it's fine. Oh, and thank you, Wayward524, for the resub. I have to take the blanket off. I can't stand it.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no.
I'm sorry.
But Joe, how are you gonna be a comfort streamer without the blanket?
I know.
Oh no.
The blanket's coming off.
No, I'm all alone in here. It's so cold, which is strange considering how stuffy it is.
Cold and stuffy. Okay, all right. Still sound okay or no? Is episode 3 the worst episode already? I don't think so. Wait, under the blanket. Okay, so we're gonna get started. And I think usually for these we don't read chat all that much. And I think we agreed that Jelly was going to read most of the women, but specifically from request by popular demand, you are going to read the character Ronove.
That is correct.
Yes.
I don't know why it's been requested so fervently, but I am nothing if not acquiescent to the demands of the people. Acquiescent. Is that a word? That sounds too good to be a word.
I mean, it's almost a word.
Good enough for me.
It's maybe
this
it's
is
maybe
almost
a word.
A game.
It's maybe a word.
It's possibly.
Did you do connections today? It was a motherfucker. I didn't get a single line.
I did not. I used to do connections back when I was doing student teaching, and then I suppose there was a disconnect.
Okay. Okay, and we will take turns doing the narration, depending on whether or not there are a lot of characters that the other person is voicing, and we may switch narration in the middle of the scene if that is the case. Okay. All right. So again, just to quickly refresh where I'm at. This is the scene right after the towers exploded outside, and Beatrice killed old Beatrice, who was Kumasawa, but also not sure. That whole scene probably didn't happen as it was viewed. I'm curious how we're going to see the aftermath of that when we presumably go outside. And also the following people are dead, if I remember correctly: Shannon, Cannon, Goda, Kumasawa, Genji, and Kinzo, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6.
I believe so, yes.
Yes. Okay, so that is the people that are dead. We haven't found their bodies yet, so that's why they're not red, but they were the ones that were killed. So I was completely wrong with my guess, except for I thought one of these two were going to die, and I thought he was going to die. So I only had like 2 out of 6 I was correct on. I'm really interested to see, and I think you will be too, Jelly, because it's such a different dynamic from the other episodes, how it's going to go when all of the Ushiromiya children are alive and kicking, right? Like, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, one of the big things that I commented on in regards to that dynamic is it's almost always one of the women of the Ushiroma family household that takes control, mostly because all of the men are usually dead. And that's obviously pretty interesting, since Episode 3 has made the subtext of the more feminist themes of the story just basic text with that opening.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's probably pretty intentional that now that we've established that as just text, all of the patriarchs of the Ushiromiya family, minus Kinzo, of course, are alive for this episode, at least right now.
Yes, and also there's a huge power vacuum, because not only has Kinzo been killed, all of the servants that were loyal to him as well and might perpetuate some of the rules are also killed. So now, like, yeah, there's going to be a huge power struggle and power vacuum, and like presumably like Kraus and Natsui have the most power, but they have no servants to support them. So yeah. The conditions could not be more perfect for a revolution within the family pecking order, I think.
I'm most interested to see Kyrie in action, because to be completely honest, she's the smartest person here, I think. If my read on that is
you're absolutely correct. Yes, yeah, absolutely correct.
Well,
okay.
I think it's
who do we think is the second smartest here? Because I think it's the woman on screen right now. What do you think?
I think it's probably Eva, yes.
Yeah.
I think it's probably Eva.
Yeah.
I mean, she's like specifically established to be really college educated, really calculating. Also, hi Ruby. Sorry, should I mute if she starts barking?
No, it's fine. It's
we
fine.
Can talk about that. Okay, all right.
I like dogs. I'm sorry. There's a really funny pin.
Gotcha.
Why does this feel like sports commentary?
Well, I am in a booth of sorts, so you know. Oh, she's really going for it. Okay, but yes, I think Eva is the second smartest, being that she like her intelligence is definitely one of her like primary features, I would say, and it's been heavily established in this episode alone how much work she has put into being an educated woman.
Yes, for sure. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, and today on the field, we're going to see if she just wants it the most out of everyone else that's on there today, like kicking that fucking ball around.
You know, it really is anyone's game, Joe.
Okay, all right. Last one before we continue. Obviously, we're not including the children in this analysis. Who do you? This is going to be a difficult one, I think. Okay, I want you to get the answer, and then I'll do 3, 2, 1, and then we'll say it at the same time. Okay. So of the remaining people that are alive, we agree this is the first smartest person here, second
Naturally.
smartest here. Who is the third smartest person here? Okay, ready? Okay, so we're gonna do. Got your answer?
I think so, but I don't know that I have enough information to justify.
Okay.
To justify it.
And we're
it
not
might just be vibes.
We're not including.
We're not including the kids because I think if we're including the kids, it's Battler.
Yes,
like, no doubt about it.
100% with you. 100% with you. Okay. All right. So here we go. All right. So, 3, 2, 1. Natsui.
Hideyoshi.
Oh, really? Hideyoshi. Interesting. It was between Rudolph and Natsui to me. Huh.
Okay. Mine is almost entirely vibes based, but I think, especially with the focus that a lot of the like gender identity themes we are getting in this chapter and the more gender-based struggles, there's been a spotlight on Hideyoshi as being someone who does not really conform to that patriarchal set of thinking.
Sorry, 1 second.
Like at the very beginning.
One second. First time chatter says, I think you guys are forgetting someone, and the chatter's name is Nanjo.
You know what? Absolutely, I'm so sorry, Nanjo. I didn't mean to disrespect you like that. You have a doctorate in everything. I apologize. I was not familiar with your game at the time of speaking. It's definitely Nanjo.
Anyway, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Yeah, Hideyoshi. Yeah.
He's been getting a spotlight as someone who does not really conform like to the patriarchal norms. My biggest reason for saying that is the very beginning. Whenever it's shown, like he will leave the room if Eva tells him. Like she doesn't want him smoking in there, and it's played off like, oh haha, my wife is being such a pain. But there's also this little moment where it's like, but she did get what she wanted, and he's the one that actively gave it to her and didn't mind doing so.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
He's very much someone who is just. I will have a very reasonable crash out if this turns out to not be true. But he seems like just a great normal guy, probably because he's not related to any of these people by blood.
I can't wait for those words to be superimposed onto like an image that's gonna come later with him. Here I go stabbing, like it's Hideyoshi all along. Just
CG of him pointing a shotgun at Maria or something.
Yeah. I agree. I think almost entirely. Yeah, I feel like Hideyoshi understands that he is equal with his wife, but also knows that she is superior to him in some ways, and he is also superior to her in other ways because the strengths and weaknesses in the relationship that are going to be like that. But I think
it's interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely the most interesting dynamic of them all. But I also think we haven't seen enough yet. But I also kind of get that vibe between Rudolph and Kyrie. I feel like Rudolph really respects Kyrie's opinion, but maybe not as much as Hideyoshi respects Eva. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that has to do with the fact that Rudolph is the blood relative of the two. Hideyoshi is the only present non-blood patriarch of the Ushiromiya family, right?
Yeah.
In the sense that he is, in some ways, in this system, superior to Eva because he is male, but he's also inferior to Eva because he's not blood related.
Yes.
So in that sense, they are the most equal of the two, and their relationship reflects that.
Yeah. And I really misjudged that in the beginning, in the first episode or two. I really thought that it was something else. And then now I think if I went back and read their interactions again now, I think I would have a new light in how they are. Because it's at the beginning, it's really hard to know. And this is like getting to know anyone, really. It's really hard to know how much is performative or not, right? And it seems like it's not performative. And that's why I'm really interested to see, because I don't think we've seen this yet. I want to see Rudolph and Kyrie interact privately. Because we haven't seen that yet. We've seen Kraus and Natsuya interact privately in the gold room, and their relationship is almost exactly how it is publicly, and they are a little closer, but I think that he does not respect her as much as Rudolph respects Kirie and Hideyoshi respects Eva.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I would say that appears to be the case, yeah.
Yeah. And we've seen Eva and Hideyoshi privately twice. Once before they died in episode 1, and then a second time on the boat scene, which was actually quite touching, the two of them, how they are, yeah. And I don't think we've seen Rudolph and Kirie alone, except maybe briefly with a phone call in one of the flashbacks, I think, in episode 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm interested in that. Anyway, all right, that's our intro.
Pre-stream analysis.
Yeah, pre-stream analysis. Yeah, that was fun. All right, let us get into the reading. All right, here we go. Okay. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. There were rubble and bits of tower all over the fucking place. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind.
It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather speaks for our hearts.
Hey, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky. Oh!
At least.
Addressing it right away, okay. Wow.
Is this what is known as poetic irony?
Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang. Is it already 6? Wow. Isn't this enough? After this, we've got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person, Beatrice, makes her move. True. However, I believe we had anticipated every trick they might use against us.
That's right. As long as a traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations. Haven't we talked about this enough? We stayed up all night. I'm tired. You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast?
Okay, they seem like they're getting along in this scene, and also they've been up all night trying to solve the epitaph, maybe? Or just discussing the situation they're in. So they were awake when that fight was going on outside, and I guess
Didn't
it was just...
hear any of the battle, yeah.
Yeah. So, Beatrice is going to probably blame the typhoon, but yeah, okay.
That's my guess, yeah. Do you... I hate to interrupt again with more theorizing.
No, it's fine, go for it.
Do you have any idea as to what might have actually happened there? Because I have a pretty solid one that's tying into an overarching metaphor of the text.
I think it might... To me right now, all I can think of is it was simply whoever the killer is just went into the courtyard, found Kumasawa, and just ambushed her and killed her outside. That's what I think happened.
Okay. Would you like to hear what I think?
I would love to hear what you think, yes.
I think that was a chess match.
Okay.
I think that was a dramatized chess match, and my reason for thinking so, one, is there is very clearly an overarching chess metaphor throughout the entire text, right? You've got flipping the chessboard, there's that connection, again, we've got all these gender themes going on, and there's the queen being the most valuable piece, or the most powerful mobile piece, but the king is the most valuable, but also the least useful. And unironically, the Twin Towers tie into this. If you look at the CG art for them, they're very similar in design to a rook.
Yes, they are.
And there also is very distinctly a knight as part of that battle as well.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good read on it, yeah.
I don't have any more information beyond that, but that's my thinking. I'm thinking that it may have just been a dramatized, I'm not sure what the correct word to use there is, chess match that Beatrice is really playing up specifically to try and demoralize Battler.
Yeah, or it's just it's using chess themes for that. And also because there were secret towers in the rear that were more rooks, she must have got 2 pawns on the other side and turned
That's
them
what
into
I was thinking
pieces.
too. Yeah. Because they came from behind, or Kumasawa's backline.
Interesting. Okay.
And to that note, I was also thinking what the pawns might be. I'm wondering if the butterflies might be the pawns, in the sense that the butterflies can essentially turn into anything, it seems, much like if a pawn reaches the back line, it's able to turn into any other piece.
Yeah, I think reading it through the lens of chess and the rules of the game and the rules of chess having so many similarities is definitely going to be something you could pull through the text, yeah, and paint the text with that. Yes, absolutely.
Alrighty.
Okay, interesting. Okay. A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age. Fuck, it's trying at my age right now. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best as they could. I'll go wash my face or something. I probably look horrible.
What is that awful stench? As soon as they exited... Oh, sorry, you forgot.
No.
Well, there we go.
You know what? You take narration this time, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I was thinking scene change, so we'll go for it. All right. As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kyrie openly made a disgusted expression. What is it? Hey, don't you smell something awful?
What is this stench? I can't stand it.
After hearing these complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. Stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where this strange odor was coming from. What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it.
Oh, they don't know.
I believe he should already have arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations.
Indeed, please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine Goda making a breakfast that would cause such an odor.
And then we're going to mention all the other servants by name. Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell, and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. But the door was locked, and they couldn't check inside.
Okay, so do we think there's going to be a recreation of Kinzo's corpse, which probably isn't Kinzo's corpse, being in the furnace like in episode 1?
That's what I was thinking at first, but I'm also realizing now, the servants were really the only ones with keys to get around the house. Which means that I think most of the mansion is actually locked to the Ushiromiya family.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Like, did someone go around locking all the keys, locking all the doors after that, and has all the keys? Because they killed all the servants. Yeah, they might not have any keys, access to that right now. They might be in, like, a Resident Evil situation right now with how they can get around.
And there's no Jill. Be the master of lockpicking.
All right.
Never played those games, by the way. At the same time, when Natsuhi's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor. What is this? What a horrible prank. Who would do something like this? On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle. There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Eva's group, who thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then, they noticed the change to the parlor.
It's useless. The boiler room's locked. Wouldn't that be bad if something went wrong with the boiler? Has anyone spotted a servant?
Is one of those vulgar scribbles here too? There was another one on the door to the boiler room.
What's that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in other places too? You don't think this is the Witch of the Forest Beatrice's declaration of war, do ya?
Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it feel like a message from the witch. Really makes it feel like the dripping, bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it. What does this mean? Could it be that while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left this scribble? On the doors to the parlor and the boiler room? I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time. We all have alibis. They probably received some strange order from Father and pulled this prank.
And there's also the case yesterday with Maria-chan's letter. It's really easy to suspect that the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something. Oh. Anyway, where is everyone? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's look for them.
Well, I guess they're playing chess, maybe. Before that, I'm worried about the children. They are safe, right? I'll go and check. And while I'm there, I'll see if there aren't any servants there. Once again, Rosa going off alone for the kids.
Then let's split up. Chad is very concerned about Nanjo. Where's Nanjo? While you go to the guest room to see how the brats are doing, we'll investigate inside the mansion. I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just in the places we found them already. We might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of fathers. I will go to him and hear the situation. Though I doubt he'll obediently listen to me.
I doubt so too. Do we want to call that a scene split, or?
Yeah, sure. The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe.
Oh, thank God.
It seemed he believed in the phrase "early to bed, early to rise," and had awoken refreshed, just having a great day.
Oh,
during that time, Kirie and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty.
The children are safe. They all stayed up too late last night.
The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart, and the morning shift begins at 6. They should have started working by now.
The nap room is also empty. There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm.
Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? This is probably a game Father set up. He must have left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere, trying to make us do something.
Once again, Kirie being the smartest person in the room by being like, there was a futon, but I checked and there wasn't even warm. A lot of deductive reasoning and everything she's doing.
She's great.
Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed his wealth in the headship? Isn't that a bit... No. It might not be strange if Father was behind something like that.
After all, Father loves doing things on a big scale. This might have been a finely tuned plan starting as far back as when the epitaph was hung in the hall.
Okay, Shimano. In that case, I wonder if they'll give us an announcement of the game or some explanation of it. It certainly would be nice if an envelope with a crest, like the one handed to Maria-chan, were to appear. That's right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found something like that in the mansion. Oh, 2 best boys on screen?
Yeah, here they go, here they go. Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this? My apologies, I have no idea what is going on. And yet, yes, certainly, I could easily imagine Kinzo-san planning something on a big scale. Shouldn't we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there. If I won't be in the way, I shall go too.
I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. We cannot leave them alone. That's right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Would you tell that to my husband?
1 second, I have to make sure the chandelier wasn't still on the screen.
Gotcha.
I forgot. Rosa and Kirie remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. God, I wish that were me. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffiti had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor, had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. Multiple! And Nikki, how's Dad? He's fucking dead. It was no use. I received no response. I tried putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone.
There's no sign of any of the servants. Where in the world did they disappear to? This isn't funny. Father and the servants are hiding, and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion. What in the world is happening?
There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor, for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle, and all of the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms.
Do we know which magic circle that is? Have we've seen that one before?
I think how many magic circles have there been total? Because now there's 5 magic circles. I don't think there's ever been 5 in the previous episodes, right? Maybe
I don't think so, no. But they were all different in the previous episode. I think they were all that same circle, so do we know what that one symbolizes?
I think that's the one that is always first, right? That's the one that was on the shed? I think that
so,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. But in last episode it was the same one, but also had Happy Halloween written on it. It's possible that some of the symbols were different and they just didn't call attention to that, or they did and I just don't remember. Yeah,
I think they just said that it was they were all the same magic circle in the previous line.
But like, are the symbols different in episode 1 and 2? I mean, like,
between episodes.
Yeah.
I don't know,
because she only read the Latin in the first episode, right? She didn't read it in the second episode. It didn't call attention to that. Maria was in that.
What the tips for episode 1 say?
They might. So if we have tips for this one, we might be able to go back and see it. Was it Hebrew? I'm sorry. Chad is correcting me. Okay.
Gotcha.
Once the bodies show up, I also want to go through and see if we can piece together if there's any similarities to the people left alive from episode 1, 2, and 3. Like who are the people that consistently survive the first Twilight right?
Well, here's a question. If the bodies show up, because what if they're all locked behind these doors?
Yeah. Oh, what if they're just locked for a long time? Yeah, how are we gonna get? Maybe the difficulty of this story is gonna be finding the key to even get into the door. Would they just break the door down though? I
feel like they would just kick a door down at some point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think they can kick down the door into Kinzo's room. I think that's probably reinforced. Like it's not gonna withstand an axe, and they can go to the shed maybe. But like, what if that's locked too? Right? Like how deep does the locked doors go?
I don't think anyone here is above it. Well, no one here is above it. I was gonna say Rosa, and then I remembered the end of episode 2.
Yeah.
Assuming that's real.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded, so we need the key.
It should be in the key box in the servant room. Time to see if the key's there. They fished through that key box. Because each of the servants had carried their master keys around, those weren't kept there. Okay, quick question while it's on screen.
Sure.
Am I the only one getting the vibe that this safe in the CG might be important in this background? Maybe that's just like Ace Attorney Interact vibes taking hold of me, but it just looks important somehow.
I'm not sure. We could find out, but it might be spoilers to find out. We could go back and see the photograph of what they did before they did the CG in the original art, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It does draw the eye every single time you see the screen. Yes, I agree.
I mean, it is front and center, literally.
Yes.
But shall see. Let's see. However, all of the individual keys should have been there.
I can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there.
It isn't here. No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't here.
Look, Aneki. Only the keys to the rooms with those magic circles drawn on them are totally missing. Oh, I think you're right, Jelly. I think you're right. I think it's going to be difficult for them to get into these rooms.
It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles. No. They went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious, so maybe they wanted us to enter.
I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably impossible. What? Smashing a window might do the trick, though.
For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window. Back to the mountain range, these two peaks. Twin peaks, if you will.
Sorry, go ahead.
At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned, and everyone cheered. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kyrie had stayed to watch over the place.
Good morning. Would you like to join me under this blanket? I heard that something strange has happened. Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning. What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you'd have found something like that by now.
You're right. I also believe this to be a massive joke or game of father's. But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it. Like the letter that was given to Maria-chan.
What if Maria-chan's letter actually was the announcement telling us that the game was on? The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, have already been made clear. Then what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent? And the missing servants?
Natsuhine-san. How many servants were there today in total? Huh? Genji, Goda... 5 of them, but why?
So, there are 5 servants. There are also 5 magic circles. It's probably a coincidence, but I don't like it. Okay, so is he going to conclude that the servants have locked themselves in the room on some game of fathers, or are they going to like make the jump to maybe there's more foul play going on, someone's dead? And if they are going to make that jump, do you think it's going to be from him, or do you think Kyrie is going to clock it?
If there is a jump that's going to be made, it's Kyrie who's making it, because I feel like it is not a coincidence that she is still here for this kind of group deductive thinking. Well, no, she's not here right now because she's away with Rosa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But she might come back and make the deduction when she shows up, right?
She might, yeah. Something like that. Either way, I think it's interesting. Umineko seems to consistently do this, where we had a discussion not 3 minutes before it's happening in the story.
Yeah.
Like, the characters are pretty consistently smart enough to just immediately pinpoint on the things that you, the reader, can pick up on as well.
And I love that, and
satisfying.
that is what is missing in so much of the shit that we stream.
Oh my god, yeah. It's like poetic irony, but in reverse.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, goddamn. Okay, all right. It's probably coincidence, but I don't like it.
Nissan, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside.
We have no choice. Do it neatly.
Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. And he decided that the first room they would break into should be the parlor on the first floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. Again, just immediately fucking going for it. I love these people. I think it's a scene change, so all you...
They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were down, so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden, trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back.
You don't have to smash the whole thing, just open it enough so you can reach the lock.
Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. The sound effect!
Finally being used for its natural purpose.
Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it. We should probably cover it with packing tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and the rain made the curtains dance around violently. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain. So the six of them, Kraus, Natsui, all of them are there. Kraus, Natsui, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo entered the parlor as a group.
Okay, well, let me flip the chessboard here real quick.
Sure.
Rather than locking them out, was this perhaps an attempt to lock them in, and they just fell for it?
Maybe. But now that they've said they can break windows, how are they going to keep them in like that? Is there a way they can reinforce the windows somehow, or
some 999 bullshit might happen?
Yeah.
Honestly.
All of them suddenly committed to go into the room together is a suspicious setup. I agree with you there. Yeah.
I also think, again, I was going into this with the mindset of they're locked out, but again, they immediately got in, so why would it be established then that the doors are locked?
Yeah.
If it's just going to be surmounted immediately.
I mean, this is just a bold play from the Nanjo group. You just don't see this kind of thing on the other side of the field with the Kyrie group. They really got to pull themselves together if they're going to win this game today.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yep. It seems that nothing in particular has changed.
What's wrong, Shannon? Wait, are you okay? What happened to you?
Blood! The Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this. Hey, Shan, are you okay? Answer me. You mustn't shake her. I will examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood.
Hey, Battler, where are you? Look, Shannon's corpse has turned up, see? I won't bully you anymore, so come out. Oh, there you are. What are you doing, clutching at your head in a place like that? Battler was crouching.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
You go for it. Is it mine?
Go for it. You go for it.
Okay, go for it. Okay, Battler was crouching under the table holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he'd closed up his heart like a shell. Still in shock from the towers. He's here!
Perhaps you tormented him too much, milady. After showing him all that and demanding a counter-argument, I can understand why he'd want to mope around. Hey, Battler, if you can't argue back, then resign, okay? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere.
That?
Huh? What's that? I can't hear you.
I said be quiet. Shut up. Shut up. A witch? Magic? Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Don't talk to me. Don't show me anything. Disappear, disappear, just disappear. Don't get that annoying face near me. Beatrice wins reflexively? That's wrong, right? Is that?
Yeah, I think that should be an X.
Yeah, at Battler's sudden rage.
Even if you say that, if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me.
She's being different this episode. She's being more personable, more like I thought we were having fun having a game. Like, I don't know. Maybe she's realized she's pushed too hard. Maybe in a way, the tower scene was her trying to make amends with him in a way, do you think? Like, without she being sundear about teasing him?
Maybe? I could see that. I definitely do get the impression that she's like, okay, all right, I pushed it a little too far. Let's tone it back. I know I've killed your family twice, but like, you know, this time it's just the servants. Maybe we can game. Maybe we can talk shop here for a bit. Come on. We're having fun here. We're having fun.
I think that they just really need a safe word. I think they need to have the discussion. I think the time the relationship has come to that. I think they need to do it. Who cares? Be quiet. Shut up. Who cares about your game? I won't go along with it. If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity. I don't know. I don't get it. I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that's screwed up. Whoa, I said don't talk to me. What was that?
Oh. I don't know what's what anymore. Oh, hold on, no, this Battler narration, okay. I think.
I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? Has he gone to an even deeper velvet room inside the other velvet room where he's alone?
The satin room.
The satin where he sits. I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It seems like it, yeah. He's just put the whole thing on pause. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella.
Assuming this is Battler. Okay, yeah.
Maybe. I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Akinjima is a different world where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. I have thought about that. Have you thought about that too? That episode 1 isn't actually episode 1? That he's already been in the loop for a while?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
If you want me to just get absolutely insane for a moment,
sure.
I believe right now, I don't have any concrete evidence that any of the episodes have happened at all.
Oh.
I don't think, because this is metafiction. Do we agree on that?
Oh,
it's
metafiction? It's definitely metafiction, yeah.
I think that there is reasonable doubt that any of the events that we see inside, like outside of the tea parties and this like velvet room dimension, are even happening at all in reality.
Okay. Do you think it's more like we've planted a seed and this is all the different ways it could grow and they're just exploring all the different ones and that's what we're seeing? That sort of thing?
Well, if we want to come back to my chess metaphor, every chess match uses the same pieces but always plays out in a different way.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm thinking, again, with that framing of chess and the framing of these episodes as a game between Battler and Beatrice, who knows what level of abstraction we're operating on.
And that also aligns with Berncastle's power of if there's ever a chance of something happening, it will happen. So maybe this is like there's a billion permutations of this thing that happens on the island, and we're seeing some of them, and maybe we'll see a lot more of them later. We're seeing some of them, but we're looking for that 1 in a billion that's gonna like go through in some way. But the question is, like, what is the 1 in a billion? Like, what is that goal there, right? Like, what does Berncastle want to happen?
The appearance of the stockfish witch.
Okay. All right. Rakujima is a different world where witches stride over openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Several towers that split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. There are definitely rooks up there, right?
See, again, those are very clearly rooks, right?
Yeah. Big-time rook vibes, yep. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore. If it was a closed room with a key shut up inside, I'd know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels. But that big flashy thing, damn it.
Okay, if I can get even more insane for a moment.
Sure, go for it.
I think the only thing that has been established about Beatrice's powers in red is that she can create or destroy a closed room at will. The chat will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but it's something along those lines, right?
Someone who shall remain nameless actually provided me with a list of all the red truths.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Because as far as any macro explanation of what is going on and what magic, air quotes, might be, I'm wondering if Beatrice's magic is just the ability to control the story that she is telling. Because if you are writing a story, you can create and destroy a closed room at will. No?
You can. That also goes along with the idea of belief, that if you believe in the story, then it can become real.
Exactly.
That's what stories are. Would you like me to read out the red truths that are here?
Go for it.
Good. It might be good for chat to be a reminder too. Okay, so everything I say currently is a red truth that has been said in the exact words I'm about to say it. So episode 2, red truths, starting with chapter 11. When I speak the truth, I will use red. Everything I speak in red is the truth. Actually, you know what? Let me just put it on screen. I think that would be good. Window capture. Red truths as far as stream. There we go. Oh, it's stretched and weird. You know what? I kind of like it. When I speak the truth, I will use red. Everything I speak in red is the truth. Regardless of whether they were living or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door. That's regarding to the chapel. Only one key to the chapel exists. It is impossible to unlock the door to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. The 6 definitely entered through this front door. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria. The envelope that I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. Now, what's interesting here is that the lines that where she would not commit to a red truth are not listed here, which would be like, I don't know, like another color, I guess. And Battler and me at the same time actually were able to see the gap in these red truths that that doesn't mean that the envelopes weren't switched or a key was taken out beforehand and it was resealed or anything like that. So I'm curious if like are you like you in your time as an English lit, you must have dabbled in a little of the old philosophy. Am I correct in that assumption?
Just a tad.
Just a tad. It's everyone is a little curious in their late teens, early 20s. They do some things that they might not be proud of.
Curious for us.
Just not bi curious. We were phi curious for philosophy, so we looked into that obviously. So this to me looks like an argument that's constructed that obviously has a statement that can poke a hole into it. And Battler found the hole that time, but he didn't find it the other time. So I'm curious if you lay them out with the chapters, or if you collect all the red truths for most of the mysteries. I wonder if you can find something that can burst through. Anyway, I will continue quickly. The only master keys are the ones held by the servants, 1 key each. I also don't know if this follows to other chapters. Just because there was only master keys for the servants in episode 2, does that mean it's the same for episode 3 and 4?
Yeah, there's really no guarantee because of how much changes between the episodes that any of the information is consistent unless stated in red.
Yeah, so I think I would like Battler to ask that at some point and to have that in red to be like, hey, the rules that were previously established are the same from episode to episode, I guess. I would like to see that. There are absolutely no types of hidden doors. The door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by the servant. The window is locked from the inside. So there goes my theory that Cannon went out through the window. So that's not what happened. Cannon was killed
out the window, as it were.
Cannon was killed in this room, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't also revived in this room, or there's some name shenanigans going on with the furniture thing.
This is something that I actually wanted to bring up. All right.
Sure.
Episode 2 specifically states that I don't remember the exact wording, but it says that it's very much stacked in Beatrice's favor.
Yes.
At the start of episode, like the difficulty is set to max.
Yes.
All right. And I remember at one point you said there's the possibility that, like, you know, Cannon died, but there's some name shenanigans going on. There's 2 things that I want to say about that. One, that kind of name shenanigans bullshit is exactly what I would be expecting for something that says the difficulty is turned to max.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm obviously dubious when it comes to that. However, one thing that also lends a little credence, we still don't know Cannon's name. He was about to say it whenever Jessica was dying, but she died before he could say it, so he didn't.
Is it not Kaio?
We don't know. No, we don't know what Cannon's name is.
We don't know it?
We don't know it. Unless I'm wrong and chat can correct me, we have not been told Cannon's name.
Really?
We know that Shannon's name is Sayu. We don't know Cannon's. It is non-canon, as it were.
It was non-canon. So maybe Cannon being killed in this room was that Cannon told Jessica his name and became the real name, and then the Cannon died. And
something like that. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Why did I think we knew his name was Kai? Oh, I know why. Because I made a stupid joke and I forgot that it was my joke and not the game. It was Shannon is Sayo, so I went, oh, and Cannon's Kaio, and then for whatever reason, at some point in the past couple of weeks, I just assumed that the game said it, not me.
Worked a little magic of your own.
Yeah, huh? I did. I believed it. Yeah. One locked entry is not possible by any means. No trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. Cannon was killed in this room. Again, it was repeated. Refers to a statement made regarding Jessica's room. There are no hidden doors in this room. There is no way to get in or out other than the door and the windows. There are no hidden doors. This is Jessica's room still. Okay. Chapter 14, Devil's Proof. Regarding the servant room and the keys, those are kept in the key box in the center of the servant room. There are several keys to the servant room, but all of those are inside the key box. Entry or exit is impossible except for the single door and the single window, and those were both locked. The door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they are locked. And obviously, it is impossible to unlock the door without a servant room key or the master key. No one exists in this room except your group. Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. When Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in Jessica's room. Whoops, the corpse of Jessica is also included. That's a weird thing to say. Jessica is also included, therefore both in the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you were not aware of. No one is hiding regarding Jessica's room. Okay, again, humans is this. I am annoyed that furniture might not count as human to her, but we did the counting about that last stream, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, Battler needs to be asking questions about what constitutes a human to Beatrice, yeah. Okay, so we don't have any information about that yet. There might be like a red truth that happens later that kind of blows that open. No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without using a key. Regarding the window, no method exists by which it could somehow be locked from the outside. You are incompetent.
Honestly, if the rules change between episodes, that one just might be true for episode 2.
Yeah. Come, Ushirima Battler, and kneel. If you accept me, all the riddles will be resolved. With my power, any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed.
There's the one.
So, but it says,
the one.
If you accept me. Yeah. And that's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Are those connected by a comma, or are those 2 separate sentences?
Comma. Oh, hold on. So, if you accept me, comma, all of the riddles will be resolved, period. With my power, comma, any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed.
That's the one that I'm linking on. That's the one that I'm hooking on to. Because that still applies if she's just writing the story. That's still true.
Yeah.
So she didn't say that her power is to make these things reality. She didn't say that her power is to like have this physically manifest. She just said that with her power, any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed.
Yeah, if she's not doing story writing, she is effectively doing some amount of creation and destruction as like a very powerful entity in the story that is effectively doing that. Yeah, because she can restart the story, let it go again, and she is able to change variables, and everything reacts to that. It is effectively some type of writing power in the terms of metafiction.
Is Battler just her editor? It just brings in a new draft. It's like, I don't fucking understand what you're doing. There are new characters every time you bring this to me. What are you doing?
At the end, it's revealed that this is just a couple writing and editing a story that they disagree on and they feel very strongly about. Okay, I'll make you my favorite furniture. I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes. Cackle, 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 red cackles. There are only 5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys. I'll tell Rosa that there are only 5 master keys. Okay, and then the last couple are, I keep my promises. Okay, is that from Beatrice? Yeah, it must be. So Beatrice is the only one that can do that at this point. Like, Renove can do it, but not yet. He wasn't in there yet. So I keep my promises. Okay. I believe her, actually. Yeah, I believe her. Yeah, I don't think she wants there to be rules. It wants to be fair. And there's also that line about sometimes she said, like, sometimes the methods and the goals become the same thing to her. I think that Beatrice has big ADHD vibes, and she can just get lost in her own bullshit, which is based. Yeah.
Gotcha. Based. Not projecting at all.
Yeah. Okay, and last couple, Natsui's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. There were no fraud or tricks, no means of secret passages, or no places in which to hide. Natsui's own key was in George's pocket, and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. And let me say this, the parlor is the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. Episode 3, of all the doors that exist on Rikkinjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. That was from one of the stakes. I have the power to speak the truth in red. Used by Beatrice again. Rosa and the Witch of the Forest. A hidden mansion called Kua Dorian does exist in the forest of Rikkinjima. In the past...
was that Renove?
Yeah, that was Renove saying that. Yes, yes. You know what, though? It would be evil, but...
Evil?
Beatrice has said everything I speak in red is the truth, and that has not happened for anyone else.
That's true. He just said that he had the power to speak in red, not that his red was the same as Beatrice.
Yes. So I am going to tentatively think that it's fine, but I am gonna like just have it on
the back of our minds.
Yeah. Yes, that are connected via stream. That might not be the same as Beatrice. Yeah. He said his red was the same, but did he say it with red? And is it? And we only trust Beatrice to give that power. Maybe Beatrice did say that. I don't know.
That's another thing. Like that is my scorched earth theory for whenever anything happens that I can't explain. Is if it wasn't said in red, I don't have to believe it. Which I think personally is like that's my bullshit get out of jail free card until it's taken away from me. But. You know, that's like last resort, break the glass, you're lying because you didn't say it in red.
Yeah, and also if Battler isn't seeing it and he's not in the Velvet Room, then it also probably didn't happen either, which is why it was so harrowing that Battler was in like the fucking like interstellar fucking pounding on the wall during the Velvet Room of the last scene when the Twin Towers are coming up and holy shit, like just bam, bam, bam. No, like yeah, that was
that's another thing that I did also want to bring up. All right, I'm also of the same mind that if Battler doesn't see it, it's less reliable.
Yes.
In that I don't think it's like, oh, this didn't happen at all, but it's definitely more suspect than scenes that he is present for. One big thing that I keep coming back to when I'm thinking about it is that at the end of episode 2, he does see Beatrice. He does see the butterflies. He does see the goats. He sees everything. But he's drunk.
And he gave up, right? So for a little bit, he was believing, or at least he was... I think he actually was. I think he was so just fucked that he was believing in that moment, and that gives her power. Yeah, it's the story keeps twisting this knife of it is really obvious that Beatrice does actually exist, but it is also equally obvious that she's not using magic to commit the murders. Like she really isn't. So it's like how do you fit those two together? Like it's
Yeah, the real mystery is not how does magic exist, or rather how it's not does magic exist, it's how the fuck doesn't magic exist.
Yes. Yeah.
Basically. And I gotta say, me personally, I don't believe in magic, but after some of the shit that has happened in episode 3, God, I wish it were real. Because there are, like, everything to do between Kinzo and Beatrice that was described earlier in this episode is gut-wrenchingly disgusting.
Yes.
If you think about it. It is absolutely insane. And I so desperately wish that magic was real, because then that could all be fine, but that is the horror of the situation, is that I have to believe it's not, which means unless that's all a lie, I have to believe that it happened.
Honest to God, I think that is going to be a big plot point later, because I think that Battler not wanting to accuse anyone in his family of being responsible for the murders, he is going to have an even stronger reaction and commitment to, I don't want to know that I live in a world that exists, that my grandfather like kidnapped a baby and like indoctrinated her into this cult-like entity figure because he missed his mistress or whatever. Like that is like we're talking like a whole other level of fucked up. Like
his mistress, that, by the way, was not his mistress by choice, and who was locked on the island until she killed herself.
Yeah, and he did it twice, it looks like. If there's another one that happened, he was like, okay, let's do it again, because the first one fell off a cliff and died. Like, it's...
it's disgustingly terrifying.
Yeah, it really is, yeah. So I
think you're right. I think that is going to be like the linchpin. It will shift from, I don't want to believe in magic because that means I have to suspect my family, to I want to believe in magic because that otherwise the world is disgusting and my entire existence is just like the product of the horrors that people are capable of.
Oh dude. What if this time it was successful, and even the Beatrice stand-in that's been like brainwashed into being it, even she is buying into it because she doesn't want to know the reality that she was born into either. And then
that's what I'm thinking too.
You have to convince the fucking abuse victim that's been abused their whole entire lives that they're actually not a witch and the grandfather was just fucking nuts. Like at what point, like, are you like, you know what? It's better if there is magic, because I don't want to break this for you. Like, this is better than what you had. That's insane.
Joe, I think that might be like it.
Yeah, I think it might be too.
I think that might be like the thing is like, do you magic is not a question of like, are beautiful things possible? It's like, can we just pretend just a little bit between the two of us that the world isn't fucking terrible?
Yeah.
Oh God.
That would be good. I would enjoy that. That would be very compelling. Yeah.
Oh no. Well, I think it also might be a little bit of both. It's not just the bitter. It's the bitter and the sweet of it, because magic, I think, has also been established, in my opinion, heavily by the intro of episode 2 to exist as like, you know, love can be magic in a sort of way. This state of just believing that everything will be perfect forever because you have this person beside you. There's a magic to that. Right?
Yeah. And
so
also, leave even the gold lands like that too, right? Let's leave behind, look at this death and destruction that's there, but it also leads to something big if we all believe that it was for a good cause and purpose and everything, and then like everyone's going to be happy in the gold land, everything will come back. Yeah, this is yeah. Fucking hell.
Man.
Fucking hell.
Oh man.
Fucking hell. Okay, all right, let's finish reading.
Take the theory hats off. Let's get back to reading.
Okay. This is the world of 1967 and 1960. Yeah, this is not really important to go over. Everyone has seen it. Okay, let me close it. Let me close it. Okay. Okay. It seems my disciple has caused you much trouble. Huh? Oh, that was your line. Sorry. Huh? It's you. Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around, and in the rose garden arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago.
I was about to try and shorten that name, and I won't say it out loud. I think I have to. I think I have to say it, don't I?
You say it.
I was gonna call her Beatrice. Because its predecessor, Beatrice.
Right. That's her name now. Congratulations.
No.
She's Beatrice.
Oh, no. Fish-chan returns.
Pitorici.
Oh, Pitorici.
I was sure you died.
Oh,
so you survived.
No, I did die. Now I am nothing more than a defeated chess piece littering outside the chessboard. Okay, motherfucker, you want to just make my subtext text?
You're Beato's teacher, right? So in other words, you're a witch too.
Yes, that is correct.
So basically, that means witches really do exist, and the only one who can defeat her isn't me. Okay, so this is definitely Battler using like fuck you, I'm going off on my own. So Battler has the ability to just like, is that because in the rules of the game at some point Battler has like been taken off the board instead of being killed? Maybe, like, I don't know. Like,
maybe.
Like, yeah, I'm surprised that he has this power. This is the first time he's done it, I think. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's also, there's definitely some connection being drawn between Kinzo and Battler in the fact that they lack any magical prowess and are still, in times of great need, capable of performing magical feats.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like. So maybe this is Battler's, 11th hour superpower. I can go even further into my own psychosis.
Beyond. Yeah, I'm curious if anyone else... No, some of them have been taken off the board and they can't do it, though. It's Battler's special. It's not just that he went to the tea party, because the other ones were there, too. Yeah. Okay, all right. Continue.
His superpower is overthinking.
So basically, that means witches really do exist, and the only one who can defeat her isn't me. That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, right? I'm just useless now. There's nothing I can do anymore.
Oh my. Have you surrendered completely?
What do you mean surrender? How am I supposed to explain that? Towers sprouting and falling, huge giants holding shields and throwing spears.
Oh, please, 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 please.
Just remember, it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we?
She's just gonna say, then don't, Lamayo.
We've left the level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Calm yourself. I am nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I am no longer a being capable of doing anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back.
Among Us ghosts. Shut up. Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too? And make me take part in that massive magic battle? Okay, he's cooked, man. He's cooked. He's cooked. He's so cooked.
If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic.
Oh, just what I wanted. I'm waiting for it to drop with you fucking moron. He's done it.
He's so mad.
Please give me some awesome magic to smash through her chest in one blow. Don't screw with me.
He's so mad. I hear that in Japanese magic, there is a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it? Battler, have you heard the story of what the fuck is it? The fucking glycerin one. Shit! My moment truth that I failed it.
Oh no! The Ice 9? Crystallization, yeah, crystallization, I'm not sure, glycerin or whatever, yeah. A rain ceremony, that thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering, that's not magic. They say that the fire causes an updraft, which makes rain clouds gather. That's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon.
Is this the moment where she's like, but is that not magic? Oh, I believed it to be a form of Eastern magic, but is that not the case? I believed people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect, so that your entreaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods.
Maybe people did that long ago, but most occult things like that have a scientific explanation.
Why do things burn? Is that because the phlogiston is contained in the material?
No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory. I can say these words.
I was joking, but this really is a Zero Escape conversation now. Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material?
I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule. Heat
No
is
shit.
energy, not a substance.
You have studied well. Your knowledge is accurate.
It's just some trivia.
Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether and God's love. All are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree was thanks to God's love, so that humans would be given food.
So even gravity is a love of God. Well, that's probably the remnants of the period when religion rather than science was used to explain everything.
That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge, no, ignorance itself, magic. Like the rain ceremony we were just talking about. Did the people of ancient times realize that there was a scientific explanation? That fire gave rise to heat to cause updrafts that summoned clouds? Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the result.
That probably happened a lot. That's stuff called knowledge of the ancestors. Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew that they'd achieve results. Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that, through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rainfall. To them, that was certainly magic. As long as they didn't understand updrafts.
Okay, so we're addressing head on the idea that the stuff that's complicated enough, like complicated enough science, seems like magic to those who don't understand it.
Yes, yes.
Interesting. If you push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Chandeliers arrived. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up. They only know the results when they push the switch. If they obtain such a result without knowing the principles, doesn't that make it magic to them?
That's pretty interesting. Well, logically, that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brawn tubes in a TV show picture.
No.
Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on TV. Even if I don't understand the principles behind brawn tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch TV. It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding updrafts. In other words, can we start a counter of how many times "in other words" is said in the story, by the way? If I don't know the principles, even TV is the same as magic. Or even magic itself, I guess. This is a cool idea to think about. Like, I feel like there's a lot in our society that people just have no idea how it works and they just take it for granted. That, yeah, that's just how it is.
Say, it's surprising that Battler can be so smart and also never once come to this conclusion yet.
Yeah.
Because this seems like... Well, okay, listen, maybe it's a little unfair. Maybe I'm being unfair to the character who is written to progress through the narrative at a certain pace, all right? But I feel like the idea that magic might just be an abstraction is a little like surface level if you're arguing from a position of magic isn't real.
He's also been going through a lot of trauma.
He has been going through. Yeah, he has seen his entire family murdered twice.
He's having a bad infinity. Yep, for sure.
A bad infinity, Nikki.
Oh, or even magic itself, I guess.
Do you know the structure of brawn tubes? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside?
Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue. I think that when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that.
Oh, you just think that, did you?
Yeah.
Just a thought that came to him.
Yeah.
That book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brawn tubes, and they do their work with magic.
Huh? Don't be stupid, there's no way that's true.
And also, if you look up at the ceiling, it says gullible. How can you deny it if you have never looked inside a brawn tube? Devil's proof. You can't prove that it doesn't say gullible on the ceiling.
I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist.
Since there are no brawn tubes here, that is impossible to prove.
Yeah, it's impossible to prove right now, but later I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you and instantly win the argument. This is online debate 101. Like, you fucking hell.
If I reply to your post at a later date, perhaps I will win. So, put another way, My magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brawn tubes and display the picture with magic is impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of a brawn tube, correct?
Urk, what the hell? Is this one of those? Are you trying to say it's a devil's proof? That's a favorite trick of you witches.
A devil's proof is a bit of sophistry, one that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove. However, it's different from my brawn tubes metaphor. That could be resolved simply by taking apart a single television.
You're right. It isn't really a devil's proof.
You have proposed a scientific theory, and I have proposed a magical one. One of those is the truth. And which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a brawn tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories. So, even though only one truth exists, until you look into the brawn tube, you can have two conflicting truths existing at the same time. You have a realm in which two truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must be only one truth in existence. Are we Schrodinger's catting this shit right now? Is that what's happening?
Yeah,
it really is Zero Escape.
We're setting up the unreliable.
Okay,
Okay, all right. Well, Jelly Morbs.
Oh, fuck, not again.
How's it feel?
Again.
How's it feeling?
I didn't want to do this again. I already did it with 999. It's not again.
Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the
no.
box, you will learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them. And even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remained unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Yeah, this is definitely setting up that there's different versions of the scene.
Yep.
Yeah. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange, separate world.
Where does the mummy factor into all this?
What about the mummy? That is what Rikinjima is now. This island is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science such as yourself, at a glance it may feel as though this island has been sucked into a world of magic.
Is this Pietro speaking?
I don't know. Yeah, it is actually. Go ahead.
Maybe? Okay.
Yeah.
That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it is moved from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So, at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds.
I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? A perfectly impartial world? Beatrice, what are you saying? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened been totally not in my favor?
Then perhaps you could think of it this way. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims. Call it a brawn tube trial. Your opponent claims that there are tiny people inside the brawn tubes, explaining one thing after another, talking about the lives of these tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have. And what do you do?
Well, I study in a library and argue back by explaining how brawn tubes are constructed.
Works out of the library. Good to know. At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same time. If you find your opponent's claim convincing, it might sound like the truth to you. It might look like the truth to you. That is exactly what you saw. At this moment, on Rikenjima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth. This is Battler's first explanation of an unreliable narrator. However, until the moment that the cat's box is opened, that world is an uncertain wave function. The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same time. However, there is one truth. That set of truths shrinks with observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. Is this maybe Burns' power then?
Maybe, yeah.
to collapse those possibilities into the one reality.
Yeah, maybe her power is also an abstract version of like trying to work out what really happens, because that's also like if you're doing a scientific experiment, right? Like you're trying to find the nature of reality, you're trying to answer question X. Well, question X has, in theory, just infinite answers depending on how you explore it, but there is only one answer that you have to drill down to, and you're going to have a lot of false positives on the way, or a lot of eliminations of theories along the way too. So maybe that's it's which magic power, but it's basically like her power is instead that you can figure out like an actual truth at the end of it all. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Do we know what Lambda Delta's power is?
It was said, but I can't remember. Is she in? She's not here.
Will it say their powers?
Oh, no, it's not here at the moment. Yeah, I think it does. Certainty, Witch of Certainty.
So is her power the one that I just described? And maybe a misunderstanding.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they are all parts of a process, different truths. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
It is like when in court the judge hands down his judgment. The two truths from the prosecutor's and defense's claims are reduced in number by the judgment and become one. And then they release the confetti.
Confetti core! To say in your words, this island right now is the world right before looking into a bronze tube, right? Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be denied. And since they cannot be denied,
both can exist as truth. Therefore, both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth. It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at once, and it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Have you managed to understand?
In other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, it's only a claim of a magical theory and it doesn't disprove my position. So no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists.
That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic, perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple, then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another claim. None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides.
I get it. Still, by that argument, if I show a sound argument with my science theory, and it collides head-on with her magic theory, I also can't win against her. On top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the bronze tube. Where is the bronze tube in this world? Because it exists, there should be no reason for us to argue. Why don't we just get along and peek into the bronze tube? If there really is a tiny person in there, it's my complete loss. Otherwise, it's my victory. Bring on the gremlin. Here we go. Let's go look at it. Yeah. Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the bronze tube?
Because arguing is fun. Yeah. That itself is the game you are being challenged to. Maybe, instead of a court, I could use chess as an example, like the rest of the story. There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge. You who fight will decide it yourselves.
Can you win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time?
In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this? Ooh.
What's going on?
I'm more in than I ever have been before.
Oh, great.
I'm fucking into it. This is all the advice I can give you now. If you wish, I can occasionally offer you counsel.
Do you feel owned that you're so in because it's anime?
No, I have no shame. I have no shame. I have always been in. It's just pulling me further. Caught in a riptide, and I don't mind drowning.
Yeah, well, you did make the pegging joke earlier, so yeah, no shame. That's true. That's true. Sure. Thanks. That really helps. I'll avenge you.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
What's your name?
It's Beatrice. Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I have surrendered it, I do not have a name. So I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius.
Virgilius?
Oh, no. How about Virgilia? All right, Dante's Inferno has now entered the discussion.
Virgilia, like Valkyria?
No, like Virgil.
Wasn't that a name for goddesses that show up in myths?
No. It means the guide who leads the way to Beatrice. I will guide you to that child who awaits at the summit of Mount Purgatory.
Yeah, we're right. Yep. Fucking bullseye. Well done. Well done. Yep.
For such a guide.
Yep.
Listen, I played Halo 3 ODST. I know about that.
Just right on, man. Who would have guessed I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches? I see. If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool. It's almost funny.
Valor's just absolutely overjoyed at the concept that he can't be wrong. Even if he is.
Yeah, that's good.
I am borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent.
Well, there's a name tag here now.
Return to the chessboard where that vessel is seated, or where that child is seated. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight with my disciple.
Yeah, watch it. I won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. I definitely won't. I definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Won't. Let's think. I think 3 scenes. With him in it, I think 3 scenes.
Yeah, I give him a maximum of 3 Velvet Room visits before he is crying again. Maximum of 3 before he's crying again. Then let us return to the seat of the battle.
Battler?
He's just like that fucking graph where it's just fucking, it's so over, we're so fucking back. Oh, Battler! Where did you run off to? And I thought losers never came back for more.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little.
And did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy?
Damn, just go for it.
Milady, didn't you just propose to be kind and act more gracefully? Oh no, oh no. I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see? Look, how are you gonna respond to that battle just now, Battler?
It didn't happen on my own. It didn't happen, and then he just stabs and does a dance. Battle? What battle?
What?
I love him so much.
He's the best.
In this rose garden, where do you see those spears and towers you made lying around? They aren't here, are they? In other words, it's just like the inside of a brawn tube.
All right, you heard the metaphor once, he's running with it. The inside of a brawn tube. What in the world are you talking about now?
At this very moment, there are gremlins all over the world inside everyone's TV. But I'm gonna prove the world. There's nothing at all in the Rose Garden. Towers may have been sprouting with magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the bronze tube. That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation, your claim. The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it. This is how I argue back about that witch's battle just now. Right now, there isn't anything here, which proves that nothing happened.
Object permanence has left the building. Come now, of course I can't make a huge mess when it's only the first twilight, and I am rather fond of that rose garden, you see. To prevent any damage, I had the fight occur inside a barrier, so it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality.
That's your claim? Well, I guess that works. However, at this point in time, there's nothing in the Rose Garden, so nothing stands in the way of my claim that there was no magic done here.
Wait, can you deny my magic with a mess like that? It is impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's a devil's proof.
At this point in time, this garden is the truth. The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the prawn tube will vanish. he didn't explain that part, and there are no traces of that.
Explain the metaphor in your own words, Battler.
And there are no traces of magic here at all. So that battle between you witches did not take place.
What the... That counter? That power? Could it be? Have you forgotten, milady? It is the multi-layered world's rendition technique.
Oh, of course, yeah.
The power of a finite witch, the counter to the power of an endless witch. Only an endless witch can perceive it, and it is most effective against such a witch. Schrodinger's cat box? That old hag of a witch! What an uncalled for hint!
It's like a way of like censoring swearing, like Scooby-Doo or whatever. Schrodinger's cat box. What are we gonna do? We've lost time, including the 5 servants and grandfather. There are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along, wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up. Okay? Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. Show me what you've got.
Title card and everything, damn.
Yeah. Alright, I think it's time to take a break. It's 10 minutes. I'm gonna say thank you to some people, and then we'll take
it's getting a little steamy under the fort blanket.
Yep. I'm gonna say a really thank you to Bits and Subs, Jelly. So if you'd like to get out of the blanket and walk around for a bit, you probably have like, I don't know, like maybe 10-15 minutes if you want to extend.
Sounds good to me. I'll be back in 10.
Let me just wait for it to get to the next line. And then it never happened. Okay, there we go. Let me save it. Is anyone dead? No, Shannon's not there yet. Okay, all right. So same goes for you, chat. If you want to take a little extended break, I'm going to say thank you to some people, and then we are going to go away for 5 minutes when I'm done, and then we'll come back and we'll continue. Who's the last person I said thank you to? Sony Bro, Drew Babe, Wayward. Thank you, Wayward2524 for the resub. Tell69 for the resub as well. Gespinstick for the bits. Your streams work as my second read, and I'm having fun seeing the sheer amount of things that were staring me straight in the face since the beginning. Now that I have future information, hope the still upcoming cliffs don't kill you. There are more cliffs to come. Oh no. Thank you, Yuri was taken. I'm glad you're enjoying it with that way, Guessman. Thank you, Yuri was taken for getting us up to Nan Joseph. Thank you, Not Koro, for the bits. You two are not suited for feminist storytelling. Ironic how nerds, parentheses, failed men, close parentheses, recreate the patriarchal structures that oppress them when they have power. You seriously had to make your guests take on the female roles to establish a pecking order? Is this a bit where you reflect the feminist themes of the story by using the streams to show how sexism affects men? Put your writer's brain on pause and let the story center women instead of talking over those women with your speculations. Oh man, I love. If you don't know who this is like a meteorically rising chatter on Jads that just makes just some of the best long Heinz Gate worthy posts in Dragon's Den. This is Koru. We have Koru posting on the stream now. We love Koru. We do love Koru. Koru, unironically, and I mean this unironically, Koru unironically needs a channel dedicated to all of the Koru posts because we don't have enough pins for them. we just need like a pin containment Koru channel fucking for all of them, man. Thank you, Iconport, for the resub. Forgetasaurus for the resub as well. Joe's Retinas for the bits. I missed the first hour of yesterday's stream, so I missed the start of Joe Under the Blanket arc. So when you brought it up again, my dumbass thought you were just sitting there with a blanket on your lap and being like, do I sound better like this, chat? I've actually had the blanket around me for the stream since then. Oh, that's funny, Retinas. Thank you. Thank you, Creo Sivak for the resub. Chud2112 for the resub. Chefin as well for the resub. Also, if the cooldown is on shouting out Jelly, can we do that again, please? Thank you, Finalo, for the resub. Triple Brown Cow. Thank you, Rignati Or Nate for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Potato Tower 1, were you one of the towers? As a Baldur's Gate 3 player, this story makes perfect sense to me. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. 1,000 bits. It's my birthday tomorrow, so more bits today. Super excited to see this Jelly Joe Red Truth breakdown after I leave work. Thank you for the bits, Pincerata, and happy birthday tomorrow. For tomorrow, because we're not streaming tomorrow. Happy birthday in advance. Thank you, Zorgox, for the bits. I'm both so happy and sad that I've read this beforehand. Love listening to the theories. Both want to join in, but also can't. Yeah, I can see the I don't know, like what's a word for it? Like pleasurable agony that someone might go through, being like, oh man, like this would have been fun, but also I'm enjoying it more because I know what happened, like that sort of thing. Yeah, it must be really entertaining. I wonder if I can like watch the streams back afterwards as that when we're all done. Thank you, Nunya Business, for the resub. It's not a game with some dancing Joms dragons. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting a sub to Cooks in the Kitchen, making a jelly Jonah. Thank you, Aguchi Toad, for continuing their sub. Yuri was taken for 20 gift subs. Holy shit! Thank you, Yuri was taken. That's a lot of gift subs from you. Thank you very much. Damn. Thank you, Just Hash, for the resub. Last Clown in the Car, also for the resub. Scruffy Monk for the resub. Fluxwave 310 with the Nanjo emote, resub. Made this today for the resub. First stream since finishing Wizard and the Dragon. Now nothing can compare. Yeah, okay, all right. Not exactly high art, but it can be a fun read if you want. Hope you enjoyed it. If it's not a meme, it probably is a meme though. Thank you, Bitter Jump, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Also, welcome to Ranels for the new sub. The new subs come in pairs sometimes for some reason. Not sure. Thank you, Ranels and Bitter Jump. Clawfists to you. Welcome. Thank you, Krootler, for the 1,000 bits as well. Been watching streams since Persona 5 streams. Cheers. We just had the Persona 5 stream anniversary this year, actually. It was on Valentine's Day. I actually did enjoy it. Thank you. Oh, did you? Oh, thank you. Made this today. Thank you, Krootler, again for the bits. And last on my list right now is Skunky Yemerson. Skunky Emerson, sorry, with the bits. Hey Joe, thought you might find this at least 5% funny. I bought a video from a popular Danganronpa and Persona voice actor where he'll do the voice of any character he's voiced, but I didn't have him do any of the popular voices. Instead, I had him do a coyote that was in 6 episodes of a Disney show, and it was amazing. I bet that was a great shakeup for them. Nice. Cool. Like, I'm pretty sure I blindsided Greg when I said, I know you as Barbie's dad. Oh, what a moment. Anyway, I will be back in about 5 minutes, chat, around there. I'm gonna get up, walk around. Reading is still is less strenuous with someone else on with me, but it is still a little strenuous. I just want to like recalibrate my eyes a little bit, walk around and get a cold drink. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. And Jelly is muted, so if he comes back and starts talking, you're not gonna be able to hear him because I'm muting us both.
Hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me, chat? Alrighty. Joe's going to be a little bit longer. How's everyone doing? Having a good time? Weren't you supposed to be muted? I have broken free of my confinements. This is a Jelly stream now. You're watching the Jelly channel. Having a good time? How's the blanket? Stuffy, but I aired it out during the break. I had a fan running and everything. Am I having a good time? I am having a great time. This is very, very fun. Is this a halftime show? It certainly is. You know, I think Battler's new play of just saying the Braun Tube metaphor over and over again, it's certainly effective now, but I think if he uses it too often, then Beatrice is going to have to, you know, she'll probably come up with a pretty good countermeasure. He needs to play his cards a little trickier, all right? Right now he's putting them all on the table. He's showing her his hand. And I don't think it's really going to work out. He seems to get very overconfident, perhaps even more overconfident than Beatrice does at times. But we'll have to see how it plays out before we can make any further conclusions. Since you've discussed who's the smartest character, who do you think the dumbest characters are? Okay, well, not discounting some of the child characters, although to be completely honest, I don't think any of the kids of the Ushiromiya family are on the dumber side. Right now it kind of seems like Kraus doesn't have a lot kicking around upstairs, but we also haven't seen a lot of Kraus's inner world, so to speak. We've seen a lot of stuff that generally makes him look bad, especially when it comes to his defining feature of making bad bets and then doubling down on them, because every time he doesn't double down on them, it also ends up bad. But he has unanimously died off in the first Twilight before, so we haven't really gotten to see a lot of Kraus. Right now, I'd say he's pretty low on the list, though.
I would agree that Kraus is probably the stupidest person of the adult cast, yeah.
Yeah, again, we haven't seen enough. Jelly, how are the Truck Sisters doing? They're doing great. They've been delivering plenty of materials to the factory. It is a satisfactory Saturday. Sorry we didn't get the check-in. They're doing great. Weapons manufacturing has never been more productive. All thanks to them.
Go to
Squeaky chair, squeaky life.
Kind of a similar face. Goda might be like less intelligent, but I wouldn't say anyone here is stupid, right? Yeah. There's.
I don't think anyone here and even if they do come across as stupid, I genuinely think it's just we haven't had enough screen time with them.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see how this plays out with all of the Ushiromiya families still in play.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, again, minus Kinzo. But considering what we've learned about Kinzo, maybe I'm disinheriting him.
As much as the final scene of the previous Umi stream may have been a joke, commentary on cheesy weeb shit, there's gotta be a better way to write action prose better. Do you know any books or authors of example of it well done? Unironically, and I'm sorry to say this, I think I do it pretty well, actually. I've written some action scenes. I think I do it pretty well.
Tooting his own horn.
Yeah, I'm tooting my own horn. Yeah, I think that's I'm good at dialogue, and I feel like I do action scenes pretty well. But yeah, my weakness is probably in similar to Ryukushi, like some of the prose that I do is more serviceable, that sort of thing.
This is where it loops right back around, folks. It really was all a ploy just to get publicity for the books.
It was. Apparently, someone in the chat is saying Brandon Sanderson. I haven't read any Brandon Sanderson. I will say one that I did read that had action that I thought was god awful was whoever the hell wrote the Drizzt Do'Urden books. Yeah. Those there are sword fights in that are sometimes just literally like one line, one paragraph. Parry, riposte, parry, strike, parry. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. So like I only read one of those. So yeah.
I will not comment on Brandon Sanderson. I am currently in the throes of it. I'm not having a bad time, but as someone who engages primarily, or let's not even say, who has only really ever engaged with books whenever they consciously existed, so like middle school, before you can cut all that out, I wasn't a person yet. I've only ever really engaged with books as literature, which is designed to be analyzed on a subtextual level. Reading The Way of Kings has left me starving for some scenery to chew on. I need a crumb of subtext. Something, some thematic rawhide bone to chew on as I get through it. It is whelming at best right now. I'm in the thick of it. Is the only way I can describe it. I'm not. My opinion of Brandon Sanderson currently not very high. However, I'm only halfway through the first book. I'm open to change. I'm not having a bad time, but I'm certainly having a time.
It's a time. It's a time.
The dialogue is acted, so to speak.
Someone in chat is saying, I think Wheel of Time has some good and some terrible action writing. I would actually agree with that. There are some, I know exactly what you're coming from. I've read 3 or 4 of those books, and there were a couple scenes where I thought, you know what, this is pretty good action writing. So, some of the sword fights and the running scenes in one of the end of the books particularly, but there was a couple where it was like, yeah, this is kind of bad. Yeah, so I would say that's a good example of both.
Mr. Jelly, which of the stakes would you most want to be stepped on, and why? No comment. I don't remember what any of them look like or their names. I need more information.
Joe, pull that shit up. All right.
Let's see. This is the proof of life right here. This is what we're looking for.
Just tell me to stop when we get to your favorite.
Mm-hmm. They really are just exactly the same with some different hair.
It's just basically which hairstyle do you like the best, yeah.
I mean, isn't there one with black hair?
There you go.
Okay, there she is, yeah. No, not really.
No.
I'm not, I gotta say, I'm not feeling it. And perhaps part of why I'm not feeling it is my kinship with Beatrice as the father to multiple Chans.
Okay.
You know, she herself is the mother of 7. Perhaps I just can't see them that way.
Okay, wild card.
Wild card? Oh, please. You're going to ask me if I like what I see in the mirror?
Oh, we have to read this. She looks like a cake here.
Oh, right, that's new, that's new.
Yeah, Virgilia. Do you want to read this?
A now retired endless witch and Beatrice's teacher just... She was on she had tenure for a while and then just stepped away. She used the endless magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. She taught Beatrice the endless magic, believing that Beatrice would also devote herself to the people, and retired. Though she was Beatrice's teacher, she was also a magician employed by Beatrice's family. For that reason, she interacted with Beatrice in a manner fitting for a servant. Some point to this as the source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. Interesting.
Do we think that this is...
I saw someone, I need to say it before I forget it, someone in chat was saying she looks like a chess piece, or this is a chess piece for sure.
Looks like a chess piece.
I'm definitely seeing it, yeah. Look at Beatrice. Okay, I mean, I might be going insane. But the wide rounded
someone in chat is saying
pawn.
bishop. Yeah, it's a bishop if anything. Yes, it's this is the bishop kind of thing. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
These have the goat head is also very like knight head kind of thing. The horse, like yeah, it's in that area.
Originally, I was thinking that the goats might be pawns, given how they're usually used, but I think the butterflies being the pawns makes more sense logistically.
If they were meant to be pawns, there should be 8 of them, not 7. So maybe at one point there's going to be, oh no, the 8th sister Purgatory lurking somewhere. Watch out for her. Or maybe he's the pawn. Is he meant to be a pawn as well? These are the 8 pawns. Are they equal? I don't think so, actually.
I don't think it's going to be a 1-to-1 like this character is a pawn, because I was trying to map that out earlier. looking at like all the pieces on the board, including like the humans, the Ushiromiya family and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we are going to end up with a clean 32 characters to match, 1-to-1 to all the pieces that would be on a chessboard. Or maybe it would be 34, including the players. Yeah. But we're not quite there.
That is a good point. Yeah, we could go up to 34. I wonder if the other witches are just spectators. Oh, they specifically said they were spectators, so they wouldn't count. So yeah. Rewrite the Umi action scenes with a self-insert. Call it the Witch and the Dragon. Nice, Shadow. Right. Nice. I'm curious about her awakening into being Virgilia. I wonder if we are thinking that there was another version of like the Beatrice kind of like experiment of trying to create someone and brainwash them. I wonder if that scene that we saw with the young Beatrice was that the one that we saw die, or was it another one? Was she put up to like instilling the idea of magic into like a girl at a young age in some way?
That's what I'm thinking might be the... Hold on, let's see. Hold on. Another woman who's a part-timer, though she has quit her job several times along the way.
Is that out of like guilt?
That's something that's really striking to me.
Yeah, like I can't keep myself, like I can't keep on with this job of like brainwashing this girl. I can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. Just leaves, and then she comes back out of like, but I also want to protect her in some way. Like I don't know. Like,
maybe she was a Beatrice at some point and she got too old and Kinzo discarded her or something?
Kumasawa?
Possibly.
I would be surprised at that.
Yeah, that's me spitballing. That's not like what I'm going to stick with for sure, but that's... I just think it's interesting that she was... Well, assuming that Kumasawa and Virgilia are the same person... She was Beatrice, and the title was passed down
where it's coming
to the current Beatrice.
Yeah, for sure. That's where the problem. That's where the idea is coming from. Yeah, for sure.
So, assuming that Beatrice is a role that Kinzo essentially molds someone into playing, I'm wondering if that is a more literal passing down of the title because she was no longer fit to serve as Beatrice, according to Kinzo.
Yeah, he's like Leonardo DiCaprio, and the Beatrice hit some age limit, and he was like, "Okay, time for a new Beatrice." Yeah,
something like that. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
And I mean, that's making me wonder, like, how deep does this go as far as people being groomed to serve the Ushiromiya family? Like, it's been mentioned multiple times that Shannon and Cannon came from an orphanage, right? That is apparently like where the Ushiromiya family employs most of their servants.
Yes,
is that correct?
Which it's a weird thing to have mentioned a couple times now. Yeah,
and they also refer to themselves all as furniture. So it's again that. Like they are convinced of a role that they are forced to spend their lives serving.
Yes. Yeah.
Which now we're getting into more like overarching metaphors regarding like theater and the stage and performance that aren't fully developed in my mind, but they're certainly there to some degree.
Anyway, let's get back to reading. But first, one last thank you to Jester Online for the resub. Yo, Joseph, happy that you've been streaming a lot more this year. As a younger fan, I appreciate seeing someone with a lot of healthy views, thriving and having fun. Healthy views, really? Oh, thank you. Hope your year continues to be swell. Cackle E, cackle E. My year has been so much better this year than last year so far. Let me tell you that. That's for sure. So I'm enjoying that. Anyway, let us continue. Forget what the adults expect. Do you want to take narration for the scene?
Sure. Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids, these were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. I feel like this phrase is used pretty often. Like this phrasing of like waking up to an unbelievably cruel reality.
Mm-hmm.
Am I like incepting that as a, like our end game phrase of like, oh, you need to wake up, like everything is really terrible and magic is just trying to blind that? Or is that just, am I seeing patterns?
It could be. The thing is
you first, sorry.
Sorry, no, it's my pushback against that is that sometimes things are just repeated because of the translation or whatever. Like it's just like
it's a matter of like how much of this is author intent and how much is just translation.
Damn, he really is an English major in chat.
I do have the degree. Whether or not I earned it, that's another matter entirely. But I was gonna, to borrow a word from the Signala streams, periodelia. There, am I just seeing patterns where none exist?
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
I did some weak inhales there. George Aniki and Jessica were crying over Shannon Chan and Ken and Kun's deaths. Okay, they're crying over their deaths. Did they see the bodies?
Yeah. Is it?
Or were they just told?
My guess, yeah. My guess is that
they're still not marked as dead.
Yeah.
Right now, everyone who was alive had gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. And there were 12 people there.
We haven't seen this before. This looks good.
This kind of reminds me of a scene that we had from the aquarium date.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Is it reused art, or is it...
I think I'm just seeing things there. I think it's just a similar shot. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday. And in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation, and along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. Well, there's the gun. Looks really small when he holds it.
Yeah.
Is that intentional?
Is it the same gun, maybe? How did... The gun comes from Kinzo's room, does it not? So how did they get into Kinzo's room? Maybe a lot has happened. Maybe we're going to do some flashbacks now into the...
The adults were holding items... Oh, sorry. No, you first. Sorry.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection. Okay, so it is Kinzo's.
Yeah.
Short-barrel Winchester rifles. Apparently relics from a time he'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns altogether. Interesting.
Oh, wait, what? There was only... Okay, were there always 4 guns and the person who went to get the gun was like, fuck you, I'm just keeping the gun to myself, and hid the rest?
Huh.
Because there was only 1 adult, and they were like, I'm the top of the hierarchy now, so I'm the only one who gets a gun. That's an interesting info drop, right?
Yeah. Those have been split up among the 4 siblings. Uncle Kraus, Aunt Eva, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. Okay, so blood relatives get the guns first, so they take precedence. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them.
It's a little scary, even now, touching one of these. I get the feeling Dad'll yell, "Don't touch that," and hit me. Well, is this gonna end so horribly? Like, we all get guns. Oh,
it just looks so small when they're holding them.
Yeah, it does. It looks like kind of like a toy gun.
I can't tell if that's, like, intentional, as if to, like, emphasize the difference between whenever one of the female members of the family is holding it, and it seems like this massive thing, this massive amount of power for them to hold.
I don't know.
And then now a male member is holding it and it just looks really small, or if that's just me running fucking haywire and the art just looks a little weird.
Or it's just under the blanket Yagwai hands. Like, yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Well, isn't this great? You got a gun. No matter how much you touch them, you won't be hit again.
Well, he's having a great day.
Yeah, look, it's noticeably bigger in her hands. Yeah.
Think that father would meet this kind of end.
Well, I never did expect Kinzo-san to die normally in his bed, but even so, it is too horrible.
Slipping into the judge voice a little bit there. Hey, I wonder if that really was father. Okay, I love you, you're great. I think it might be a different person's corpse used as a substitute to trick us. You're insane? Continue? No, it was father, without a doubt. You saw his toes, right? Generally speaking, there aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet. But that doesn't mean that such people don't exist.
Yeah!
I've heard that polydactyly isn't that rare a disease. Thank you. I'm so glad she's alive. He was a man who liked large-scale tricks, right? He might have obtained a corpse from somewhere that had the same number of toes on both feet. Ridiculous. Why would he do something like that?
The epitaph is going to be solved before the second Twilight.
Man.
Like, it's just going to
just sitting there sweating like, fuck, I forgot to kill her. I forgot to kill her this time. I was too distracted. Oh, it's over. It's so over.
I'd agree if it was a normal person, but this is father we're talking about. You can't be sure Kirie-san's talking nonsense. After all, burning a corpse makes it hard to identify. So it was in the boiler room again. Okay, still, there should be a few ways to examine him from his teeth and bone structure. If the police investigated, of course they'd be able to know whose body it was right away. The problem is that we need a telephone engineer more than the police right now.
The boats probably won't come in this typhoon. So, will they arrive tomorrow? A new chandelier! Oh, yes. Interesting. Viv is going to have to get on a new one. Most likely, the boat will come again at 9 tomorrow. Then, I believe we will be able to contact the police. It's the same for us, and the culprit. Till the typhoon passes, this island will be closed off. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. From early that morning, this is the writer literally just going like, you might be able to get it, but just in case, let's explain. Let's exposit for a moment, just so we're all on the same page.
In other words, the subtext.
Sumari. In various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after. So 6 corpses, which means okay. May I see them? First, grandfather had been in the boiler room, completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. Okay, I thought that was going to be second, like we found this one. The cause of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed with something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun.
Whoa. Okay.
That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. And what made the situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unstable. It was unknown if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So, until the typhoon passes and the boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rikenjima is now isolated by the typhoon. And just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults stayed up all night, holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time. And yet, the crime had occurred in the mansion. So right when the adults had been in an uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. They say Aunt Natsui has been strict about locking the doors and windows at night. And yet, some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they'd pulled the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki had begged to see Shannon-chan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived.
Interesting. Okay, so first of all, them going to the guest house is super smart. It's a much more easily defendable location than the whole entire mansion. They don't have the keys for the mansion either. And this is a really big difference, is that because the adults are like alive. Oh, here they are. They're dead. Because they're like alive and united, they're protecting the children because they're stable, right? And it's like, yeah, you can't see them all. That's really different vibes. Yeah.
I do think this is going to go way worse than the other two, though, because I think what's going to happen is there's immediately going to be, not immediately, but there's going to be tensions between blood relatives and non-blood relatives. Like, oh, hey, maybe you're trying to make a bid. Maybe you only join this family because you want like the Ushiromiya wealth, stuff like that. There's going to be some obvious tension between Eva and Kraus because she has always wanted to be head of the Ushiromiya family, and now with Kinzo dead and this whole situation going down, Kraus might think, oh, she's trying to take advantage of that. Like, theoretically, it's more stable. I think that because of all the underlying conditions, though, it's actually more unstable than it could possibly be.
Definitely. It's gonna be like Battler's worst nightmare, is that it's gonna be like, well, like a witch could have done it, and they're gonna be like, no, one of us killed them. So if one of us killed them, I can't trust any of you, and we all have guns. There's gonna be like little mini factions almost of these two together, like these two together, her with her. Who are you joining? You come with us. No, fuck you, mom and dad. Like it's gonna get real ugly real fucking fast.
Because all the servants are dead. except Nanjo. Although Nanjo's not a servant, he's just Kinzo's friend.
Yeah, yeah.
There is no denying for Battler that it has to be someone in the family or a 19th person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this is very bad.
Let me read these deaths. His body was found as a burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator, so it's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Too bad this time, it was game over right from the start. Servant Genji, his body was found in the VIP room on the second floor. Okay, there was 5 doors, so I'm guessing that there's going to be a combo of corpses somewhere. His body was found in the VIP room on the second floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. To thank Genji for his many years of service, let us allow him to rest in the VIP room. Servant Shannon, her corpse was found in the parlor on the first floor. The weapon used on her is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. Let Shannon have the parlor with its wonderful view of the rose garden on sunny days. Servant Cannon, his corpse was found in the chapel. Oh, the chapel was used again. Okay, so there was 5 in the room in the mansion, and they just didn't find the chapel door. Okay, the weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. For Cannon, the chapel, let him continue to protect the Lord's precious place even after death. Goda, his corpse was found in a waiting room on the 3rd floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. The room next to the study is fitting for him, considering how much he wanted to earn Kinzo's favor. And Kumasawa, her corpse was found in the guest room on the 2nd floor. The weapon used on her is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. This seldom used 2nd floor guest room was her secret napping spot. Interesting. Interesting.
Now, okay. I do have to ask you something.
Sure.
Who do you think these... Whose perspective do you think these are from?
I think it's from Beatrice.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah. For a while I thought it was Maria, but I think it's Beatrice now.
I think probably Maria, because at the end of episode 1 it stated that, like, Maria left some writing and that was the last thing that was found, right?
Yeah.
So that might imply that. Which could still be on the table, but I think Beatrice is my primary suspect for where these are coming from, which is to say that all of the information here is subject to scrutiny.
Let's go through who has consistently survived the first Twilight. Obviously, the 6 here have not sort of consistently survived the first Twilight. They've been wiped out in the second one.
Yeah.
Eva and Hideyoshi survived the first one, but died in the second one.
Not the second.
Rudolph and Kyrie both died in the first and second one.
Yeah, they've never survived the Twilight.
Rosa died in the first one.
Survived the second.
Oh god, so it's only the kids and Nanjo?
Only the kids and Nanjo.
What the
Assuming that is Kinzo's corpse in the incinerator.
Yeah, that's true. Which it
so
might not
only
be.
The kids and Nanjo are the ones that have not died during a Twilight.
Yeah, and also that also goes doubly for the shed. Like not all those corpses in the shed might have been the real corpses either.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, I think that episode 2 in its entirety is like dubious to the point of almost being able to discard everything except the red statements, just because it's stated that the difficulty is turned to max.
Yes, that could be a case. I do trust that the 6 that were killed in the chapel were actually dead, though. I don't know about the scene before that when Rosa was there. Rosa was really suspect in episode 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's a lot of overlap between episode 1 and 2, and I think all the overlap ones that, like, someone who's pretending to be dead in episode 1 but was also survived episode 2, it's not. That's not a lot of people. Like I still think we're gonna arrive at the same situation that we're in right now, actually, unless someone's also pretending in episode 2. I don't think we can fake that though.
Here's the you say that, but Beatrice taunted him, telling him to confirm. He never did.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, that's true. And you never go back in there either to see if anyone moves afterwards. Yeah.
So it's likely that they're dead, assuming that the framing is true, and Battler is there to see it, but we don't have any confirmation. That's a tough one.
All right, let's continue. Did we read this?
Yes. Because he mustn't look at the corpse until the police arrive. That's what sent us spiraling on that little bout of sports commentary. This wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering about the mansion. To the Ushiromiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots and dark spaces, and it's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel, as part of a plan to turn the island into a resort. So it was easier to know where everything was, what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep safe. It made for a good place to hole up in, like you said, much more defensible position.
Yep.
Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. A killing, after all. The culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said. So that there will be no misunderstandings, the game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It's interesting that everything around the Twilights changes with the murders, how they happen, when they happen, stuff like that is all different. There is always a letter that says the real game is to solve the epitaph. That seems to be the only consistent variable after the Twilight.
Was there in both episode 1 and 2? There definitely has been one before.
I'm almost certain of it.
I think you're right. But there was some stuff with the letters. I think there was one letter that I don't think was opened, or was just implied to be opened. That it was.
There was one that Rosa got in episode 2 that she was supposed to open when all the family was gathered, I believe, but she never did.
Yeah.
My guess is that it probably would have contained something similar to this, if indeed we didn't see a letter like this in episode 2.
Do we think if Kinzo said to Nanjo, some people are going to show up dead on the island soon, and I want you to tell everyone that they're dead, even if you inspect the corpses and they're not, do you think he would go along with that? I don't think so.
Kinzo's attending physician and longtime friend. He once ran a hospital in Mishima, but he turned it over to his son and now enjoys his old age in peace. Now that Kinzo's constant suspicion has reached extraordinary heights, Nanjo is one of the very few people he trusts. Thanks to Nanjo's big-hearted nature, he's been able to continue his friendship with Kinzo despite the latter's tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation.
Because it's suspicious to me that Nanjo has survived all 3 Twilights and is always here to inspect the corpses and be like, yep, they're dead. And it's like,
yeah,
like, are they? Like, my God, is he even a doctor?
He's got the coat.
He's just pretending.
I don't think he would go along with it.
I don't think so either.
But to be completely honest with you, there has to be more to him.
I think so too. Yeah.
There's something going on that we haven't seen yet. Or maybe we have seen glimpses of it, and we just haven't been able to put the pieces together. There's something going on with him.
Yeah, it's sticking in my brain that he is the only one that I can, apart from the kids, obviously, that I can consistently be like, yeah, he survived every Twilight. Every single one. I feel like
we would need to see episode 4's Twilight, and if he survives episode 4's Twilight, that's like, lock it in, this motherfucker's up to something. But for now, I mean, 3 is supposed to be a pattern, but can we really be sure?
Yes. Yeah.
It would be wiser to spend your time. If no one can, so I'm going to move on. Did we read that one? I think so. It would be wiser to spend your... Sorry. That's not for sure. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushiromiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship after Kinzo-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed to that headship after me. Okay, so this letter is like the Golden Witch Beatrice. This is like the seed that shall sow all the discord to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is throwing like a raw steak in a room with like 4 wolves in it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This exists in every single episode to be like, and any piece you thought might exist is gone. Or at least that's how it functions, because everyone always gets caught up in the second part, which is if you solve it, you'll get this, and not the only way to win is to solve it.
Yes.
They instead get caught up with, well, obviously this is a power play, because whoever, is already going to solve it, they want us to accept that if they solve it, they'll win, so who's up to some bullshit? I'm hoping Kyrie might clue in on that.
She will. I think so for sure. Yeah,
I have faith. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. That was a lot of the grandfather was the one who had written it. I'm surprised I got through without stumbling. And the person who solved it would supposedly be given the inheritance or the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was first put on display there several years ago, the relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. Here's just a little fun jelly fact. For the longest time, I thought that several meant 7.
Me too.
I didn't know that it meant like a vague number that is multiple. I learned that because I was playing Animal Crossing and I would hand in 2 fossils to Blathers for him to identify, and he'd be like, "Oh, you've brought several," and I'd always be like, "No, I only brought you 2. What are you talking about?"
So 2 can't be several.
2 cannot be several.
1 is 1. A couple is 2. A few is 3 to 5. Anything above 5 is several. That's what I think. That's what
or
those.
Many.
Yeah, or many. Okay, many. A few is 3 to 4. Many is 5 or 6, and several is 7 and up. There we go. We did it.
I feel like several is like the $5 version of many.
3 plus is several. What about few? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
3 plus? No, I refuse to accept that 3 plus is several. Just. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle. Fun word there, unintelligible. And this time, we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. That wasn't a game. What else could it be? A threat, perhaps? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance they were armed, and there might not just be one of them. And, ellipses, while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. Which will certainly go swimmingly.
You know what's smart about this so far? Unless they're gonna undo it and make me look like an idiot. Because the parents have kind of like whisked everyone off. Not only is it doubling up that Battler can't see the corpses, so we're having information kept from us, so we don't know really what's true. But it's also avoiding that 3 episodes in a row we have to go through the like, wow, I'm sad someone died. My God, it's so horrible. How could she do this? It's useless. We don't have to see that again.
Unless listen, someone is going to get shot and die right in front of Battler, and it's going to be that times 3. It's going to be like, why did you do that? We're supposed to be family, aren't we? Damn it, damn it, damn it!
True, but maybe it's going to be a little... it's going to be different than instead of stumbling upon yet another crime scene and having to go through that shit.
Are they going to shoot Nanjo?
No, don't even joke. Don't even joke.
It's not a joke. It is a fearful supposition.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope so, too. I'd hate to see a mountain leveled like that. After the adults or do we want to switch since there's a scene transition?
Sure.
I'm looking at those like Star Wars wipes.
Sure.
Those screen was Windows Movie Maker wipe effects as like a scene change.
After the adults carefully checked that the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. There was nothing for me to do. All I could do is be taught how to use a gun, to prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. That's fine. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you.
Just a quick comment. I think it's kind of interesting that I feel like maybe I'm going insane here. I think maybe the guns being so heavily tied to Kinzo and the amount of empowerment they bring, they feel like a male symbol in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to my feminist literature angle, which is to say that the excess of guns may be synonymous with the excess of patriarchs that are still currently present and the amount of power that they hold.
Okay. Koru is already starting their next long rant and post.
Giving them a run for their money.
Let's brace for it. 6 people in the beginning again, and this time it's grandfather and all of the servants put together.
Most likely, that child has carefully studied your moves from the last game, and has made an optimal move by taking the pieces you are most likely to suspect from the start.
That makes sense. That was true both last time and the time before that. The servants who knew everything about the mansion and who walk around with keys always fall into the most suspicious category of people. A good example in the last game would be Jessica's closed room. If only I'd accepted that a servant was the culprit, that wouldn't even have been a closed room.
And so, that child went straight for them, probably to block off a method of escape you'd be likely to attempt sooner or later.
Beato already proclaimed and read that there are no more than 18 people on this island. In other words, it's time to give up on that. Now I've got to suspect one of the 18.
Question, did she proclaim that during this episode?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Alright. That child will probably come at you by stealing the pieces for all the 18, while also making an appearance as a 19th person who shouldn't exist, when you would be forced to accept your opponent is a witch. After all, now that the intimidation approach has failed, trying to force you to surrender by showing you magic, the only remaining option is a frontal attack. I feel like I missed something there. Did I miss?
I don't think so. I think it was okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Bluffing won't work anymore. If you miss it, I missed it too.
Be careful. Deception is what witches are best at. No matter what your opponent says or shows you, it will not be able to threaten the truth that you believe in. Don't forget that.
Sure. As if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Okay, why do we have her now? It said the difficulty was equal. Who is this? Is it
I think she's the equalizer.
Is it because Beatrice has someone, so we get someone too? Beatrice got Ronave, so we get Virgilia?
I think so, yeah. And again, she is very much serving as the Virgil to our Dante in this case.
Yes.
Right? She is our guide through this spirit world. And also, I don't think Ronave is fully on Beatrice's side, but he's definitely not fully on Battler's either.
Yes.
He's sort of playing both sides, so no matter what, he always comes out on top. Synchronized humming.
Synchronized humming, sure. As if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Come on out, Beatrice. Let's get started.
I am already seated at the table of the contest, and my turn is already complete. To think we would end up having Madam as our foe. This will not be easy, milady. Okay, our foe, so they're viewing it as a team sport now?
Yep.
Our moves will be read thoroughly. I care not. By now, teachers' moves are all old-fashioned classics. There is nothing to fear. So, just what moves can you make beyond the classics I taught you? I look forward to seeing, Beatrice. You okay with this, battler? Can someone who denies witches really accept a witch as a strategist?
Your stupid provocation is pointless. This is my advisor. No, my second. That doesn't change one bit, that this is a fistfight between you and me.
I understand. One as wobbly as yourself probably needs a training wheels on his bicycle. Do as you like. Come, let us begin. It's your turn.
Ooh. Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime scene. Virgilia, quickly, please.
The first corpse discovered was Shannon's. She was found in the parlor on the first floor of the mansion. The door and windows were locked, and the closed room was established.
Beato, I need some details. Let's reconfirm the definition of a closed room.
Indeed. The term closed room refers to a room where the inside and the outside are completely cut off from each other. Naturally, it will be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it. This includes an all-inclusive denial of the existence of hidden doors, as well as all possibility of intervention from the outside. Henceforth, this shall be referred to as Beatrice's closed room definition.
Let's focus in a bit. How do you define all possibility of intervention from the outside?
Oh, we're really getting into the fucking
Yeah.
I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as using a fishing line or a long, thin rod. In conclusion, there are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks will work. Not said in red. Interesting.
I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't a gap, as you should be able to interfere with radio waves, like with a remote control, right? Oh my god!
Very well. I'll add this to this definition that interference due to radio waves and related methods of remote control shall be impossible.
There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. A device connected to that wouldn't count as remote control, right?
The phones are already unusable, are they not? Whatever. I'll include that too. All direct and indirect methods of interfering with the inside of the closed room from the outside of the room are impossible.
What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere from the outside without someone entering the room, right?
Even though it's a closed room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call out. The closed room definition does not cover whether transmission or intent across the boundary is possible or not. I feel like she's fucking grinding her teeth at that one.
Sorry,
she's like,
on.
you fucking... What's up?
Transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not. Transmission of intent. Closed room definition does not cover whether transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not.
So...
That is a weird way to say talking to someone or like giving a message through the closed room.
Yeah.
Right?
It would be easier if she just said like non-physical might also include like radio waves and stuff like that.
I guess they are. It is semantics, so it's sometimes you have to. Yeah. Okay. In other words, you can't make it so your definition includes the blockage of all methods of communication with the outside.
That is indeed the case.
Understood. So, Shannon Chan's parlor satisfies Beatrice's closed room definition, right?
Correct.
Closed room definition understood. In red, please. Continue, Virgilia.
Yes. Shannon's corpse was in possession of one master key. The relatives who discovered her collected this.
Beato, repeat it. How many master keys this time? Oh!
Oh ho ho!
Okay.
The same as last time. There are 5, one for each servant. Okay, so he's establishing that things might be different between the games.
That's
and she's
big.
saying specifically it's the same as last time, not that everything is the same across all of them, but this time it's the same.
Yes, so it could be different, like retroactively. If you ever want to talk about the keys in episode 1, it might be different. Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
All right. So like
interesting.
Very interesting. That was a big information get there. Yeah. Which means this isn't a closed room. There are still 4 master keys left. It just means that Shannon Chan was murdered. It just means that after Shannon Chan was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it.
How good is it that they have these scenes here that are just like the perfect moment, not only for all the characters to just bust out a bunch of information, but for the reader to start connecting a million dots. It's like, all right, time for a theory break. Get your notes out.
Yep. It's really good. It's really
so good.
Okay, so right now, like my brain is building a a domino murder. It's like someone was killed, then they used the key. Someone else was killed, they used the key, and they ran out of keys as they were moving all the corpses around. So really, it's not 6 locked rooms. It's 1. It's like what was the last room that was killed, like locked? Because apart from that, there was always a string of keys in order to do it. I think so.
Yeah. Interesting. Correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found. Yes. Alongside the corpse, there was a Western envelope with the family crest. Instead of a letter, the key to the guest room on the second floor was inside it. Key to the second
floor guest room. The only key other than the master key that can open the door to that second floor guest room. Is that definition correct? And that's where Kumasawa was done. All right, so we have 6 keys, six rooms. So again, it's just one. Yeah.
It's also interesting that they're holding up in the guest room and they were given a key, presumably by the culprit, to gain further access into it. That feels like bait to me.
Okay, but the key to where Kumasawa was murdered was found locked in Shannon's room. So Shannon's room had to be locked after Kumasawa's. So we're building like a timeline now.
Yeah, I think you're right. We've got a string of murders that are all occurring in sequence, and the keys imply a sequence.
Yes.
They don't confirm it, they imply a sequence, which I think is going to be the conclusion that someone here is going to reach, and they're going to combat that conclusion.
Yes. Yeah. It's going, and it doesn't necessarily mean they were killed in that order, but they were staged in that order, or moved to in that order, and the rooms were locked. Yes. Okay.
To make you believe that that would be the case, and then there's probably going to be some chessboard thinking where it's like, why would they want us to think that it was established in a certain order? Is it maybe they want us to think it wasn't established in a certain order when it really was? Like a bunch of back and forth.
Yes. The key to a second floor guest room, the only key other than a master key that can open the door to the second floor guest room. Is that definition correct?
Indeed, there is no problem. And, unlike the master keys, only one of those exists. In other words, apart from the 5 master keys, there will be only one key that can unlock certain rooms.
In other words...
Man, 2 Sumari in a row?
This is a message telling them This is a message telling them to go to the second floor guest room then. So the adults moved to the second floor guest room, right?
Sorry. Yes. The door to the second floor guest room was locked, and a magic circle was drawn on it. The relatives unlocked it with the key they had found near Shannon's corpse. Inside, Kumasawa's corpse was discovered.
And is there going to be another letter in here with the key, do you think?
One that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Maybe? Also interesting that Virgilia is referring to Kumasawa as Kumasawa when we're supposed to believe that there's a link between the two.
Yes.
So, whether or not that was true, who can say? Kumasawa was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And like in Shannon's case, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her. Yep, so they did have an envelope. Again, assuming envelope key, envelope key, envelope key. It's just a successive thing of like the envelope was in the key the key was in the envelope the entire time, like going directly against like spiting Battler, getting around her loophole in episode 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Inside was the key to the 3rd floor waiting room. The relatives moved to the 3rd floor waiting room. Okay, we need an editor on that line.
So we have more keys than locked rooms now because we have 5 master keys that can open all the doors. But then we have the second floor guest room and the 3rd floor waiting room key. So we have more keys than locked rooms. So unless there's something to do with like, but no, all the corpses were in there, like with multiple keys when they were locked. Hold on, maybe that is the case. If you lock a room, if they all have their master keys on them, and also they had a key in an envelope, now we're using 2 keys per room every single time one is locked. So now we're losing wiggle room with each one. Okay, so it still might be key limited. I'm not sure, but we're definitely above. We're definitely above more keys and rooms at this point. Okay, sorry. So there was a magic circle on the door to the 3rd floor waiting room, and that door was locked.
Don't apologize. This is what this section is for. Absolutely. Yes. Inside the room, Goda's corpse was discovered. The room was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Goda was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And like up until now, a Western envelope with the family seal was discovered, inside of which was the key to the 2nd floor VIP room. The relatives moved to the second floor VIP room. I don't like, again, the phrasing of that feels really awkward, but
Yeah.
that's not like...
I am Arthur.
I don't think that's a semantic thing. I think that's just like we need an editor on this one.
What's going on here? What are you planning?
There's no need to glare, is there? It may be a closed room, but there are still multiple master keys that can open it, correct? And besides the master keys, I've given you specific keys to each room. Again, setting up like, oh, but there's a chain of events.
Yeah. I don't like where this is going. But I'm starting to see how it'll turn out. So it continues like this for all 6 people?
Yes, that is correct. Inside the second floor VIP room, Genji's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the underground boiler room was discovered. They moved to the underground boiler room. Inside the underground boiler room, Kinzo's corpse was discovered. The key to the chapel was discovered.
Oh yeah, the
They
chapel
moved
key.
to the chapel, yep.
And the chapel can only be opened with the chapel key.
So that's our...
The master key can't, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming that that's still true.
Oh yeah, will locks change? Battler needs to ask that, yeah.
They moved to the chapel. Inside the chapel, Canon's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the first floor parlor was discovered. With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 corpses were discovered is complete. An addendum. Along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in the western envelope found near Kinzo's corpse. The contents of the letter were as you saw. It further urged the relatives to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
In that case, what's going on? If the last place where Canon was had the key to the very first room, the parlor where Shannon was, that makes 6 closed rooms all tied together, right? That is... Oh, sorry. What?
I'm picking up on something weird, maybe.
What's that?
This chain of events is really time consuming, right?
Yeah.
And it's set up in such a way as to imply that they happened in a sequence, and then that sequence is done, and then they're going through the rooms in that reverse sequence, right? Which is to say that if these are all locked rooms and the keys are inside them, everything is in place when they start the chain.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see what you mean. Are you saying that when they get onto the chain and they're going from room to room, the killer, presumably that could have like taken a key from a corpse they already discovered, could have went and set up the last round of rooms while they're busy going through the first ones to get to the sequence?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Because they know because they don't know... I wonder if the parlor is the only one. If we thought about it, is the parlor the only one that could get into? No, because they could break the window to the chapel, because we did that in the last episode. But the rest of them, like, so Canon and Shannon were already set up, but the other ones weren't, or some of the other ones weren't, and they could do that.
I feel like that might be because it's establishing this chain that they'll naturally want to follow.
Yes.
Or rather, a chain that they essentially have to follow, which is designed to be time-consuming. It's taking them not like this room, then the room next, then the room next. It's like here, there, everywhere across the entire island. It's creating a lot of time where anything could be happening because all of the involved parties who are actively investigating are going to the same location together. It's established multiple times with each room that everyone moved to that room.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So something is happening during that time, and this chain is broken.
I think it's either that, or there is some way of configuring the keys that are given that you can, if you really think about it, there is a way to be like, no, there is actually an extra key. Something like that. Or there's a key, there's enough keys here that there is room for one of them to be an illegitimate locked room if you really map it out, I think.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of those two.
Something is definitely happening, though.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, obviously it's a mystery, but
yeah,
we shall see.
Okay.
That is correct. The 6 closed rooms are all tied together. The keys to unlock each one are all shut up inside the next room. Sumari, the 6 closed rooms form one massive closed room, and all of the master keys as well as the individual room keys are shut up inside it. Furthermore, all of the doors and windows on the 6 rooms are normal. No device exists which can lock them without a key, such as an auto lock. What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it? Once again, milady, that is not dignified. When Renove rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame. I forget who was doing the narration. Were you doing it or I doing it?
I can't remember.
I got really lost in that cackle, I'm not gonna lie.
I think you did actually. I think there are more characters here that you're voicing, so I'll do the narration. When Renove rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame.
Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry. Playing with Battler just put me in such a good mood. So, Battler, what do you think of my move? If you can't think of anything in particular, I wouldn't mind showing you how I made the goats carry the corpses. And seal all the rooms with magic, okay?
Do what you want. I'll listen respectfully to this magic theory that you claim is true. However, I can claim my human theory, even though it's completely different from yours, without any interference from your claim. In other words,
Sumari,
there's no need for me to pay attention to your bullshit. Go ahead and show me how you can lock the door with your multicolored magic system while waving your magic staff. Just like those guys with their toad oil and all-purpose kitchen knives. Wait, what? Virgilia, let's reconstruct the crime scene. Search for a weakness. Were they all definitely dead? If one of them is just playing dead, this isn't a closed room at all. Nanjo!
Oh, there's Nanjo, live Nanjo reaction. Nanjo confirmed that all of them were dead. However, due to the devil's proof, it is impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis. In other words, Sumari, that child cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked them being alive equal to 0.
Here it is, that devil's proof. But there exists a sword that can carve that up.
What's up with them? Looks like they're having a good time leaving me out of the discussion. I'm his opponent, am I not? Doesn't he have any time to spare for me? Oh, getting all tsundere.
Aww.
Fundamentally speaking, communication with one's opponent is not necessary to the act of competing in chess. One moment. Every time you've communicated with him outside of making your moves, you've used that opportunity to confuse him. Perhaps this is the result of him not wanting to be led astray. For some reason, I don't like it. That's a new expression. I don't think we've ever seen that one before on her.
She seems kind of sad.
She's not having fun. She wants to play. Someone took her favorite toy.
I feel bad for her.
Oh no. The poor Golden Witch Beatrice. Several times over has she murdered dozens, but we still feel bad for her. Oh, yep. How pitiable. You are challenging him to a chess match, are you not? That's true, but... Beatrice puffed out her cheeks, as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it. Think I stole that line from you?
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Just like Pieto is stealing Battler from Beato? Because the police have not yet arrived at the crime scene, the human side's ability to inspect the scene is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend that you have that child repeated in red.
Okay, that's where I'll strike. Repeat it. The 6 victims are all dead.
Milady, he has told you to repeat something in red, has he not?
Hey, enough lazing around. Do you refuse to repeat it? This is where our battle starts.
Just be like, nuh-uh, I don't wanna. What? Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, that's fine. I'll answer. These 6 are all dead. Kinzo, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, and Kumasawa.
Why are you so out of it? Okay, so I've already got one out of you. We'll start by denying that classic trick where the victims are playing dead.
I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like. I'll slice them slantwise, one after another.
Then repeat this. No one is hiding in any of the 6 rooms. Let's see you deny the existence of people we aren't aware of.
I'll answer. There is no one hiding in the 6 rooms. Doesn't exclude furniture, potentially.
Also doesn't exclude someone hiding at the time, but they're not hiding in there anymore.
Yeah, present tense. Interesting.
Okay, now I'm sure it's only the 6 of them in the can, and they aren't pretending to be dead.
What will you do? What will you do? As if a human could manage anything by now. Obediently kneel to the fact that I control locks at will with my wonderful magic, okay?
Quit babbling. Repeat this too. The 6 deaths were instant deaths.
Ooh, instant deaths. Oh, what do you mean by that? It means there's a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room, and after locking it from the inside to create a closed room, they passed away. A classic closed room murder trick. One requiring that the victim receive a fatal wound and then die later. It is possible for a closed room to be constructed unexpectedly if the victim holes up inside the room to escape the murderer, and then dies after locking the door. In order to deny that possibility, you will need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with the red truth. Very well, very well. I'll slay you with my red treasured sword. The 6 died instantly. By died instantly, I mean the targets instantly became incapable of action after being attacked. Well, it might still have taken them several seconds or minutes to die in a complete sense of the word, but regardless, it was completely impossible for them to take any action of their own will. In that sense, I can confirm that they suffered instant deaths.
Hold on. Okay, that satisfies me, I think. I'm not going to question that. Yeah, okay.
For now, at least.
Up until this point, I've just been checking for the classic tricks. Now's when our showdown over the closed room really starts, okay? If the culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside, looking in, so they somehow killed from outside the rooms.
Have you lost your mind? After all, a closed room means murder is impossible from the outside, right? That's why only a magical murder could be possible.
No, that's wrong. The right approach.
He said the line.
The right approach is murder really happened equals it isn't a closed room. No matter how much you try to trick me, this definitely isn't a closed room. It's a sham that only looks like one.
However, Battler-sama, only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist inside the rooms. And by Milady's closed room definition, remote murders from the room have been clearly, from outside the room, have been clearly denied, have they not?
Wait, the definition of remote murders is pretty broad, right? It's not just about pulling a fishing line from outside the room and strangling the victim inside the room. For example, a trap would make for an excellent remote murder.
A trap? And what might that be?
Just as an example, let's say they were instructed to enter rooms that someone had picked out beforehand and lock the doors from the inside to create the closed room themselves. A trap was set up in those rooms that they didn't know about, and that's what killed them. How's that? That doesn't contradict anything.
There are no problems. It corresponds to the existing state. There are no problems on our side either. It does not conflict with Milady's closed room definition. What's with that stupid reasoning? Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, right? What form did that trap have? Where was it hidden and how did it operate? Explain that for all 6 of them, in the parlor, the guest room, the waiting room, the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel. Explain that, rather. Well, you can't, can you?
I refuse to counter that. Don't ask me why. There's no need for me to explain, and failing to do so doesn't damage my claim. It's not my burden.
What did you say? Beatrice, it's a devil's proof. It's a dog-eat-dog world. The fact that he cannot explain the nature of the trap does not in itself deny the existence of such a trap. Holy shit! We finally reached the level of reasoning I've been operating on since episode 1. Holy shit!
He's going all in. He's going all in.
Done.
Sweating.
Well, overbearing. A wonderful move. This guy's getting completely used to this.
Check. Due to murder trap X that we couldn't find, it'd be possible to establish this closed room murder.
I'll kill that check with the red truth. The 6 were not killed by traps.
And the definition of a trap?
That's it. Something that activates when a victim triggers it on their own. Oh, and that's not all. It also includes things activated by remote control or by a timer. Everything of that sort. She's just riffing over here, literally.
Yeah.
So it refers to all arrangements that could carry out a murder without the direct participation of the one who planned it out. Perhaps we might sum it up that way. Nice save, Renove. How's that? I struck back! As if I'd let a human crush this closed room.
You're looking pretty frantic to win, too.
What? What do you mean?
You're frantically fighting to make me accept your existence. Until now, I thought I was just being toyed around with you by you one-sidedly, but that's not actually true. You're also frantically resisting my counters, fighting to show that you exist. Now, I finally really feel that it's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not. This is a fight between you and me on an even footing, like the episode said.
He read the episode 3 times.
Okay, now it's starting to get interesting, isn't it? All 6 died in closed rooms, and no outsiders were inside. And there was no meddling from the outside, and also no traps. Up until now, I'd probably start suspecting that this had to be the work of magic. And if you decided to show off some bizarre magic at this moment, I might even have surrendered. It's that favorite strategy of yours. You intercept all my moves, and in the moment I've exhausted all options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at their weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game all at once.
That line right there is, I can feel it in my bones, in the deepest, darkest pits of my id. That line about once I've exhausted all options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at their weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game. That is going to be reframed tragically later on. I can feel it.
I think so, yes.
That short temper is something this child has always had, along with a bad habit of rushing things when victory is in sight. After all, Milady cannot stand putting off a match. Hey, shut up! It's Battler's turn, right? I finished off that trap piece you advanced. What should I repeat next? Show me what you've got!
Right. Now that even traps have been defeated, this looks like a perfect closed room murder at a glance. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now.
He's doing it! Here it comes, that special technique of yours. How exactly are you going to spin what around? Try showing me!
Yeah,
I said that line. That's not how you would say that at all. That was a bad delivery. Let's get a second run on that.
Do you want to? Yeah? Try showing me?
Try showing me!
There you go.
Something like that, maybe? Still bad?
I'll show you. I don't need to think of how 6 people could be killed inside closed rooms from the outside. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. That's right. The question isn't how you can kill from the outside the rooms. The point is how they died inside the rooms, making them closed rooms.
Ooh.
That's it. This is the answer. If you assume that one of the 6 victims was the culprit, this closed room can be explained extremely easily.
What? Ridiculous! I believe I clearly said in red that the 6 of them were dead.
Oh, there were 6 deaths. 5 were victims who got killed, but if you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this closed room.
Certainly. If the culprit locked themselves in the final closed room and threw away their own life, this closed room chain would be established. The suicide of the culprit. Normally, it would be an unthinkable move. but the argument that the unthinkable cannot exist cannot be used. Okay, if we're going with the option of maybe this is all a game that Kinzo is doing and all the servants are in on it and they're forced to participate, then maybe them, like the culprit killing themselves is to solidify, like to really set up the closed room in Kinzo's sense of setting things up as a game.
Yeah, and I think that maybe one of them could have been possibly brainwashed, like Genji could be brainwashed to that level. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. A truly powerful move which can only be used in a chess match against a witch. Well, one cannot be certain that there was no motive. For example, it's been announced that Kinzo only had a short time left to live. Perhaps he did not regret losing his short remaining life and used his own death to send a message. It might be possible to attach such a motive. Oh, I'm running out of steam. Milady.
We're reading for a while, yeah?
We have been. I gotta get a drink of water after this scene. Indeed! To think you trample even the dignity of the dead to create a culprit. What a heartless, cold-blooded man.
So no red? I'll set up the dead as the culprit. This worse than inhuman move is one you used to attack Canon-kun in the last game. Even though the games are different, I'm taking a shot back at you with this move. As a tribute to Canon-kun for that time.
This one's for Canon.
Just now, I freed that Canon-kun from his regrets.
That was a weird noise that came out. I'm not expecting the trill that came out on that one. You have no responsibility to hold back here. You should try to confirm that the suicide wasn't the cause of any of their deaths. I recommend that you have that child repeated in red.
Right, but suicide's a naive word that won't corner her. Beato, this'll stop you. Repeat it. The 6 deaths were all homicides. Oh, damn!
That is painful. Oh.
What's wrong? All 6 of them were killed, right? I'm just confirming that simple premise we've had from the very beginning, right? Can't you repeat it?
Oh, this motherfucker. I refuse to repeat it. I'm not owned. There's no reason in particular.
You realize that refusing to repeat this part is the same thing as resigning, right? Checkmate. One of the 6 was the culprit, and they plan to commit suicide after constructing the closed room.
Battler,
That's
no,
all.
Battler, no. You're failing to see that the opposite of your argument that you said she doesn't have to prove it means that she also doesn't have to disprove yours. Battler, no. Wait. No. I'll say it. I'll use the red like you want. None of the 6 committed suicide. How's that? Are you satisfied? That's not what he asked. I've struck back.
What the hell? So you can say it.
That's not
strange.
what you asked. That's not what you asked.
I know. Why are you so panicky?
It's your imagination. This time, even I'm feeling the pressure. That's right. I don't have any leeway. Pay it no mind. Please don't notice the blunder I've made. No, never mind. Thank you, Virgil. The line you asked that child to repeat has been altered. Do not be fooled. Damn it. It seems not to have worked, milady. What a fucking idiot.
That's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. Okay, so if she's gonna say that none of them were suicides, okay, does accidentally killing yourself count as a suicide?
Huh. That is the kind of bullshit I would expect her to pull. Or maybe like, oh, the furniture aren't really alive, so they don't have a life to take, or some shit like that.
The only other way is that Kinzo died of natural causes. But...
Huh.
Strong sense of deja vu. Okay, that's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. She changed it to none of the 6 committed suicide. which means one of them wasn't killed by someone else and didn't commit suicide. I've got it. I've got it. This is the truth. Culprit X, who was hiding among the 6, murdered the other 5 and then set up a closed room. After that, they planned to escape from or hide in that room by some method. And then they just died, Lamayo. However, they got in an accident. The culprit died from an accident that even they hadn't expected, setting up a closed room murder that they hadn't even desired. Now it's over, Beatrice. Checkmate.
Damn it! Did you think I'd be cornered by something like that? I'd never announce my resignation over something like that! I'll slice up that foolish checkmate with my red treasured sword over and over again! None of the 6 died in an accidental... What the fuck are these? Is he like, just like putting his hand over her mouth?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
My apologies. We request some time to strategize. Milady, please lock the fuck in. Please allow us a brief postponement on this matter. It's a fair request. Perhaps you should accept it. Sure, take a break. Sorry.
It's okay.
That was your line.
Sure, take a break. I've been giving those a lot lately. Now it's your turn to take one.
Thank you very much. Come, milady, this way, and let us quietly count to 100 inside our heads.
Kinzo slips on the dominoes and falls into the furnace. Oh no! For the second time, since that's also happened in episode 1 apparently. Not again!
Not again!
Oh shit! That is it! That is it!
No,
that is it! He hid in the
no.
furnace, and then he didn't, because he's not a servant, he doesn't know when it ticks on, and it ticked on and killed him! That is it!
I don't think so.
That is it! That is it!
So.
What else could it possibly be? What else could it possibly be?
There's a lot of things it could possibly be.
What?
But
How?
I think that's bullshit. I don't know about that one, man. I think you're quite literally cooking too hard with that.
He hid in there like and then oh no, my hubris. And then, just kicks on. Everyone needs their hot water in the morning for their morning showers, and he fucking died. Yeah.
Do you smell something burning?
Yeah. Roname quickly covered Beato's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Beato away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference.
It's so good.
Damn. That demon butler. When Beato got all hot, I had a perfect chance to corner her. Beato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited.
Ronave certainly is thinking clearly. He probably gave your opponent some time to cool down. That child grew too stubborn trying to remove your check, and was about to easily let several large pieces go. After all, the first Twilight is only a skirmish. The correct move at that time would have been to withdraw.
So, what does it mean? Did I reach checkmate, or didn't I?
Have you ever played chess before in your life? That child was about to say something in red. You probably wouldn't have reached checkmate yet. But most likely, you can expect our opponents to resign once they've cooled their heads.
I am really surprised that Ronave is so invested in Beatrice winning, or maybe he's more invested in the game going, that he just prevented her from making a blunder. So she was going to say something in red, and it was going to give away way too much information, and Battler would have checkmated her in the next line. So right now they're brainstorming how to say something in red that doesn't give it away, that answers it and satisfies it, but also doesn't give too much away at the same time. I'm surprised. Yeah.
Which is also interesting because earlier it seemed like maybe Ronove blundered by giving away too much in red when Beatrice wasn't there.
Yeah.
When in reality, maybe he was giving that away to, like, set a trap for Battler. Interesting.
You're joking. Even though she hates losing that much?
Yes. In a losing battle, it is essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to try and minimize your losses. The difficult part is gauging whether it's a losing battle or not. Your opponent's butler seems to have calmly made that decision.
Oh well. In other words, she managed to escape by a
Tsumaru.
hair's breadth. Getting checkmate and delivering the final blow won't be that easy for me.
However, you should count this as your victory. It seems they barely managed to prevent a large loss, but they certainly sustained considerable damage. The scale of that child's panic ought to make the depths of that wound quite clear to you.
Seriously. It feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her anymore. Meanwhile...
And then cut these two. Do you mind narrating since I'm going to be doing these two?
Actually, let's take a brief break right now, I think.
Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. I could definitely use a little. The blanket fort is once again steaming.
I need a water refill refill too. 1 second. Let me just mute the microphones. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, they're bullying me. They're bullying me. They're bullying me. Yeah.
He can't cackle.
He says that he can't cackle at least.
He doesn't believe that he can cackle.
Doesn't believe.
Can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
It's with your chest. It's with your chest.
What do you mean with your chest?
You gotta dig deep. You gotta.
It's with your throat.
You're like singing. You gotta bring it up from the diaphragm and let it go. Listen to Jelly.
Okay, so
You gotta get it up there.
I can't do it. No, it's terrible.
Like here's the thing. You're going for more of like a sound. You should be going for a
Dracula.
breathy.
True.
You're going for an instead of a ha. Force the air out. It's like a.
You're too embarrassed. I am too embarrassed. Yeah.
That's not even me cackling. That's just genuine.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Of course I know. Yeah.
Well, Joe, can't you give us a cackle?
Squeaky cackle. Squeaky cackle.
We've got be a too reachy now, huh?
Be a too reachy, no.
Okay, let me say some quick thank yous while you two behave. You ready? Okay, you ready? All right.
We're always behaved.
Thank you, Beveldoy, for the resub. Comrade Hopeful for the resub as well. Thank you for all the fun streams. You're welcome. Thank you, Falzar25. Renove My Goat. You have a fan, Jelly, for tier 2.
Oh.
Thank you, Cat
Only
Hands,
the one?
for the resub. Yeah, you have multiple fans, but only one Falzar. I don't know why it let me do this again for the same number of months, but here we are. Maybe it's talk to Rodney. Maybe it's glitch. Thank you, True Locomo, for the resub. Pincerado for some more bits. Hope you're enjoying this insane chapter so far. Yeah, it's really picked up since the end of last one. Yeah,
it has been peak.
It's been pretty.
We've been climbing a mountain this entire stream.
It's been pretty fucking great. Yeah. Yuri was taking for some bits to say. Battler pulls out his phone to show Beato a video. Hello, this is the lockpicking lawyer, and folks, today we have an absolutely absurd challenge. This door was supposedly sealed by a witch's magic, but as we all know, there's no such thing as an unpickable lock. This appears to be a 19-pin double rotator mechanism with counter-rotating security pins and a cursed sigil engraved on the keyway. Obviously designed to intimidate amateurs. And it's open.
Meow.
Thank you, Uber Supersoft, for the bits. Is Umineko the hardest the weebs have ever won? Yeah, probably. Thank you, Dalmek, for the bits as well. It's honestly so sad that Kinzo died in a tragic pizza oven-related accident. Rest in piss, cowboy.
I was thinking about it during the break, and you said dominoes, and I was like, no, there's just no way. There's no way. Until I realized that the closed rooms are set up like a row of dominoes all fall in line. Maybe we're cooking here, huh?
We are. Because the dominoes are canon. The pizza's canon. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. In the spirit of Umineko, Joe will keep adding new characters each stream. Thank you, Chilla Chief, for the resub. Cackle. Synergize with Big Data has used some bits to say.
It.
This is a specific request for Mouse to pronounce.
64,358,223,579,673. I fucked it up. Holy shit, I fucked it up. 64,358,223,595,673,204. Fuck off. I did it. It only took 2 takes. Leave me alone.
Excellent.
Leave me alone.
I don't think I could do that even after hearing you say it. What?
It was the number that was on stream before, and I hit it, and I just blanked out. I went into a fugue state, and I was like, I'm not reading that. And I got roasted for a week. I got roasted for a week for not reading it in Umiden, okay? So here we are. Thank you
for paying your penance. Thank you, Mouse.
The lore number.
Thank you,
okay.
chat.
And the last story list are Fatal Eyes with 100 bits. Is it possible that Banjo is just the art social links from Persona 3 growing up, therefore causing all the 6 to collapse? It could be. And thank you, Lazy Potato, for the bits. Jelly Torichi along with Mouserichi. What a treat. Where's Joe Ricci, by the way? I can't do it.
That would be Beata Ricci. Thank you.
Well done.
Plus two.
Yeah, plus two.
Obviously, because you add 2 to Beatrice, you become Beatrice.
Okay.
Are you sure you can handle this, Joe?
Hey, I've made it through 2 already. Okay, it's. You have no idea how hard it is, okay? But we made it through 2 already, okay? All right, so yeah. Obviously, Mouse, you're gonna take Beatrice. Jelly, you're gonna stay as Ronave. Do you want to take all the women, Mouse, or Jelly? Is there anyone that you want to hold on to?
Jelly's other lady was good too.
I can do Ronave. I can also do Virgilia. I feel like that's fitting.
I think that's fine. Yeah, you should take 2. I think.
Okay.
Maybe I could do like Velvet Room. Well, no, that would include Beatrice. I was thinking like Velvet Room women. So if the stakes come up, I will die upon that stake, I suppose.
Yes, please take the stakes.
It shall be so. I'm the only one with a family around to hear the embarrassing lines, so it's only fair.
Oh no. Okay. All right. As we talked, Ronave returned with Beato, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore. Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move?
I resign.
Oh, damn.
For now, I'll let you have your victory.
Beato told me that frankly. Really? It seems she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow. Well, now that you've resigned, that just means we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each other. You should treat it more like a tie than a loss.
Oh.
I don't need your disgusting sympathy. I'm telling you that I lost this round. When you find a dog drenched with rain, do you have a sudden urge to whack it with a stick or something?
Nope. I'm not you. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beato resigned. That's the one result of the first Twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the 6 was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason, she admitted defeat. I wonder if that's because it would give you 2 information to solve a different, harder to solve murder. It has to be something like that. Yeah, it has to be something like that. Yeah.
It would have to be like not just solve a murder, but like a fundamental aspect of the entire mystery.
Yeah, it has to be that. It felt less like I'd won and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second.
The one that got away. I can read this.
Sure, go for it.
In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X. Once again, we are doing accursed math, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the devil's proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted, and use them as fighters in our argument. Oh, this might actually be... Is this Beato speaking, maybe? But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, okay, maybe not, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. The first Twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beato wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why, or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason, I feel like have been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. I managed to avoid specifics by using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent that must never be known was filling up this entire mansion. Ooh.
Chad is asking if I'm safe because there's a cat. Yes, I'm safe. I'm safe.
Mouse, watch out. Mouse, watch out.
Sorry. So those assignments were irrelevant, and now we're back to the Cannon family.
Oh, I see. Nice, nice. So what should we do then?
I don't know.
We will assign the roles based on vibes, perhaps?
When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit, as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time.
Okay, what if we do one person is narrator, one person is male characters, one person is female characters?
Okay.
Would that be an even split?
Some scenes don't have that much narration, though.
That's
so
true.
It might
This
not
scene
be
does
even.
not have that much narration. Do you want me to just assign us things
Go for it.
based on knowing what's in this scene?
Sure,
I
go for
trust
it.
you. Implicitly.
Okay. Joe can have Rudolph.
Can I make a request?
Yeah.
I would like to have Maria because I'm the only one here who hasn't oohed yet.
There is no Maria. I'm so sorry.
Damn it!
So
spotlight
Joe
is
can
fading.
have Rudolph, Kraus, and Hideyoshi.
Okay.
And then we have Ava, Kyrie, Natsuhi, and Rosa to split between us. So pick two of those, and that's all you, Jelly.
Ava, Kyrie, Natsume. Can I do Rosa and Kyrie?
Yes.
Okay.
I will take Ava and Natsuhi.
Sounds like a plan.
Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. Ooh. You can ooh, Jelly. You can ooh if you want to. You can leave chat behind. There was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin's room on the second floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. They told all the children to go to the second floor cousin's room. George, who was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the second floor without any resistance. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed the relatives looking like they wanted to discuss something sinister, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room on the second floor.
My curfew approaches.
Bye, Nanja.
I'm starving, and if we just keep sitting around, we'll get sleepy too.
It's only natural. We didn't get any sleep last night.
We will probably end up being barricaded here for a full 24 hours. It may be wiser to take naps in turn instead of overstressing ourselves.
True. My husband and I will remain here, so I ask that anyone having trouble staying awake take it easy and rest. Our opponent might be expecting that, right? Even if they couldn't defeat this many people, if that number shrinks enough, they may plan to use that moment to strike.
There are 7 of us here, so we could take 3-hour shifts in pairs. Tomorrow morning's a long way off. We still have some energy now, but tonight's going to be rough.
Sure will. Anyone sleepy? Don't overdo it and get some rest. Hideyoshi looked around at
That's
everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to go to sleep right away. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness. Nobody? Well, don't overdo it, everyone.
If we get tired, we'll deal with it then. I'll admit I'm sleepy, but I'm not in the mood now.
As Eva spoke sharply, she reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph, and she'd even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Eva took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it.
Is this that epitaph?
Yes. I hate doing what the culprit says, but we do have time to waste. I think it's the perfect way to stave off boredom.
Not a bad way to kill time. Why don't we challenge it together as siblings?
Can I borrow that? I'll rewrite it just a little larger. Natsui-san, do you have a slightly larger piece of paper?
There should be paper in the servant room. I'll bring some.
Natsui immediately brought a blank B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Carrie borrowed Eva's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Then, everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd. I've heard about it, but really, this is a tough riddle. I don't have a clue what it's talking about.
At one point, I also did my best to solve it, but I was just as clueless.
If you did know, you wouldn't have come all the way out here with a plan to make money. After all, it's 10 tons of gold we're talking about.
This is the first time I've read through it seriously, but roughly speaking, couldn't it be split into 3 parts?
I've been thinking this since last night, but you really are a good thinker, Kiria-san. Perhaps you'll be able to easily solve this riddle that we couldn't. Yeah, Kyrie is sharp. She might find a more interesting take on it if she comes in without any confusing biases.
Interesting. I was not expecting this reaction from them, from Kraus especially.
Yeah, you're right.
I feel like he's up to some shit, but
That's right. Kyrie-san, would you mind giving us your honest opinion after reading the epitaph?
I doubt you'll find it useful. You all give me too much credit.
That's fine. Just say whatever comes into your head. Let's hear your thoughts. The hints you give always help me out when I'm worried.
Oh, so I have been helpful. It's nice to finally hear about this now. Ooh.
Come on, don't I always thank you?
You two sure are close. I'm jealous.
It's interesting how they treat Kyrie differently from Natsuki, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Probably because Natsuki is second to the head, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. And the rest of us would also love to hear these hints of yours. We're just killing time anyway, so relax, okay?
Something is off.
Kyrie was
Something
disturbed
not
at
right.
being praised so highly for something so strange, but they had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, they keep bringing it up, she decided to accept the role she'd been given.
But it was a waste of time. I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but... Well, I'll put forward my ideas.
Indeed. What did you mean in the beginning about how it could be divided into 3 parts, roughly speaking? Oh, shit.
Oh. Okay, is that in red stylistically?
It's both.
If that's not on purpose, I would be a little upset personally. I'm not gonna lie, because if there's anything you've established, it's that red text is significant. I think that would be an unbelievable blunder to do it like to use it here and not mean it like that.
She just found a red pen. She just found a red pen. The curtains
The
are just
diagrams
blue
are in
jelly.
red, too.
They're just blue. It's just blue.
Listen, I don't care about what the curtains are. I care about what that might mean. Well, I just mean what I said. I think that overall, the epitaph can be divided into 3 sections. First, there are 5 lines up until there sleeps the key to the goal. Up until this point is the first part, which directs you to the location of the key. And then there's the part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refers to the location of the Golden Land itself. And the remaining 6 lines make up the part after the Golden Land has been reached.
Was that purple?
Tutorial?
My right?
It really is a game.
I see.
What did it say?
It
said you can look at the epitaph here, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Added to our notes.
I see. It can be divided into 3 parts about the key, the Golden Land, and the Golden Land's treasure.
Even we have been able to grasp that much. The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure.
This face tells me that he was never able to grasp that much.
Nissan, don't butt in any more than you have to. Let Kyrie-san speak her ideas freely.
Kyrie, please continue. We see it the same way you do so far. So then?
I wonder about the meaning of that thing in the beginning, the beloved hometown. Normally, that would refer to where grandfather lived, right? Since father went to all the trouble of telling us that it's beloved, we can imagine that it's a hometown he had strong feelings for. Did father come from Odawara?
Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that's the hometown he loved. I imagine all of us siblings have the same place in mind.
Right. This probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth.
Being made the Ushiromiya family head was probably Dad's greatest bit of misfortune in life. Probably. Father didn't actually want to become the head.
So where is this place? Is there a river near there where sweet fish swim?
Maybe there was at the time. There's been a lot of development there since then, and the sweetfish might have disappeared. It would be extremely difficult to investigate whether sweetfish were there during grandfather's boyhood years.
Is there like a running water in the sound effect of this right now?
I think so, yeah.
It sounds like it, yeah. And there probably isn't just a single river. I believe we all gave this a thorough investigation geographically. You even went to the actual place to investigate directly, right, Eva?
That was only as a vacation. But the townscape had changed completely since Father's time. After all, it was caught up in that war, wasn't it? By now, even precisely locating the place Father lived is impossible. I imagine that if Father went there himself now, even he wouldn't be able to pick out the place he'd lived anymore.
Well, after all, those guys have also gone through a remarkable recovery.
Does the part about the Sweetfish River bring any place name clearly to mind?
Well, yeah. After all, they're sweetfish, right? People say they live in rivers with clean water, so there are countless rivers that might work. Any stream dad innocently went fishing in. That was so hard to read. Went sweetfish fishing in was probably buried by the development later. It'd be different if we had a map from before the war or a person who knew a lot about how that area was before the war, but...
It probably isn't something like that.
What do you mean?
Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. After these two lines, there's a single blank line. Something is being presented with just these two lines. What if the next three lines continue based upon that something? Just fucking... Is she an English major? What's going on here?
What do you mean, something is being presented?
I don't know.
Yep, she's an English major.
At any rate...
Only an English major can recognize the power of the stanza.
At any rate, what we can get from those two lines alone isn't something vague, like the question of which river it might be, but the clear presentation of the keyword, river. She really is an English major, honing in on one word and using that for the entire analysis. It may be that this isn't a river with water flowing down it. The Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. Like, I was kidding. What sort of impression does the word sweetfish give?
Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're born. When they get big, they go back to the river to live there, and then they spawn there and end their lives there. Well, they leave their home at one point, but when they get big, they come back and lay eggs. Alright, thank you for the fish facts, Hideyoshi. They might be able to link that idea to the idea. Sorry, might be able to link that to the idea of clan prosperity. Oh? They're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean? I didn't know that. I figured river fish wouldn't be able to live in the sea.
And they're called sweetfish because they have a pleasant aroma. I've never eaten one, but I've heard they can be quite delicious when grilled with salt.
What's that, Natsui-san? You've never eaten salt grilled sweetfish? They're delicious. You should try it sometime soon. Get Goda to mix it for you. It is a food for commoners, hardly appropriate for your mouth. Whoa.
Ooh. This is just my wild idea, but the impression I get from a Sweetfish River makes me suspect a family tree. The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right? Reminds me of myself.
You're right. By this point, I can confess that I've sometimes suspected it refers to you and Maria-chan.
I see. If you follow the river downstream, you will find a village. If you go down the family tree, all you find is Maria's name. Only her name has a Ri or Sato. The character father uses for village here.
Isn't that right? But as you all know, Father doesn't like Maria, and he almost never speaks with her. And in the past, Father told me to give Maria a completely different name. I just decided to go with Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that.
Because you ruined his epitaph!
Oh no!
You ruined his epitaph! Who's the other one that has some of that? Yeah.
Of all the fucking names you could have chosen, you're gonna ruin it! You're ruining everything! This is why I hate you! Given that, it's very hard to imagine that he would reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph about who would succeed his wealth and inheritance. Have you ever let Maria-chan read the epitaph? Yes, of course. But it looked as though she didn't have a clue. She didn't have a clue, and she kept going on about the same occult stuff, about how it was a resurrection ceremony for the witch.
Connection between father and Maria. Certainly, they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. I can't imagine that it refers to Maria either.
What sticks out to me is how he went out of his way to add beloved to that first line. Like you all said just now, if father was reluctant about becoming the Ushiromiya family head, would he have fond memories for anything connected to that? This really is, for those of you not in the English discipline, this is literally just what you do. You go by this shit line by line, you look at every single word and you go, is that word being used for a specific reason? Is that word being used for a specific reason? Especially when analyzing a passage like this, you are needling it for every tiny little piece that you can grab at and seeing if it has some greater connection or meaning.
And I have no patience for it at all. I cannot do it.
I love this shit.
I don't.
More vibes based. I'm a more vibes based
love
kind of
this
English.
shit, dude.
I
This is
am
what
also
I'm
more
made
vibes based.
for.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
I love that. I had an assignment that was just learning how to do that. We had just one passage and we had to look for one keyword and be like, why are they using that keyword? What do you think? I fucking love this stuff. Oh, I'm in my element. I don't think this can be Odawara, which represents the Ushiromiya family head. I believe this word beloved here at the beginning must refer to a place full of very important memories to father.
Well, that's fine. It would be hard to pinpoint since we don't have even a trace of a map from that time, but at any rate, there were probably several rivers with sweet fish swimming in them near Dad's hometown during his... It has to be the other mansion, right? It has to be like, maybe like a child he had with his mistress has that name, and it has to be somewhere on the island. Because if we can solve it right now, it has to be somewhere on the island we can go. So it has to be something like that, yeah.
So then, maybe he didn't want her choosing Maria. I mean, we were kind of joking about like naming her Maria would ruin the epitaph, but maybe he really does.
Yeah.
Have a kid named Maria, and it's like you're gonna ruin everything if you name her Maria, and that's why he hates her so much.
Or something else, another name that has that sort of word in it.
Character in it.
Yeah, character in it. Yeah. Okay.
That's if we're looking for a river with water flowing down it, right? And then? Go on, Kirie-san.
I don't really understand the three lines starting with, if you follow the river downstream, you will find a village. It's probably linked to the two lines about the Sweetfish River. I imagine it's something we'd understand automatically if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was. Until we figure that out, it's probably useless to try and solve these three lines any further.
So we're stuck unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is. And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously, what's up with the sweetfish? Did Dad like to eat them? Or does it have some special meaning? Is it pointless to read too deeply into it? Is it, Jelly?
It's never pointless.
If you don't have both a micro and a macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow.
See, Joe?
It might be better to be flexible and avoid thinking too deeply. That's good for Joe. Focusing on an abstract image of a river where fish swim or something that can flow. Up or down.
Then the answer behind the Sweetfish River passes through the next three lines and makes its way to the key to the Golden Land. If you think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into three parts. There's actually 4 parts. I was thinking the same thing, kind of. Go down the Sweetfish River, find the key to the Golden Land, journey to the Golden Land, and the treasure of the Golden Land. Okay, I'm glad we're getting here, because I was thinking the same thing.
Truly intriguing. Well, you've gone this far. Would you mind continuing and telling us your opinion on the most central portion of the epitaph, up to the point when we reach the Golden Land on the 10th twilight?
That's the most symbolic, and also the most disturbing part.
Since the word sacrifices keeps coming up, I can't help but think it has something to do with father's occult ceremonies. How do you see it, Kirie-san?
Kirie recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking through it.
This is very difficult. It starts with the one who obtains the key, so you probably won't be able to continue without knowing what that key means. I'll have to give up on that, but I'll take a shot at trying to solve it anyway. This is the process. This is the process.
Just like how the Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it, it's also doubtful that this key is actually something shaped like a key.
Right. It might also be a code word or a keyword. Code or keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects 6 people to be sacrifices for the first twilight. In that sense, we can say for sure that this key isn't being used to open the door to the Golden Land.
But what a disturbing key it is. A key that can choose 6 human sacrifices?
How would a key select anything? Do you spin it like a roulette?
He knows. He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
This key indicates a certain group of 6 people. No, we should say it indicates a certain group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices, perhaps it is a roulette, a wheel, if you will, of names.
Oh.
Interesting.
So when is Eric gonna die?
Wheel-chan was in on it the whole time.
Huh.
So when is Ushiromiya Eric being introduced?
What's happening on the bottom of that spinning chessboard?
Ooh. For example, it could be an anagram.
Koru has a message for you, Mouse. Pretty toxic of Mouse
Special
to come
delivery.
in just so she wouldn't lose main character status. As someone who has trouble dealing with conflict, I had to mute the stream to calm down during that passive-aggressive argument about who should read which characters. I'm here for the experience of sitting one-on-one with a first-time reader, making subtle, seemingly innocuous comments that will later turn out to be clever and funny, hints toward the true mystery. Until my immersion is fixed, I'm boycotting streams.
Oh
Okay.
no! How can you
Joe?
boycott streams if there's a girl here now, though?
Joe,
Yeah.
did I ask to be on the stream?
No.
How did I get on the stream?
It's a closed room mystery.
I asked if you wanted to come on.
And then I said yes. No, I didn't say yes. What did I say?
You said, can you clear it with jelly first? And I did, yeah.
Say it in
Okay.
red.
Say it in
Okay.
red? Say it in red? I'll say it in red.
Say
Hold
it in
on.
red.
Say it in red. I can't say it in red. I've lost the file. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
All right. Everything I just said was true.
Everything?
There we go.
What
There
What do
we
you
go.
mean by everything? Can you define it for us?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
If you can't, then I suppose you'll have to resign.
We didn't hear it. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. All right. Everything I just said was true. There we go.
And what do you mean by everything exactly? Well, surely you can answer one simple question.
Ushiromiya,
Joseph
Joe
Anderson.
Nettler. Yeah, define a stream. Okay. It's where the sweet fish are swimming. That's the stream. That's the stream. An anagram. Do you mean playing with letters?
Oh, sorry. Yes. I've been thinking about it ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree, and about how village was a part of Maria-chan's name. It seems that ever since the words beloved hometown came up, Rudolph-san, for example, has assumed that this epitaph points to some coordinates or some other geographical feature. That might not be the case. This could be some kind of puzzle, or playing with letters.
Forgive me, but how does one play with letters?
Oh, well, it's like sucker Mary barrels.
Rudolph, what the fuck are you talking about?
What do you get when you take out the E's and R's? Like that.
What do you get, Joe?
Suck my balls? You guys okay? You guys are...
I think the blanket fort is getting to my head.
I got pre-thanked for assigning Rudolph in this scene.
Oh my god. Getting bullied by Ronave and Beatrice, like tag teaming. Fucking hell. Okay, all right. Like that.
Squeaky light, gotta lock in.
Okay, locked in.
Deadline.
Well, you were raised well, Netsui-san, so you probably don't know.
Mary? Take out the E's and R's, huh?
No, you can't do this to her. She's never heard of an anagram.
Stop it. It is an undignified game, inappropriate for you. Like eating salmon. Only Natsui didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. It seems she'd only guessed that the answer had to be something undignified. Meanwhile, Kirei is laughing, going by Rudolph and Eva's sniggers.
Natsui Nehan, it's something like this. Or Nissan? I'm not sure if it's Ne or Ni.
Nay.
This is just something from Maria's Book of Riddles, okay? There's this thing called a Tanuki notebook. It's a notebook written like a code with a lot of TAs? TAs? Is that?
I think it's TAs. TAs?
It would be TAs, yeah. Yeah.
And if you remove all of the TAs, then the true paragraph pops up. It's a game like that.
Oh, I see.
She does not. Oh no, she does. She knows.
Natsui finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment. And then Kraus cocks a shotgun.
Did she think that joke was funny?
So maybe kill actually means remove in that sense, right?
Yes, I also thought that. It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters.
In other words, the Ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here. This is getting complicated. Playing with letters, is it? Didn't I try to do that with them? I couldn't figure it out. Or no, I didn't do that. I picked a word from the paragraphs instead. Yeah. Okay. So in you know, concepts of being in the area that they are. In Japan, it really feels like a child's game, but it's apparently a stylish form of humor among intellectuals in the English world. It is easy to imagine that Father was interested in it.
Ah, yes.
But by this point, I quickly lose my ability to understand it. Up until this part, it may have been filled with mysteries, but it was extremely sequential. Sweet Fish River, go down it, then find the key. All of that is extremely sequential. You need an editor, you said the same thing. And as a result, we can guess that we gain a 6-character key. But in that case, we don't know what we kill the 6 characters from.
That's right. Where do we pull the 6 characters from? It doesn't tell us.
On the second Twilight, there are those who remain. Which means that, at the very least, there's something has a limited number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the first 6 are removed. And yet, we don't know what this something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the beginning. Are we wrong even in our assumption that this is playing with letters?
Is it you have a word left, and then on the second Twilight you split it in 2, so you have 2 words, and then you start adding to that with the other ones, the Twilights after that? So this is a riddle. The epitaph is a riddle of what to do, but also it matches, just to fuck with you, the sequence of murders that's happening at the same time. So it's like she's racing through the riddle in her own way by just killing everyone, whereas you have to use the same instructions to do something completely different. Okay, that makes the epitaph make more sense to me if that's the case, because before it was like she had already solved the epitaph and she was doing the murders in order to make it real, but it's not. It's something else instead. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, anyway, okay. Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. It felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding they hadn't managed before, but they stumbled just one step short.
All right, book club reconvene next week.
Then, Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. That silence was broken by laughter. Sorry. Strangely enough, by spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty. Looks like I can't stand missing breakfast. Wah! Natsui, isn't there anything to eat here?
There should at least be enough set aside for breakfast. I'll prepare it.
I'm also starving, and I'll bet those brats above us are the same. Still, I doubt there's enough for the 18 people here, much less a full 3 meals, right? That's right. It'll be a long journey till tomorrow. Maybe we'd better take a trip back to the mansion and fish around for some canned food or something in the kitchen.
There's nothing more than crackers and snacks here, but if that'll be sufficient, I can get them ready for you all. But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch.
That will do for now. Would you mind getting those ready? It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. But Ava kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it.
Playing around with letters was nothing more than a theory of mine. There's a chance it's mistaken. Me talking about Umineko. Eva-san, don't take it too seriously, okay?
Thank you. I'll just keep doing this on my own. Would you mind leaving me alone?
Eva spoke coldly. Kyrie didn't bother her anymore and instead went to help Natsui prepare breakfast.
Nei-san, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast?
Then you go help. I'm busy solving this.
Sorry. Then I'll help.
Good grief. How can you be like that?
Oh, so, huh? I was really caught off guard, just like her.
The Ushiroma family headship will be given to the person who solves this epitaph. It looks like you've given up from the beginning, as if it has nothing to do with you. But if you can solve it, there's a chance even you'll be able to receive the headship. This is a chance to steal everything from Nissan. Why aren't you taking such a once-in-a-lifetime chance more seriously?
Rosa hung her head, unsure as to how she should answer. Too late, she regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood.
If you've noticed anything, say so. Even though Kirie-san and I were thinking hard, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you? Come on. Isn't there anything you've noticed? Come on!
Don't you think this part's strange?
Strange? What is?
It's just that this whole section's written like a journey to the Golden Land, right? You reach the Golden Land, and then you receive its treasures.
What's your point? You think there's some sort of keyword tied to those treasures?
No, not the treasures themselves. Look, in the 10th Twilight, isn't how you receive the treasures strange?
Huh? Ah.
Why does it say we'll receive the treasures once and for the last time? If we only get them once, then there's no point telling us it's the last time. And the same thing in reverse. But I'm probably splitting hairs over nothing if you think about it. This is father we're talking about, after all. He probably just said it that way to make it sound more dramatic. This is Joe telling me that the curtains are just blue?
But I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Ooh. No, that's wrong.
Okay. I'll take Beato. Jelly can have Virgilia. Joe, you can have Ranave and Ava. And then we'll just keep the rest from last chapter, I think.
Interesting. I'm not Ronove?
Well, you can be if you want, but
I trust your judgment.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Boring.
Oh? What's boring?
Boring.
My. What on earth is this child grumbling about?
She's probably annoyed by all the tips you gave Battler-sama, madam.
Not really. That doesn't annoy me. On the contrary, I'm happy to see that useless battler finally reach a level where he can match me.
Ho. Did Battler-kun and I get a little too close? Perhaps us old fogies had best leave you youngins alone.
When Virgilia and Ronave giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit.
Ugh, enough with everyone laughing at me. Ronave vanished for a while. Disappear.
Certainly, then I shall rest for the time being. My
Interesting parallel to the beginning of this episode where Battler was essentially doing the same to Beatrice. So he was like, fucking go away, disappear.
She's learning from it, maybe. Ronave bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. After that, all that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea.
When you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself.
I knew it. I did have this feeling it might be a bit too early. I suppose that was right after all, wasn't it?
I guess the key was actually at the heart of the Stockfish River, this blunder. If you had led him any further astray, things might have been different. Or led him further astray first. Things might have been different. But as it was, that trump card was a real waste. You ended up rousing him instead.
In addition to denying the witch, Battler had possessed a second victory condition, one of explaining everything without suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point, when he'd been tossed about by two opposing goals, that his heart should have been at its weakest. However, Beatrice had used the red carelessly, proclaiming that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18, and he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn, but that was exactly why fissures would run all through him, like breaking china when he was struck in a fragile, but not that fragile, spot. That itself should have been his greatest weak point, but...
Did I get a little too careless after my complete victory last time?
Yes, you were too careless. The last game was a difficult one for Battler-kun, but it seems this game will become a difficult one for you.
A broken vase will never return to its original form. So it would be more constructive to think of a next move rather than regretfully picking up the pieces. However, now that Battler has figured out as much as he has, how should I plot against him?
Your troubled face is an even better snack than Renove's cookies.
Ugh. You and Battler and even Ronove are treating me like sweets now. Even though I'm not sweet at all.
With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler, Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table.
Teacher! At least give me a hint.
Oh? What kind of a hint?
If you know some really good move that'll leave Battler speechless and make him want to accept me, I won't ask you to say it outright, so, even if it's just a hint?
I can't. I'm on Battler-kun's side right now, so I couldn't teach you something that would give you an advantage.
Come on, don't be so stingy.
That's like a distinctly Battler kind of line to me. Like she's kind of acting like him here, I think.
Your disciple's in trouble, right?
I seem to remember you brazenly boasting that you had surpassed your teacher.
Please act like an old person and give me just a bit of your crafty ideas. Please. It's mean if you only help Battler.
My. You're still a spoiled child. But it's true that I may have given Battler-kun a few too many hints. It did serve as a scolding to you, but perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Please, teacher, at least a hint now.
This is only a hint. Think about what it means by yourself, okay?
Yeah. I'll think about it myself, so please. Please give me one that'll leave Battler down in the dumps, teacher.
Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of Battler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic.
I can hear that smile. I can hear that smile.
I think it's adorable. Virgilia cited how childish Beato still was, despite all the time that had passed.
Then just a hint. Do you know of Aesop's fable, The North Wind and the Sun? All right, we've entered Zero Escape territory again.
Of course. It's a story about how the North Wind and the Sun challenge each other to see who can steal the cloak off a traveler, right?
That's right. Violent, impatient methods aren't necessarily the best decisions in all cases.
You don't have to tell me that. I've already reflected on the mistakes I made when I was too anxious to achieve victory.
Think well about what this means. And furthermore, there's one point that Battler seems to be misunderstanding a bit, but he isn't the only one. Do you understand the victory conditions of this game?
What else is there other than making Battler surrender?
See? You're already wrong there. Alas, you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
Your victory isn't making Battler-kun surrender. Isn't it making Battler-kun accept your existence?
What's this? You want me to butter him up, begging him to accept me as a witch? How foolish. I haven't sunk that low.
Grr. Beato growled like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who was as short-tempered as ever.
That is my hint. For the rest, you'll have to consider deeply on your own. In any event, your moves up until now will not work on Battler-kun. A significant tactical adjustment will probably be required.
I don't need you to tell me that. I don't have a clue what you mean by the North Wind and the Sun. But at any rate, I realize I'll have to alter my course. I'll introduce a scheme clever enough to surprise even you, teacher.
Ho ho ho! I look forward to it. I wonder how Battler-kun will tackle that. I wish you good luck as well.
After Battler, you mean?
So, for no reason at all, my read on that scene is that Virgilia just told Beatrice to seduce Battler. That's what I
was gonna say. It feels very much like maybe Virgilia and Renove are just like sort of nudging them together, being like, "Just fucking kiss already! Just fucking kiss, you two idiots."
Jelly, you could take young Eva here, and Joe can keep the narration if you want to keep it back.
Sure, yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
You gonna give up and resign already? I guess you are that tired. If only you just grab a futon and sleep.
As my mind grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness while sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa, I scolded myself.
You also dreamed about stealing the position of family head from Kraus, right? Even though my magic's given you a chance, are you already throwing it away? Is this
Who's Ava?
I can take adult Eva if you want to take the narration.
Sure.
You could say that, but this riddle is really hard. Even a wire puzzle would be better. At least in that case, you'd know for sure it's solvable. But in the case of this epitaph riddle, we've been given no reason to be sure of that. I might just be fighting a useless battle.
Useless? Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I've been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes in it on so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. That page is truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I've wanted to drag myself to no matter the effort ever since I was a child. And the place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands, with the book? No, the door right there in front of me, ready to be opened, and yet still unable to reach the other side.
That's right. Your hand is already on the door. Come on, open it with all your strength, and read the characters written on the door.
Open it with all my strength. Read the characters written on the door.
Strain your eyes. See through to the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook.
The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past father held dear happened during his childhood years.
That's right. Then what about the Sweetfish River? There are several rivers where they swim, and there's reason to doubt that this just refers to one close to the place father lived. If we take out a map and start calculating which rivers with Sweetfish were closest, things will get quickly vague and we won't be able to narrow it down.
Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word Sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. A bloodline, maybe? Isn't that essentially the same thing?
That's just a tree, yeah. That's where my mind went too. But yeah.
I'm pausing to let you theorize.
Huh.
You two were so excited to theorize when I wasn't here. What's going on?
This is a fucking puzzle. Like, I don't know.
like we have a win condition now is the thing.
As you know, I didn't get a single line in connections today, Mouse. So like, I'm not primed for this, okay? Even you found it hard today. I'm telling on you, yeah.
I'm a subtext guy. I can only give you answers when none of them are the answer.
Oh, so we're the no stakes English majors. Okay.
Yeah.
It isn't a river?
It's an ocean.
It's a lake. But where else could Sweetfish swim? Oh, but if we're talking about places Sweetfish can swim, then maybe the ocean has something to do with this. Didn't my husband even say that they go out into the ocean even though they're river fish?
I don't know why. I feel a glass shatter sound effect coming. I don't know why.
To the ocean.
No. But...
Oh, what is this music? Is this new?
Huh?
Did you notice? But that's just a faint memory. There's supposed to be a room for storing books in this building, right? If you investigate, you can make sure.
If that's the Sweetfish River, and if the key might be a 6-character word, then could the key actually be resting in that river?
I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters.
You really don't know? Think deeply. We're pretty smart, so our ideas are solid. Don't think of it like it's something as massive as the riddle of the epitaph, but like a child's riddle. Men are always children, no matter how old they get.
True!
Even if father has advanced into old age, it doesn't change the fact he's essentially a child at heart. Throw away your awe of father. Think of this like it's a worthless, infantile game with riddles, like the ones Maria suddenly brought on the boat.
Riddles. Worthless, infantile.
useless.
Huh. I'm sure that was... What was it? I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, then it's probably the case. No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library.
Have we been to the library yet? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
We've probably already noticed the answer. All that's left is to investigate whether it's correct or not. Come on, Eva. Let's go to the library, making sure no one sees us. There, we should find a mountain of thick books that didn't fit in Father's study.
I'm sure we'll find a book that answers our question quickly. This is the first and last chance we'll ever get to make our dreams come true. Oh, okay, that was still... Yeah, sorry.
That was still her. Gotcha.
Yeah. When Natsui tried to lay a blanket over her, Eva suddenly jumped up.
I'm sorry. It looks like I woke you.
Eva, if you're sleepy, don't overdo it. You rest first.
Thank you.
Definitely not up to something, face?
Yeah, definitely not up to something. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom for a bit to wash my face.
You should take it easy and rest. You're just gonna make yourself feel worse, you know?
I told you I'm fine. I'll be right back.
After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. Oh, the library was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection, but ever since he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, that collection grew even larger. So the normal books suitable for...
What are all of these things lining the walls? I've never seen these before.
Ah, yes.
So the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as his study overflowed. This so-called library was mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick, like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals, but that was very convenient for me now that I was investigating something. I entered softly and, just in case, checked the room with my gun ready, making sure that there were no suspicious people there. Then I locked it from the inside, and then I died, and Battler has to solve it. I actually wasn't thinking that the murder might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started racing before I realized it. I was half asleep just a moment ago, so I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode.
I wonder if any of the other siblings have noticed this.
I don't think Kraus and Rudolph will notice, but I don't know about Kyrie. She has extraordinarily good intuition. And I don't know about Rosa either.
Rosa's stupid too. She always has been, incredibly so.
Oh, she is going through it. She's like slipping deep into psychosis right now, I think. She's losing her mind. Really? I'd say she was wise enough to make you think she was stupid, so that she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice.
Did her eyes darken as she got older? Why has young Eva got different eyes?
Why,
what
indeed?
The fuck? I never noticed that.
Here it is.
Huh.
I wonder if we'll find it in this one.
What color are young Eva's eyes? Are they blue?
Blue, yeah, they're blue.
Can we check the other characters?
Blue eyes are Shannon, Beatrice, and Battler.
And Jessica.
And Jessica.
And Jessica. What about the witches?
Purple eyes like Eva.
Do we have Lambda Delta and Byrne in the list, or are they not present?
No, they're not there.
They all have red eyes. Interesting.
I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages.
Although I think Byrne has purple eyes and Lambda Delta has red, no?
I think so. So this is a Sweetfish River?
I see. This is what the Sweetfish River means. Don't dawdle around. Research further.
Yes, I understand. If you follow the river downstream, you'll find a village. By using the character, Sato, does he mean a town or something? That's just an area of dense population, so there could be any number of those.
Why have you stopped thinking? Oh, is this too much work for you? If only you'd just give up. If only you'd just hand the Ushiromiya headship over to Kyrie.
I don't want to.
Kyrie?
I will become the head. This is my first and last chance. What is this village? What does it mean? Do you find one if you go down the river? Ah!
In the village. Look for the shore the two will tell you of. I don't know what that means, but it means shore. Well, I guess I do know what it means. It means shore. Get it? Sure, I do.
Ooh. Oh, rare Ava ooh. Ooh. I understand. Sure.
Right before my eyes, pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap. Let's get cracking. Snap. Into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really?
But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all.
Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. Is believing in that too much for you? If only you just cry yourself to sleep, and then you can just give up and die.
1, 10, 9, 8.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. 6 characters. I found it. This is the key to the Golden Land.
We're not even in the answers arc yet. Yes, this is the key to the Golden Land. The key to our childhood dreams. The only keyhole this key can be stuck in is that place. That has to be what offering the sacrifices mean. Oh no. Oh no. Is she gonna start killing people? I'm sure you get it by now, right?
Maybe.
She's not okay, well there's that glass shatter. She's not having a good time.
Ah!
Yep, there it is. Yep.
Oh, I was a little bit ahead. Oops,
That's okay.
sorry.
That's okay.
Spoilers.
Don't worry.
If you want to keep going for this chapter, we can just keep the same rolls.
Okay, alrighty. Are we where are we at as far as our goals for
fucked. You're fucked. The schedule is fucked.
Okay.
The schedule is canceled. And
I
just
apologize.
don't worry about it.
We yapped
Nope,
too
that's
long.
okay.
We yapped too hard.
Everybody loved the yapping. It doesn't matter. It's
Gotcha.
fine.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
It's okay. How are you for time? How are we for time?
I've got probably another, I would say, hour.
Okay.
So is there a good stopping point within the hour?
There is a good stopping point.
I could go 2 tops.
Then we do have a good stopping point, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Who has this one?
This is me. This way? Go this way? They're inviting me to go this way?
My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was an opened mouth in the eerie darkness.
What's this? What is this?
When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. When I resolutely pushed the switch, rough lights like you'd find in a coal mine turned on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into view. Alright, jelly.
Yes.
Battler ain't in this scene or last scene. We gotta be strong. We gotta be strong.
Of course.
Yeah, we gotta be strong.
I am resolute. Magic does not exist. You don't need to listen.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
with you.
Yeah, all right. We gotta be strong. All right, eerily enough.
My mind is immediately going to Battler being like, oh yeah, no, of course, there's obviously a secret lab in the mansion too. Okay, all right.
Eerily enough, it looked even more
continue.
gloomy with the lights turned on. Near the light switch was that open and close switch. It would probably be open or close. It would probably open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I might be shut away in this creepy underground area for all eternity. So for the time being, I didn't touch that switch. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. Go tell Hideyoshi, what are you doing?
I feel like she is gone.
Yep. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards, and that creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. As I readied my gun and carefully stared forwards, I descended the stairs.
A sort of aura, but not a sort of riz.
The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It was easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling, and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness, as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. I don't know how far down I've gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. Oh shit! Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself, and there, characters had been written in a dark red paint. They had probably been written a long time ago.
Big Lies of Pivot. Oh.
Ooh. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. And it is in red, Jelly, you were right.
Yeah, that is in red.
My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I recognized those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure, and readied my gun again. But since, in the end, I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully hid my breathing, and opened the door. What?
This place is...
Stay strong, stay strong, stay strong.
My first impression when I saw the room was that it might be linked to one of the rooms in the mansion. That's right. It had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the sealed VIP room on the second floor, but this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint light...
The mastermind. No wonder they cut to her every single time.
The quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away.
All this talk of furniture.
A bed with a canopy and a rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable. Oh, there's the gold! The gold's there! Okay, this is bullshit. This is so bullshit. This is this is bullshit. It would be a comfortable sit-in. An extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like the hidden house of a witch. I'd never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, it certainly became hard to doubt that she actually existed.
Okay, Beatrice. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, it's so hard to deny you exist right now.
Yeah. Mouse, say this room exists in red, please. Say it in red.
This room exists.
I didn't
This room exists.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
I don't have the sound effect, but this room exists.
Oh, okay. All right.
Is someone there?
Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I timidly searched the interior with my gun raised. And at the back of the room, I found it.
Eek!
My gas came out strangely, like a bunny being choked.
There's a mouse in the call.
After all, after finding something like this, no one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out.
It's here. It's really here. Father's gold.
On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful scarlet satin weave was inlaid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though, when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully. It was attentively piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this ingot would probably be worth more than 10 million. The Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place, but it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle.
All right, Battler, time to cut in. Time to cut in.
Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count here and there, and judging by the height, there had to be a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, so I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. A fucking Zero Escape character would have already given us the detail.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They would have given us the formula and everything, too.
Yeah, and how much it is worth in 4 different currencies around the world at the moment, yeah.
Yep.
Can I take this opportunity to say this is my favorite song in the whole visual novel?
Oh, is it really?
It is. That's right. Of course. After all, there's 10 tons of gold, right? At the current value, that's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it before anyone else. I found it.
In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out of my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that was flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold, but from now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find it. To steal away the headship of the family, some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Ushiromiya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold.
At times I've thought that money is such a worthless thing. I thought there were so many things in this world you can't buy with money. But now I see that's just a lie. Just an excuse that the have-nots make for themselves. She's been rich for 30 seconds. In front of this mountain of gold, I finally realized something so obvious. By using this money, I can give birth to all the happiness in the world.
Oh my god, she's losing
With this money, my husband's company is already saved. We'll always be happy as a family. And I can even leave a vast sum of money to George. The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
At that time, George will use this gold. And just like grandfather did, he'll revive the Ushiromiya family's lost honor. George is the true successor to the Ushiromiya family. Yay! Yippee!
Yay!
Can't believe he's still single.
Okay.
It happened.
Yay.
My wish was granted. Here's the gold kitten. Okay. That dream I had wished for ever since I was born into this world as Ushiromiya Eva had been granted completely at this very moment. My husband and I will be happy for all eternity, and I can also give my only son George eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed the Ushiromiya family to bits, but George and I will revive it, and that means I truly have succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship.
I was successful! I did it, honey and George. I, your mother, finally succeeded. No one will be able to threaten us now.
That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sadness. I'm just expecting to hear a gunshot and blood to splatter over the gold right now. I'm just bracing for it. Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations, me. Congratulations, Ushiromiya Eva. Interesting. Those are two separate statements. Right here, right now, the sad half of our life will have its heart's desire granted.
It's all thanks to you. I was given this chance because of your magic. Because of that chance, I was able to make it here.
Thank you. But my magic wouldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. The power of friendship, so it isn't just the power of my magic. This is our victory. Because of that, congratulations, us.
Thank you, me. Thank you, Ushiromiya Eva.
On behalf of myself, I would like to accept this award.
I'm glad I didn't give in before now. I'm glad that I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling. No, this is my magic. Our magic. Your magic was the real thing. Beatrice, the witch of the forest, is nothing more than an illusion.
Uh-oh.
You are the real witch, a wielder of real magic.
Uh-oh.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Right now, you are the golden witch, Beatrice.
Oh, no. No. No.
Oh, no.
That's right.
Not real. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Eva, hold on. So, Joe, I think it's a bit of a bold move from the Eva conglomerate to move in and go for the gold like that without really checking with the rest of the family. How do you think this will play out in the coming moments?
Well, I don't know. The Rudolph team has some really hard decisions to make right now on the field. It's lucky that we're in halftime and they can, regroup in the locker room and see what they're going to do. I understand sports and can keep this bit up going for a whole entire stream. Certainly. I know what sports commentating is like. Fucking hell.
Now back to our field mouse live on the scene.
I'm sorry, it's pretty windy here, so I'm not really able to talk on the microphone right now, but I think that you guys are doing great.
Thank you, Mouse. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Mouse. Eva decided to leave for the time being. When she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave the secret place, she saw a creepy swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away.
Again. No!
Who is it?
For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other, and eventually they each realized who the other was.
Rosa?
Rosa?
Oh, interesting.
You want to take Rosa, Jelly?
Yeah, Nason.
Why are the shotguns a little
in a
different?
place like this?
Why indeed?
Do you see how the shotgun has like a
the muzzle of Rosa's is very everything is very different actually. Yeah.
So yeah, they're not shotguns. Sorry, chat. Yeah, they're Winchester.
Yeah, sawed-off Winchesters.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh. Nason, what are you doing in a place like this?
That's my line. What business do you have in such a place?
I shouldn't have given you that hint, Nason. If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place. Too bad.
Please let Rudolph walk down the stairs now too. Be like, oh hey, what's going on? Yeah, looking for the bathroom.
You two reached it first, huh? And then Krause is like, I was just following where everyone else is going.
And then Kyrie, who is covered herself in gold leaf, suddenly appears from the golden bars behind them. Be like, I am the head of the trivia now. It seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went and what was waiting ahead of her.
You should talk. Even though I reached this place before you.
I worried too much about the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter much at all, did it?
That isn't true. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it? Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be sweetfish. But when I heard that sweetfish are fish that go out into the sea, I was able to figure it out.
What's inside?
Why not see with your own eyes? It definitely won't betray your expectations.
Don't be afraid, Nason. I never had any interest in who becomes the head. I don't even care about the Ushiromiya family name. Honestly, I actually feel good about you stealing the headship from Krause Nason, who was always swaggering around because of it.
Are you serious?
Of course. I'm the outsider of the Ushiromiya siblings. Even if Father had named me as the next head, there's no way Nason would have accepted it. I try not to have such naive dreams. Let me see too, Nason. This proof of your victory. As long as I receive the proper portion that the siblings agreed upon, I plan to proactively acknowledge you as the true victor in this game.
If you shoot me, then you'll have this gold all to yourself, won't you?
The same goes for you. If you shoot me, this gold will all be yours.
For a tense moment, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in each other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Ava removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way. Oh, that's nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
A ceasefire?
Sister moment. That's right. That plan of shooting the other and having all the gold to ourselves is attractive for both of us. But if one of us just suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. If we hid the corpse here, it probably wouldn't be found easily, but we couldn't be sure.
No matter how many billion yen the worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. On the contrary, that would give Kraus Nissan and the others ammunition to ring us for all we're worth.
Okay, this is like such a psychotic way of saying, but you're my sister, I just don't want to kill you. Like, come on. Like, it's about not getting away with it and like fucking like getting back at Kraus. Like, your sisters. Just be like, I don't want to kill my sister. Like, what?
I did not have that read on this at all. This is like a full fucking mask off. Like, the only reason you're still alive is because I couldn't get away with it.
Damn.
Guys, I'm starting to think that the Ushiromias aren't very nice.
What? No.
No.
They're sisters.
I agree.
Of course they're friends.
It may have been a blessing in disguise that you're the one who showed up, instead of Nissan or Rudolph. You're the sibling I trust most.
Cut to Rosa from episode 2 having her fucking flashbacks in the tea party room. Thank you. And you're the sibling I trust most, Nissan. I want to see the gold too. It's so tense. It's so tense.
Say it properly, Jelly. Say it properly.
I want to see the gold.
Want to have a peek? Now I feel like seeing it again too. I want to see the gold. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real.
Therefore,
Unless I see it together with you and confirm once more that it actually exists. It feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear.
Ava, what if it's gone now? Ava started descending the staircases once more.
Oh no!
However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Even though at a glance it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. Oh, it's there. Okay.
Okay, good. Unless, okay, good. All right, we're
then
fine.
They reached that room with the witch once more. Sorry, the room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned speechless by the vast amount of gold. Is that the end of the scene?
I have a question for the English majors in the room. When I first read this, I had the biggest crash out. I was so upset that they solved the epitaph off screen and didn't tell me what it was. How do you feel about that?
I don't think it's real right now.
I am holding a similar position, which is that none of that is reliable. I won't say it's not real. I won't say that none of that happened. However, if indeed it did happen, I cannot trust that any of it happened in any of the ways shown to us. Which is essentially the same as saying it's not real, but not technically. So,
what do you guys think is real?
Whatever I want and whatever is most convenient at the time.
Myself. That's it. Just me.
Just you? Just
me.
you?
Yeah.
Okay.
If she really just did solve it and that's all real, I will be maybe. I will definitely think lesser of the story if someone else doesn't walk through it and solve it in detail and we see it all, right? But like right now I don't know what's reliable because I have like steadfastly decided that if Battler's not in the scene, I just don't believe anything is accurate, and I just enjoy it as like a what if sort of thing. There's like bits of truth but not full truth. Yeah.
But you believe that the red truths are true?
I believe the red truths are true, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I also believe that the red truths are true, because conversely, it allows me to believe that anything that isn't a red truth is questionable. So it's selective and purely in my favor, but that's the nature of the game, is it not?
I'm also, one of the reasons why I also think it's not true is I think that the epitaph is something that when it is solved, the reader is meant to go, oh shit, I could have solved that. And her having to go to a library and look up a fucking thing in an atlas makes me think there's no way that the player sorry fucking hell that the reader could solve it. Especially after given the line about the Japanese symbol, but maybe it needed to give you a bit more information for it. So I also don't think that it's real at the moment because of that too. Also, that scene was actually really good. It's like
it was very good.
There's something very like exciting and joyous about discovering a huge treasure, even if it's a fake treasure in a story. It's really cool. Everything to do with like the witch Ava that's in her head has a lot of tension to it. You're waiting for the pin to drop like the whole entire time. It was a very, very good scene. You know, it's like you've been stuck on this island in this mansion for so long, and when they introduce the other mansion on the other side of the island, that's great. It's exciting, but there being this hidden part of the mansion that we've already been in the whole time is like, ooh, okay, cool. There's more to this. It's like you're right there with the character, and it's like, you know, secret. You know, like it was really engrossing. I was right there with her, so I enjoyed the scene. But I don't think she actually solved the epitaph. But we'll see. There was a lot of contradictory thoughts in there and emotions, actually, now that I think about it, and I've said it all. Yeah. Huh.
Okay.
It's a secret. Alright, Rosa and Eva walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly, so they had to be careful when they returned. It was time to snap to it and keep their guards up.
Congratulations, Ne-san.
Thank you.
You decided it.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was me.
You decided it, didn't you, Ne-san? 50% goes to the one bearing the title of successor to the headship. Certainly worked out well for you. Now that portion isn't Kraus Nissan's. So your share is now 50%, along with a quarter of the rest, for a total of 100. Sorry, Mouse can apparently read a 17-digit number, and I can't read a 3-digit one. 12.5 billion yen. Isn't that incredible? 2.5 billion is enough for me. Rudolph Nissan won't complain either. Kraus Nissan will probably be the only one to complain.
Yeah, you're right. After all, Nissan is the de facto manager of Rikkenjima. And since the gold was on these premises, even though I was the first to discover it, things might get complicated if I don't handle it cleverly.
It won't get complicated. Didn't we give it our all in that discussion last night with that in mind? So that's implying that the same discussion we witnessed in Chapter 1, or in Episode 1 maybe, took place here in Episode 3, if I'm reading that correctly?
Which conversation? The one in the parlor that got everyone.
The one in the parlor where they were trying to like corner Kraus about the inheritance. And giving them money. Therefore, they needed a lot of money right now.
That definitely didn't happen in Episode 2. I don't know if it happened in Episode 3. Episode 3 seems very much like Episode 1 with some little differences.
I'm wondering if that line about what did you just say? Didn't we give it our all in that discussion last night with that in mind? I think that might be referring to that discussion.
It could be, or it could be referring to the discussion they were up all night talking about the epitaph after the letter came in. It could be that too. Yeah. I'm going to think that conversation in the parlor probably did happen in some form in this episode.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But now I said that, there's like a little memory that just like needled me and said, didn't you say that it didn't happen because they would discuss kind of part of it on repeat again in the dinner table scene? But maybe they were just like referencing it again for the sake of the audience. I don't know. It's okay. Either way, let's continue.
Interesting.
I wonder if it will really go that smoothly. I've already completely gotten over my excitement. How we manage everything from here on is the real problem.
That's a problem for the new head of the Ushiromiya family. A problem for you to enjoy, Ne-san. It has nothing to do with me.
That's some big talk coming from you.
I'll support you as the second discoverer. If you'll at least give me the early payment we decided on. I'd like 150 million yen by March.
Yes, that'll be fine. If you support me, I'll graciously pay you that much. I'm not Nissan.
Anyway, why don't we go and shock Nissan and the others? Even if we cover up the actual location, I want to see Kraus Nissan's shocked face as soon as I can. Are we gonna come back and they're all just fucking dead?
Wait a second, Rosa. Wait a while before telling everyone about it.
Huh? Why?
You idiot. Isn't it obvious? This is that haughty Kraus Nissan and that sly Rudolph we're talking about. Even if we do announce it eventually, it's certainly too early now. Unless we carefully investigate how to make our next move, it's possible that all of the gold we finally found will be snatched away by Nissan.
Eva thought she was saying something extremely natural. So when she saw Rose's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised.
What are you unsatisfied about? You know what kind of a person Kraus Nissan is.
Ne-san, that's against the rules.
What do you mean?
Didn't we make a rule that whoever found the gold would announce it immediately? If you hesitate, the foundation of the rules will be destroyed, and that could lead to something worse in the future. With Kraus Nissan as crafty as he is, that violation of the rules will come back to bite you.
Don't be stupid. This is Nissan's island, and that gold just now wasn't cash. We're talking about the liquidation of a vast 10-ton mountain, right? It'll take a significant amount of time to carry it off and turn it into cash. And that will only work in Nissan's favor since he has practical control over this island. Don't you even realize that?
I don't like it when you search out each other's weaknesses like that. All I want is to reach a clear decision regarding my 2.5 billion portion. Of course, if you were to give me 2.5 billion in cash right now, you'd be free to continue negotiating however you like. But until I have my share in my own pocket, I will follow the siblings' rules.
Maybe based?
How can you be so naive? You don't understand Nissan's craftiness at all.
It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood why Eva was being so cautious. But, error there? But in her heart, she couldn't clear away her suspicion that Eva wanted to keep all the gold to herself, because she knew that Eva was at least as crafty as her other siblings. In other words,
Sumari?
Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Eva had to keep the gold all to herself, by quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery.
People in chat are saying Black Line Chan?
Black Line Chan.
A counterpart has arrived.
Rosa. Sorry, but at least listen to me this once.
Are you saying that if I don't listen to what you say, you won't be able to get me that 150 million?
That isn't the way I wanted to say it. But if you really need that money, supporting me is a more realistic option. If you talk to Nissan and Rudolph, even the portion that's your natural right might disappear. You don't want that, do you?
Oh, guns away. Okay, all right.
For a while, a severe expression that she'd never shown to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of her restraint as a younger sister. There was just the ruthlessness, no, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Eva made light of it, chuckling.
My. How careless we must be to stand around here talking like this. Even though a frightful murder case has just taken place and the culprit might still be on this island.
I'm sure it was just the servants play acting. There were no murders on this island in the first place.
What?
Oh? So you do think that after all?
Oh ho ho! The circumstances surrounding those 6 deaths show us that clearly. A crime from the outside couldn't possibly have created those 6 closed rooms. Dr. Nanjo said they were all dead, but that was a lie too. This is all a complicated act that Father cooked up. All of the servants are just playing dead. A murder never occurred in the first place. She doesn't know. There's no way that there's a murderer prowling around.
Huh. I'm surprised you noticed. You looked pretty scared, so I didn't think you'd figured out so much.
I'm good at reading the mood of a situation. I've got you to thank for training me so well.
That's right. Come to think of it, now that the servants are dead, almost everyone on this island is a member of the Ushiromiya family. As for Nanjo, he proclaimed the deaths of the servants, but when the relatives began to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he disappeared off to the 2nd floor, as if he didn't want to get in the way. Okay, what if Nanjo was told that there was going to be fake murders and to just play along and don't even bother checking them? Would he go along with that?
Seems like you'd have to have a pretty good reason.
Even if they looked really, really like, I think like everyone's crying and shit, and like the battler thinks his dad is that. I don't think he would do that. I don't think he would do that either. I think better of Nanjo. Huh.
I would like to think better of him, but he's suspect no matter what. All of it. Oh, sorry. I didn't know that we were... I'm on the next line already.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, you didn't get in the way.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah.
All of it was an act to get us to try and solve that epitaph. And that's why you need to announce that you're the victor, Ne-san. There's no way that burnt corpse was really Father. He got a corpse with the right number of toes from somewhere and went to all the trouble of burning it in that creepy way of his so we would see it. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere under a table with some dominoes, watching to see how we'll behave. I'll bet he already knows you reached the Golden Land, Ne-san. That's why you should announce that you're the winner soon. I'm sure Father will appear out of nowhere to applaud you and proclaim that you're his successor.
Jelly,
yes?
Have you considered the possibility that the person who is murdering everyone is doing it just to spur people and motivate them to solve the epitaph, and then they can swoop in after it's been figured out, and then they can take the gold for themselves?
It's certainly a possibility, especially given that there's always a letter which says the real riddle is to solve, like the real goal is to solve the epitaph. Right? Which is to say that in episode 1 and 2 then, if that's the main goal, they've completely failed.
Yes.
But in episode 3, possibly, if we're to believe anything that's happening, they might have succeeded.
Yeah. Also, you might be killing the people that might be able to successfully solve it. Unless there's a third agent, there's the one who's murdering, the group that's trying to solve, and then a third person who's trying to encourage them more to solve it instead of trying to solve the murders in order to get the gold. Alright, never mind. Continuing?
Sorry, you're good.
Why are you sorry?
Because I interrupted your line, but then there was anything there. Now I'm talking over
mean,
Jelly. No.
You said you interrupted her line. It was ellipses.
I'm still delivering that one.
I still got to pester you for that 150 million, so I can't stand against you in any way.
So you'll listen to what I say and keep quiet about this to Ne-san and the rest? Make your position clear, Rosa.
I want to tell them we made that rule just last night. We shouldn't just throw it away.
Of course, I will announce it in front of the siblings. However, I want to closely analyze the situation first. We've got to carry out 10 tons of gold, convert it into money, and distribute it fairly. Until I have proof that I can do all of that without Ne-san getting in the way, I want to have some time to think. I only want to postpone my announcement until then. I'm certainly not keeping it a secret because I want it all for myself.
Certainly, even though we saw your inner monologue and you were like, I'll give all the gold to Hideyoshi and George will be the true successor and everyone else will rot away and be forgotten and we'll rebuild. Certainly not.
Say it in red.
You'll definitely announce it to everyone sooner or later, right?
Yes, of course. Even I want to rub it in Nissan's face as soon as I can.
Ooh, sorry, big yawn. About how much time will you need to think?
I won't know that until I've thought about it.
Will one night be enough?
I can't promise you that it'll only take one night.
Out of respect for you, the successor, I'll support you for one night. This year's family conference one tomorrow morning, when the typhoon passes and the boat comes to get us. That's right. When the seagulls cry, she said the lie, she said the lie! I will remain silent until then. If you still feel that you need more time to think after that, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there, okay? I'll support your position to the best of my ability.
You really are cunning, aren't you? I'm surprised. Were you always this resilient?
I guess it's true that women become stronger when they have a child. I realized that in myself when I had Maria.
Understood. For the time being, thanks for your cooperation. We can talk about tomorrow when it comes.
Yes, that's right. I'm convinced that you'll become a fair-minded successor to the headship. One who'd never even consider taking all the gold for herself.
Isn't that obvious? I will split the gold evenly among the siblings.
Isn't that obvious?
Isn't that obvious? Should I take her? Because you guys have the other ones?
Go for it.
No way. I found it. Because we solved the riddle of the epitaph. So this gold is all mine. I won't give it up to anyone. I am the head of the Ushiromiya family. I am. The witch inside Ava claimed exclusive possession in a loud voice. Of course, that didn't reach even close to Rose's ears, and it probably didn't reach Eva's either. Huh. Huh.
Indeed. I shall acknowledge it. You are the true head of the Ushiromiya family, chosen by the witch's epitaph. Now I shall acknowledge it upon my name.
I'm sorry, is Beatrice talking to Eva's imaginary friend? You are that outfit. You couldn't.
Stay strong,
be...
Joe. Stay strong.
So,
stay strong.
Yeah.
Stay strong. Stay strong.
Beatrice?
Hold.
Maybe Beatrice was happy that Ava had called her by her own name. She cackled cheerfully. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies crept up as though a storm of gold dust was spinning around the room, and the room shone the color of gold.
Indeed. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. There's no need to be so frightened. I'm praising your exploits. Truly excellent. Imagine that you would spectacularly solve that riddle of the epitaph. It's worthy of my admiration.
You're the one who sent that letter? So I'll inherit all the gold and the Ushiromiya family headship, right? You wrote that in your letter. And I overcame that challenge.
Indeed. I shall acknowledge it. Right now, all of the gold piled up here and everything of the Ushiromiya family is for you to do with as you please. After all, from this moment on, you are already the Ushiromiya family head.
Really? It's true, right? Right?
Do not be agitated. I'm openly praising you. As proof, I shall grant you this.
The ring. Beatrice took a ring off of her own finger and held it out to Ava. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring. And then from behind the gold bars, Paimon think that Beatrice took a ring off her finger and they gave it to her. What was it? It was a ring. Where was it? It was on her finger, and then she gave it to her, and then she realized it was the ring. Paimon thinks she's scared of the ring. Could this be?
Indeed. This golden ring is proof of the Ushiromiya family headship returned to me from Kinzo. From now on, it is yours. You may put it on your finger and hold it high before your siblings.
Imagine a conversation between Paimon and Maria.
No one should imagine that. And no one should doubt that you have now succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship.
Eva stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. She dreamed of receiving this ring someday. Focused on this day over and over again, it was now finally a certainty. This ring had now designated her as the head, and had been handed over to her. And, timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand, and held it up to the ceiling. In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she'd never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes were opened. That ring was on her own finger, not in a dream, but in reality.
That ring is also pleased. After all, it managed to reach you, one who dreamed of putting it on their finger for so long.
Ring-chan.
The ring. Father's ring.
How many nights have you dreamed of putting that on your finger as you've done now? The strength of those feelings became your magic and materialized itself. Now, you are worthy of calling yourself a great witch.
Great witch? Who are you? Are you really Beatrice?
I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the Ushiromiya family's family alchemist. Sorry. In accordance with my contract with Kinzo, I will now pass everything on to you. All of the gold I entrusted Kinzo with, and all of the wealth he built up through that, and the honor and the headship of the Ushiromiya family, and I will pass on my power and the title of the Endless Witch.
And?
What?
The
title of the witch.
I will pass on all of my magical power and the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. Following my predecessor's example, I will hand over my name, Beatrice, along with that title.
Joe, do you remember when you said that she's definitely a redhead in this painting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Are you gonna argue with me live on stream?
No, it's just... Well, under normal circumstances, perhaps. But considering that a redhead is now getting the title of Beatrice the Golden Witch, I was more so going, maybe these two things are connected and you're not insane, but I guess if you want to fight, we can fight.
You may now call yourself by that name.
Eva gulped. Is it that you gain the treasures for the first and last time because if you do it, you can never do it again because now you are the witch and now you have to do it?
There must always be a golden witch.
Yeah, you have to play the other side now. You can't go through that. You have to do the killing part. Huh.
Oh,
Eva gulped.
God, it really was Blizzard writing.
Oh shit, the chandelier light which had seemed dim now felt too bright.
By my name, I shall now commence the succession of the Golden Witch.
And then she's gonna show up in the Velvet Room and Balor's gonna be like, fucking another one? Really? Really?
The instant Beatrice made that proclamation, everything was buried by a golden sparkle and changed into a majestic place that looked like an audience hall. In the audience hall, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless gold butterflies celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. When she looked, she saw Beatrice in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Eva automatically kneeled, hanging her head. A goat attendant respectfully handed Beatrice a golden staff in the shape of the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Eva's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming. Wait, what? 1,000 years in coming? I guess, yeah. I wouldn't word it that way, but I guess. Okay.
Ushiromiya Eva, you have spectacularly solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and reached the Golden Land. I praise that accomplishment and hand over all of the endless magic, as well as the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. From this point forth, you may call yourself by my name, Beatrice. Come, raise your face, then stand and accept this staff.
Oh, shit.
We now have Evatrice?
Yeah. Who has Eva Beatrice? Beatrice?
That's probably still you.
Me? Okay, I am most grateful. Eva stood up dizzyingly and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. Her hand was trembling slightly.
Eva Torici.
As soon as she grasped the staff, she was wrapped up in the brilliant sparkle of gold, as though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. In the instant she succeeded the Golden Witch, Eva felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt like she was waking up, as though she had been half asleep ever since she had been born and was opening her eyes for the first time. It felt as though her true eyes inside her eyes were opened for the first time in her life.
Magical girl transformation time? Oh my, actually,
oh,
wow.
What?
Whoa.
Yay!
Yeah, there are all the Snake Sisters are here and they're cheering. Everyone claps.
Indeed. A fitting and beautiful outfit for the Golden Witch.
And then everyone clapped.
Come, you may show yourself to all these people. Let them know that the new witch is indeed you.
Ava, no, the new Beatrice turned around timidly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast audience hall, honored her with an applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea.
Come, everyone. Replace all of the portraits of Beatrice with the new Beatrice. Lift up words of celebration for the new Beatrice.
Pretty cool painting. New Beatrice, congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch. I hope that you will become able to stand on your own as a proud Golden Witch and as the Endless Witch. Wouldn't she be the new Beatrice? The Emperor's new Beatrice? Beatrice's new group? Is that anything? I'm a little stun locked.
I'm crashing out a little bit.
Listen. None of it is in red. We don't have to incorporate
It's not. Okay, all right.
This is real.
Okay, all right.
If they don't say it's real in red,
right,
we don't have to believe any of it.
Nothing ever happens in Umineko.
Nothing ever happens. It's metafiction. All right, nothing happens.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Nothing happens ever. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna hit control until I see Battler on the screen. That's my safe space. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh my God. Yes, I will do my best.
I expect a composure befitting the Endless Switch from you, unlike my naughty predecessor.
Teacher, we're in the middle of a serious ceremony, so please, enough of that.
I guess, would that be...
You go, yeah, you go, Joe.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch, new Beatrice-sama. I am called Ronove. I am one of the 72 demons permitted to serve the Golden Witch. If you are ever inconvenienced in the slightest, please let me know at once.
Thank you.
Ronove is rude but reliable. If anything confuses you in your new days as a witch, speak to this man and he should be able to help you.
Predecessor Beatrice-sama. It is a shame that I was not permitted to serve you further, even though we have finally been reunited like this. These last 1,000 years have been very entertaining for me. You have my deepest gratitude.
Indeed. 1,000 years with you wasn't boring. Please, take care of the new witch.
Yes, I, Ronove, will obey the final order of the former Beatrice.
You'd better thank me, okay? I gave my signature to recommend you for the succession of the witch. Got it? In other words, if I hadn't signed, you wouldn't have been able to become a witch.
All right, listen. You can become the Golden Witch, but you're going to need to get 2 letters of reference from 2 well-known witches that you've associated with and worked under for many years.
I'm going to need 3 more signatures.
So how many years of experience do you... This is an entry-level position for the Golden Witch. It requires 1,000 years of experience as a Golden Witch. That's fucking insane. What do you mean you gave her a signature? What do you mean you gave your signature? What? What are you talking about? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's a metaphor.
Okay.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor.
I don't
a metaphor for bureaucracy or something.
I
don't
don't
know.
see here that she's her power is certainty, but chat is I think right, so she must have said it, but it's not in the. Oh no, it's right here. The Witch of Certainty. I just skipped over this. Sorry.
The Witch of Certainty.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So basically, her signature is the only one that mattered. Everyone else was like, oh, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe she shouldn't be the new witch. And she's like, I think she should be the new witch. And it's like, well, it's the Witch of Certainty. I guess we're sure.
Yeah, she's certain. Yeah. Yeah.
So thank me a little, okay? This is the Witch of Certainty, Lady Lambda Delta.
God damn it.
The recommendation of a witch from the Senate was required for your succession as an endless...
Senate?
What do you mean? What do you mean the senator? Senator Witch?
He's a senator? What is this, Metal Gear Rising? What the fuck are you talking? Well, it's fine. 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 We're okay.
Eva Beatrice solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and was welcomed as the new endless witch by the Senate. She was gifted with an aptitude for magic and is expected to grow into an extraordinary witch. This genius of a witch often overindulged in her own power during her younger days. Such are the trials only geniuses may endure, and if she proves successful, her name will surely be engraved in the history of endless witches. Will she be able to overcome the trials that forced her predecessor to surrender?
Okay. Okay.
Lady Lambda Delta recommended you and became your guardian.
Thank you.
She doesn't look very thankful.
Hey, Beato! This kid isn't grateful enough. I think I'll take back that recommendation.
Are you sure?
Who wants this
I
one?
can do a good deadpan. The person making these recommendations shouldn't act like a child, right? If you signed, make sure you take responsibility.
Lady Lambda Delta is also the Witch of Certainty. The Witch of Certainty prefers to make fate firm to create a fate of certainty. She really liked and highly valued your efforts until today. Well, you had that unfortunate childhood, all that unrewarded effort. I can sympathize just a bit with that. It's not like I felt sorry for you or anything, so don't be full of yourself. Soon.
These are our acting senators. Whenever we have our next cabinet meeting, tea party, these are the heads of authority.
Joe, can you say Dede?
Dede?
Thank you.
Okay, alright.
I feel like you've just fallen for a trap.
Maybe I have. I don't know. Sorry.
From my point of view, your succession, well, it was more of a coincidence than a miracle. It isn't worthy of my recommendation.
This is Lady Burncastle. She's quite hard to please. Still, you could say that just having her participate in this celebration makes you exceedingly lucky.
I only came because this is a rare, once-in-a-millennium event.
Hold on, sorry, there's a pin. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Beatrice the Golden? I thought not. It's not a story our atheism would tell you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Senate line inspired this, I guess. Yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
And I heard there'd be some good steak. And here's some good steak.
You volunteered for these, Jelly.
New Beatrice-sama, please come greet us as well. She's not happy about
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. The 7 sisters of Purgatory were gathered in the line. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled.
This is furniture that serves me.
Okay,
As a
when I
gift to
said
celebrate
cabinet
your
meeting, I didn't mean it like this.
Oh, goddamn. Oh, I'm so mad. I can't even laugh at that. +2. +2.
I'm so mad. I almost just leaked an episode 6 joke.
Fucking, but
This is furniture that serves me. As a gift to celebrate your inheritance, I will send them to you. Once you succeed the position of Golden Witch, you'll need to carry out the resurrection ceremony for yourself, so you'll need them whether you want them or not. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory perform an essential role in that ceremony.
Congratulations, you're the president now. Here's 7 Chans. They're your responsibility.
They're a villainous bunch, but they serve their purpose. Have them do whatever you wish.
We will always be by Beatrice Sama's side. Please, order us to do anything you desire. We will accomplish our tasks without fail.
Even after that, many nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulation for the new witch. As she responded to them confusedly, she felt as though she was growing lightheaded due to a lack of oxygen, because in real life she was being strangled. She couldn't tell if
in
this
real
was...
life, it's all just like me for real.
She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal, but there was just one thing she could understand: a feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was a truth she could definitely understand. What is all this? Of course I'm not gonna swallow this story, but what in the world does it mean? Aunt Eva is the new Beatrice. Okay, this is the 3rd Velvet Room since he promised he was never gonna crash out. Let's see, let's see. Is he the cry? Are you saying she's turned into a witch? What the hell?
To think that someone would be able to solve that riddle. However, that is the rule. I must follow it and pass on the position of Golden Witch and my name.
It is hardly something to be surprised about. At the very beginning, you wrote that rule in the letter and announced it. Eva-sama was simply the first to be successful. That is all there is to say. Is Balor gonna crash out because that means that he doesn't get to finish the chess match with Beatrice, and he's gonna be like, no, I was having fun, I was starting to enjoy it, I was having fun, no!
It's a new way to crash out, so maybe he would be okay with that, yeah. Virgilia, are you there?
Coach, please! Yes, here I am.
What does this farce mean? Even if this depiction of strange witches showing up one after another is some of her bullshit, isn't this almost like Aunt Eva turned into a witch?
Calm yourself. She has simply received the title of Endless Witch, and might call herself that in the future. This succession ceremony is certainly nothing more than an act to promote that child's explanation. Don't fall for the same move over and over again. Okay, thank you, Virgilia, thank you.
That's right. No need to cry. That whole grand ceremony was all phony. But it's at least a fact that Aunt Eva solved the riddle of the epitaph, and at the same time, that means she succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship. And after getting 10 tons of gold, Aunt Eva might as well call herself the Golden Witch. Is that it? Damn, it's as complicated as ever.
My. Is a boorish human unable to comprehend the grandeur of this ceremony? Oh well. Being unable to read between the lines is what makes you human. I pity you, but...
subtext, battler. Sorry.
I don't blame you.
Damn it.
Sorry.
Don't look at me like you feel sorry for me. Still, for the time being, there's something I need to check. And that's regarding this younger version of Aunt Eva. In other words, the definition of this new Beatrice. What is that?
Okay, good.
Even if I tell of it, you'll just persist in your disbelief in magic and witches, right? So there's nothing in particular for me to explain. Feel free to believe in whatever it seems to be to you.
Ooh, turning it on him, being like, well, you won't believe it anyway, so I just won't tell you.
She seems upset. Is she acting? Or, what it seems to be to me? Then how should I interpret this?
For now, it might not hurt to view it as a visualization of a separate entity inside Ushiromiya Eva. course, we cannot blindly accept that answer, but it is probably a reasonable theory to hold for the time being.
In other words, I should think of Aunt Eva and her as the same person, right? Damn, I don't like where this is going. Sumari.
In any case, from now on, my name is no longer Beatrice. I've passed it on to Ushiromiya Eva.
So what's your name now?
Which means that I am nameless.
Nameless?
Battler, don't you have some name that'd be fitting for me?
Uh-huh.
I shall accept your recommendation.
Oh, we're so in.
How about a name that's refined, full of elegance, and a little cute, too, if you can?
Beato?
Just Beato is good enough for you. Yeah. There's probably a big enough difference between Beato and Beatrice to keep people from getting confused. I read the line now, sorry.
So the same old Beato, is it? It doesn't feel wrong, but it's boring for some reason. Ugh.
They say the temperature of black tea and a woman's heart are difficult to gauge in any era. Battler-kun, at any rate, stay calm from this point onward. These two just watching on, being like, fucking, we're so close. They're so close to kissing. We're almost there. The fact that we can now tell her and Ushiromiya Eva apart works to our advantage, compared to the time when that child was still Beatrice.
And that's exactly why I like it even less. What's she thinking? That Beato. Over there, the witches formed a long line to bless Aunt Eva, who had the figure of her younger days and who now possessed the name Beatrice. It was like a witch's coronation. The countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical gold-sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the newly born Beatrice, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been lost and confused at first, seemed to be full of the happiness that she was finally starting to recognize. That expression didn't look at all like someone laughing insanely while standing before the gold. There was just the innocence of a person basking in their own joy. As a person who denied the existence of witches, I couldn't view this witch succession ceremony with a joyful expression and accept her. However, when I looked at that innocent smile, I felt like I wanted to offer my blessings just for that moment.
Okay, so to me, this scene is more of a solidification as witches as a metaphor. Specifically for a person, I'm assuming a woman. I'm going to guess who has, like, experienced some lifelong or overwhelming trauma of some kind. And has maybe found a way to finally escape from it.
Okay.
If that makes sense, which could be why this is represented by a younger Eva. Because that's as if to say that, like, in order to escape from that situation, she had to completely separate herself from this younger version of herself. And now that she's found another escape route, this version of Eva now gets her own existence as a witch.
Okay. I wonder if they're separate entities then. Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
What do you think, Mouse?
Huh? Sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
It's always beautiful when strong efforts bear fruits and are rewarded. And Ava, who had always yearned to succeed the headship and who had worked hard since her youth without reward, had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph and had finally gained that position. How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams have been granted. I definitely won't accept witches, but Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. Clap, clap.
It's Kino.
It didn't reach her ears, but it did bless her.
Even Battler clapped.
Congratulations, Aunt Eva. You spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph before anyone else. It's your victory without any complaints. I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ushiromiya family, and I'll celebrate that sincerely.
Aww.
As though urged on by Battler's applause, Beato also clapped. It was a slightly odd scene. Battler and Beato, who opposed each other, were standing side by side and applauding the same person. I'm not applauding for a witch. I'm clapping for all of Aunt Ava's efforts up until now.
As am I. I offer my sincere applause as a blessing to Ava, who spectacularly solved that epitaph.
I don't like applauding with you. But, well, I've decided that I won't worry about it now. Divine punishment won't fall on me just because I clap with you every once in a while.
It's not so bad every once in a while. Still, it is fun to applaud. Even though it was Ava who was successful and not me, for some reason, I'm starting to feel happy too.
He's in.
That's because blessing someone means the same thing as sympathizing and sharing with them.
I see. Then I have even shared this irrational happy feeling with you. Since we're a pair of enemies trying to make each other surrender, it's an odd experience.
Well, just for now, let's have a truce and clap, okay?
Interesting
Beato
phrasing.
laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder, as though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler as she clapped. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder.
Very well. I'll go along with it.
Ah, new Beatrice, this is Nanjo, Witch of Reactions. Thank you, chat. Very good. When he did, as though some ceremony had ended, everyone applauded and highly praised the reborn Beatrice. It was just as though Battler's and Beato's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession. Okay.
And that's it. And miraculously, we got up to almost where we were trying to get to originally.
Oh,
Did we really?
magic really does exist.
Yeah, almost.
Damn.
2 chapters behind.
Okay.
Yep.
Not bad. Not bad. Whew, man.
Hard to read for so long, right, Jelly?
Yes and no.
You still got some gas in the tank?
I certainly do. Well, I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna be. I have work at 8,
Yeah,
and that requires me to talk.
Yeah.
So I certainly hope so.
That's good. That's good.
I am a known yapper. One might even go so far as to say that I yammer on occasionally. But nonetheless.
We're all yappers here. We're all yappers
We
here.
really are all yappers
We
here.
really are.
The only reason I don't yap as much as Jelly on stream is that I'm petrified I'm gonna say something that's gonna tip somebody off, especially Joe, and so I just have to sit here quietly.
Anyway, thank you, Ironrath, for gifting us up to the Three Stooges. That's us. Thank you, Isia, for the resub. Mario the Mayo for the bits. Enjoying the trinity of Jodler, Mousetress, and Jelly Nove. Nice. Thank you, Julie Gordot for the bits. Just like in the VN, the streamer crew needs its own share of thinkers to figure out the epitaph, the vibes analyzer, the keyword analyzer, and the one who knows the fucking answer.
We got a message from not Koru. Eva got crowned as a new witch in the same stream that Jelly entered stream. Mouse showed up just in time to give congratulations as the old Beatrice. Everything was planned out so far ahead. Ryukushi has done it again. Bravo, Vince.
Bravo. Oh, it's pinned now. Thank you, 01 mostly for the resub. Ironwrath for giving a sub to Sucker Mary Barrels. And the follow up. Suck my balls, lol.
Oh no, I can't laugh like this. I'm getting lightheaded.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
The Orn for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Yuri was taken for giving a sub to I was too late. Followed by a fucking whatever. Oh, did you want to do the suck my balls thing? Thank you, Guido Tayson for the resub. Parnik also for the resub. Take out the E's and R's from Sucker Mary Barrels. What does that say? Calm down, liberals. It's called dark humor. Oh man. Holy shit. Oh. Alright. You're Taken did a triple. I'm saying it again, Jelly. Hold on. Did a triple gift sub with suck my balls with repeated choke. Lol, lamayo.
I'm an adult.
Thank you, Yuri's Taken.
Okay.
Thank you, Blue Star for the resub. Cummy Mummy for gifting a sub to Nanjo the cream pie guy. And then Yuri was taken with the follow-up, Nanjo the normal guy, normal men. Thank you, Dalmek, for the bits. All the hits just keep coming. I'm so glad. Sorry, go ahead.
Someone said, it's not even that dark, buddy. I've been under a blanket for 6 hours.
I forgot you're under the...
I've been in a blanket for 6 hours.
You should post the blanket picture in the Dragon's Den so people can see your setup. Rate your setup. Oh man.
I will. Oh, please do.
I'm
anyway.
sweating under here.
Down, you can get out of the blanket now. Down,
No,
what?
I can't.
Why are you still under the blanket?
You know what? Fine. I will get under the blanket just to show everyone what the audio quality would be like. All right, prepare yourselves. The blanket is off.
Oh, the echo.
Hello.
It's a fucking magic trick. What the fuck?
Voila. How's it sound now?
The echo.
Have you seen those videos of people with their dogs where they hold up a blanket in front of themselves and then they drop it and run away and the dog gets really upset? I'm imagining Jelly doing that to Joe. And Joe being like, where'd Jelly go? Where'd he go?
Oh.
Just walking out into the hallway.
Oh. Oh. Okay, all right, lock it in. All right, Dalmek gave some bits. I'm so glad everyone on stream has someone they can relate to. Mouse can relate to Beatrice for obvious reasons, Jelly can relate to Kyrie with the line-by-line analysis, and Joe can relate to Kraus because they both failed today's connections. Thank you, 795KR for the resub. Nightmare Luna 69 for the resub. Welcome. Lizzie for the resub as well, with the John's meow.
I set up the sound foam a little bit again, and maybe it's a little better. I don't know.
It is a little better, yeah.
It's a bit better.
Oh, Jelly.
Yuri's taken use of to say, man, I don't get this epitaph, it's so difficult. Meanwhile, Kinzo on a computer on his study, ChatGPT, write me an epitaph I can put next to the painting of my beloved Beatrice. She's a witch that gave me a lot of gold. It should lead to some gold in the middle of fuck all Rakinjima. I want it to sound intelligent and smart. Note that I'm very into the occult. Also make it reference Beatrice the Golden Witch as much as you can because I love her. Make it poetic too. And the last three on my list, Dalmek again. Modern Umineko be like, Maria, my iPad. Ooh, Kinzo, big boob, witch cackling, evil witch, beautiful witch, golden, endless anime style, western dress 4K, HG, Genji, I hate my fucking job.
I'm losing it.
Thank you, Monis Salato for the resub, Umi Stream, Quirrell for the resub as well, and last, but by no means least, Pincerata with 222 bits. Thank you for a wonderful birthday stream where I get to see Joe get bullied for hours straight. Thank you, Rush Pincerata. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Pincerata. Happy birthday, Wuggy.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jill. Happy birthday, Clive. Happy birthday, Wuggy.
Raid my housemate and Umineko superfan Ghost Ma playing Killer 7 Sire? Sure, why not? Raid Ghost Ma. Alright.
Oh man.
Thank you very much, Shelly, for being on and being a trooper.
Should we do another shout out and I make sure to specify for real this time the last L is an I.
Yep. Can we do a shout out?
Done.
Shout out, it's done.
Boulder did it.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is that the right one? Is that the right one?
It is the right one. Okay,
good.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Shelly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've been smiling like an idiot for the past 6 hours.
It was fun.
All right.
It was fun.
The blood, sweat, and tears with a little extra helping of sweat, well worth it.
And also thank you, Mouse, for coming on again, even though it was super tense and awkward the whole entire time after you got
It was
here.
so strained, and it was just really tough for me, but yeah, we got through it. Thank you for letting me hold you at gunpoint and forcing you to let me come on the streams and order you when to stop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no agency, and I just let it happen.
Yeah.
So, Joe, with everything we've seen with how the Orochi family is starting to shake out, Orochi family is starting to shake out, how do you think this will play out in the coming days?
I think there's going to be a lot of death in the next episode for sure, or the next stream for sure. Yeah, a lot of rip and tear is about to happen. Yeah.
I certainly think that one of the family being the Golden Witch really changes the power dynamics at play.
It does. Let's see if anyone even acknowledges it. I think there's going to be a weird scene with her kind of lording over a little bit like that. Yeah. Yeah.
The Lord of the Manor.
The Lord of the Manor. Anyway, I'm saying the Raiders. Everyone say goodbye.
Alrighty.
Goodbye.
Have a good one, folks. See ya.
And as always, for anyone who doesn't participate in the raid, see you as well. See you later. Thanks for watching.